Alright, so welcome guys to this massive video. I thought that since the Ao Ashi Season 2 anime was just around the corner, I thought that it would be a great idea to cover what is most likely going to happen in it. But wow, this took a super long time. So if you like this video, consider giving it a thumbs up, as if we reach some crazy number like 2,500, then I might have to get working on Season 3. Anyway, with that out of the way, I hope that you have a ton of snacks with you, and let's dive in. So we start this off with getting to Vietnam, and inside a football stadium, the commentator screams out, "On the Asian Champions League group stage, Tokyo City Esperion has beaten bottom of the group, Hanoi C 3-0. With this, Esperion maintains its standing on the top of the table. After that, we spot Funabashi walking out after the game. He continues to walk, and the commentator speaks up again and says that Funabashi was subbed in the 60th minute. There were expectations for him to break the youngest goal scorer record in the ACL, but sadly it didn't happen. We then see Funabashi being in his own head, before someone comes by and asks him how it was, how his first ACL match was. We then learn that he is called Mito Katsumi, and that he is Esperion's senior team head coach. Mito tells Funabashi that he is amazing for playing in the ACL while still in high school. Funabashi tells him that he was just subbed in, explaining that the opponents were at the bottom, and that they had a huge lead, and that it was just handed to him. Mito looks at him with an annoyed face before Funabashi asks him how Coach Guaruja is, and more specifically if he said anything about his performance. Mito smiles and tells Funabashi that he praised him as usual, and that he is doing pretty well. Funabashi just looks at him before Mito tells him that his stay in the senior team ends for now. Funabashi then looks crushed, but Mito continues and says that once they are back in Japan, he is returning to the youth. Funabashi asks him what this is about, and if Guaruja said this, but Mito tells him that he is wrong, and that it was Fukuda, and that he wants Funabashi to return by all means at least once. With that, we get to the Esperion clubhouse, and we see a ton of journalists outside. We then see Yoshitune Kenta, who is the captain for Team A. He screams, asking why it is so noisy and chaotic in their practice grounds, saying that he is already up because of it. While he is freaking out, another one from Team A, called Kiriki Yuichi, tells him that Funabashi is coming back, and he hands him a newspaper. Yoshitune takes it and reads what it says, which is, "This is Funabayashi's 6th match since debuting in the J1 match against Tosu." He seemed to be doing well in making the step up, but following the ACL match, Coach Guaruja announced in a press conference that Funabayashi's stay in the senior team will end for now. It can be seen as inevitable as well. Journalists have heaped praise regarding his transcendent technique, game sense, and strong mentality. He has many notable aspects, but only at a level that is notable for a 16-year-old. In the end, Coach Guaruja has assessed that Funabashi, who has been lionized as the future of Japanese football, must wait. After that, another player called Takasugi Eita says that the journalist writes harshly about Funabashi, no matter how well he plays. Suddenly we can spot that someone has appeared right by Yoshitune, and it's none other than Funabashi himself. Another one called Nakamura Taira gets super shocked seeing him here. Not only him though, as all of them lose their minds and ask him since when he was in the clubhouse, saying that there were so many people outside anticipating him. Funabashi, who has Yoshitune trying to kiss him, explains that Mibu helped him out, telling them that he used the vendor truck from his family business to sneak him in, and that no one would think a player would be on a vendor truck, right? Everyone looks at him before Akiyama Inshin, yet another player, asks him if he is alright. Funabashi just asks them where Fukuda is, and Akiyama is about to say that he was in the lobby with Akutsu when we then see them walking towards them all. Funabashi sees Akutsu and tells him hey, but Akutsu just ignores him. After that, Takasugi says that they should step out for a bit, but Funabashi says that he doesn't mind, and that since it's them, they can all listen. Funabashi then starts to look serious as he asks Fukuda if he can tell him the reason. Fukuda straight up tells him that it's intuition, which leaves Funabashi shocked. Fukuda then laughs and says that since there are no downsides to saying it, first, Premier is interesting right now, enough that he would want to borrow him from sitting on the J1 bench. It's the high schools. The high schools this year are good. They're the only 3 high school teams within the 10, but they're all strong. Kiriki then speaks up and says that the top of the table is Funabashi Academy, that they are 2nd, and that Aomori Seiran is 3rd. Takasugi explains that high school teams are always tough, but it's exactly as Fukuda says. They're all fairly strong, and there is much to be gained from going against them. The coming matches will be consecutively against high schools. Funabashi is just silent, so before he speaks up and says that nevertheless, he will gain more from staying with the seniors. But Fukuda then cuts him off and says that the other reason, and the biggest, is Kurebayashi himself, and that he should settle down for a bit. Hearing that makes not only Kurebayashi shocked, but also everyone around him. Fukuda tells him that in every senior team match, he has been overly aggressive and that it's unlike him. Fukuda starts to look super serious as he explains that he has been thoroughly playing a more eye-catching football. He even saw it yesterday in the ACL match. Kurebayashi purposely made 2 touches on passes that would usually only take 1 for him. He has been playing in a way that would easily display how impressive his technique is. Fukuda does admit that he understands his aim and that it's to take a starting spot. He has been trying to impress both the club and the outside, telling him that he really understands how he feels, as everyone else hears that they are super shocked, or, well, outside of Yoshitune, of course. Fukuda then continues and says that Kurebayashi's lack of composure, those outside right now, they are affecting him a lot, right? Talking about the people, it looks like it really hit the nail on the head with that one. Fukuda goes deeper and explains that in Europe, there are plenty of players like him who immediately play at a senior level. But this is Japan. Extremely gifted players are bathed in attention, which means Japanese football is only at that level. If you only respond to the expectations around you, then you lose sight of your own future. That's why he called Kurebayashi down, as the only ones who will protect players are clubs. Kurebayashi thinks for a bit before asking Fukuda about losing composure and what it is that he is most worried about. Fukuda scratches his head and says that it would most likely be an injury. He continues and says that he will say this to everyone there. Please, just don't get injured. He stands up and looks serious as he tells them to polish their intuition as well. The courage to hold back when you sense danger is also important. This is ambiguous advice, but this is all he can say. After that, Kurebayashi speaks up and says that he understands, telling Fukuda that he will follow his instructions and asking what he can even do about it. After that, he starts to smile and says that he also feels a bit relieved. Fukuda then tells him that Gwaruja wants to keep his hands on him and that he wants him back in 2 months at most. That shocks Kurebayashi before he says that he will sleep today, and he then starts to leave before he turns back and asks Fukuda who is playing fullback. Fukuda explains that he hasn't decided that yet, and with that, both he and Kurebayashi leave. But when they have left, we see Akutsu punching his fist into the wall, saying that their conversation was on another level. He explains that he was showcasing flashy technique on the ACL stage on purpose and was called down because of the danger, telling everyone that their conversation was already beyond just going pro and that Kurebayashi is flights of stairs beyond right now. But even then, it all starts here. He doesn't feel like playing second fiddle to him. Kiriki then adds on and says that there's no doubt Kurebayashi returning will reinvigorate the team. The others agree and say that they are looking forward to it, saying that the strongest Esperion will be unshakable. Someone then says that he doesn't know who will be helping the unshakable, but it seems there will be newcomers today, saying that they are replacements from Team B and that they are 4 first years. However, they just say that they will get dropped back down on their first time anyway. After that, we can see Ashito, who is walking into the pitch with full confidence as he loudly and proudly says that they are not going back to the team B. Otomo, on the other hand, looks terrified, while Togashi and Kuroda also look pretty fired up. However, as the regulars on Team A walk into the pitch, they have a whole other vibe and aura to them. Ashito then notices Akutsu straight away and looks at him with locked eyes. We then move more into his brain as he says that they have soft artificial grass, explaining that it's close to the clubhouse and a splendid ground that the senior team also uses. Team A can always practice here. The team is the Premier's back-to-back champions and also the strongest youth team. With all of that in mind, Ashito stops and puts his fist against his head, and he then looks forward with a smile and thinks that it's just as Togashi said, and that he is finally here and is standing on the start line. We then get to the coaches, who speak up and say that they just had a match yesterday. They also have newcomers, so they will be doing light practice. What they will be doing is the OSIM-style rondo. We then learn what it is, and it says that in the OSIM-style rondo, for example, when players A pass to C, player A passes to B. When player B calls out D, B passes to C. Players are free to call out to anyone when passing, but the one who receives the ball must pass it to the one the previous player named. Fukuda then tells them that at first, they will be doing one touch only and also only direct passes. There's one who will play defense, and they will be increasing the difficulty from there. We then see Otomo, who thinks that it's a practice that they often do in Team B as well, wondering if they will adjust for them. However, we then see all of the regular players walking away and leaving the ones from Team B behind. Just then, Taira comes by and tells them that the ones over there are the regulars. They are all super relieved to see him, and Taira smiles and tells them that they will do it with them, Team A's reservers. We then get introduced to them, and we have Matsunaga, Baba, and Osiek, who are all a part of Team A. However, we then see Ashito looking shocked as he spots Yuma, and Yuma just waves at him. Taira then says that there's a shortage in forwards but that Yuma really is something else. Ashito just continues to watch them, and Taira asks him if he wants to join them instead. Ashito tells him that the sooner he sees the extreme difference in level, the better. Otomo can't believe what he just said, and Matsunaga asks him what he just said. However, Taira tells him to calm down and says that Ashito is just passionate. But just then, Kuroda speaks up and says that Ashito seems impatient, even though it's just the first day. Kuroda then starts to look serious as he says that he definitely won't be able to keep up, even with Team A's reserves, and that he will understand immediately. And with that, we get right into it as we see them playing. Togashi looks really worn out already as he then calls out to Taira, but Matsunaga comes in his way and blocks it. Matsunaga asks him why he isn't moving to control the ball, telling Togashi that the point of this practice is to name who's getting the ball next and that he is not looking around him. That's why he is so slow to react. Togashi can't say anything, and we instead move to Otomo, who thinks that the speed of this rondo is way too fast, thinking that they did the same practice in Team B, but this speed is impossible. Rather than ball technique, it's his head that can't keep up, and the ball just arrives before he can even decide on who to call. After that, we get to Togashi, who now is it, and he then spots his prey, who is Ashito. Just then, Matsunaga calls out to Ashito, and Ashito right away starts to look around intensely. While the ball is going to him, Matsunaga thinks that he is a first year, saying that before he starts getting ahead of himself, he needs to show what he can do first, thinking that there is no way that he will be able to keep up at first. We then move into Ashito's brain, who thinks back to what Kuroda said, but he says that this is J-Youth's first team. If he gets evaluated highly here, then he can get a contract and stand on the J-League stage even as a high schooler. That's J-Youth's first team, and not only that, but it would fulfill his dream. He would be able to send money to his mother, and with that in mind, he won't go back to Team B, even if he has to get on his knees, and he will make them acknowledge him. After that, we get back into the game, and we see Ashito acting quickly as he says Baba's name and sends away the ball. After he sends the ball, they just continue to have a really good pace. Rondo and Ashito are pretty much in a flow state. Matsunaga sees this and thinks that he isn't reacting any worse than what they are. And it's not only him, as we also have Yuma, who is looking at it, and he says with a smug face that it looks like Ashito is keeping up. After that, we have a long text, so be ready. But it's about the Osim-style rondo. It says that it's a training method that former Japan national team coach Ivica Osim proactively adopted. A normal rondo is one where players form a circle and pass the ball around. A player has the defensive role of trying to win the ball. There can be multiple as well. The ball is passed so as to not get stolen. This is what a regular rondo consists of, but in a regular rondo, the ball can be passed around to anyone as long as it doesn't get stolen. The ball never getting stolen despite no planning being done is a common occurrence, hence the introduction of the Osim style. Let's explain through a sequence. When the ball holder, this time Otomo, is about to pass the ball, he screams Ashito while passing to Kuroda. He called out Ashito's name since it's the player now designated to Kuroda. Kuroda is out if he passes to anyone else, and Kuroda then must designate another player while he passes to Ashito. With this rule, before the ball approaches, Ashito must grasp where the designated player, Taira, is. On top of that, for Taira's sake, he must find the player who will find it difficult or impossible to win the ball from Taira's position, and then designate the player who Taira is going to pass to. Even if one has good technique or sees the ball well, those alone are insufficient. Seeing those around oneself and thinking, these are all necessary for this training method. After that, we see Aki coming by, and he smiles while telling them to add one more ball, which leaves both Otomo and Togashi completely stunned. Togashi in his head thinks that they can't keep up at this speed at all, and they are still adding another ball. He then looks over at Ashito, but to his surprise, Ashito looks super ready for this. Aki then says that it seems that the newcomers are fairly tired, but that this is the fundamentals, still smiling and saying that learning to adapt is important. He then says that they are also adding one more rule, and that is that they can't do any returns. We then learn what that even is, as the text says that a return is when a player names themselves and the ball is immediately returned to them as a result. We then jump right into it, where we see Matsunaga screaming at Omoto. He says that his decision-making is too slow, saying that it's been stolen from him so many times already, and to stop looking at the ball and to look at the other and the spaces. Otomo, however, is just on the ground, as he thinks that he can't do this. With 2 balls, he doesn't even have time to think, and they just suddenly come to him. We then also have Togashi on the side, who thinks that they keep making mistakes because they're focusing on him and Otomo, and that they are always having to play defense, and trying to win the ball is depleting. But he then realizes that it's just him and Otomo, as he then looks at Kuroda, who looks fired up. Taira then starts the game again and tells the first years not to keel over. We then see Ashito looking around intensely, and we also see Fukuda eyeing him down a bit from the side. Ashito then sends away the pass, and Matsunaga thinks that this curly one and Kuroda are keeping up. Kuroda's already been in Team A before, so he gets it, but even with 2 balls, they are still holding on. We then move back to Ashito, who is locking in like crazy. He thinks that if he doesn't move or think at an insane speed, then he is immediately out. The difference with Team B is huge, as expected, but he then thinks back to his and Akutsu's interaction, and thinks back to when he just joined youth, who Akutsu said those words to, is different now, and now he just has to do it, especially now that he has been promoted to Team A. Matsunaga then calls out to Togashi and passes Ashito. Aki from the side sees that he made a lob pass to Ashito. We then move into Matsunaga's brain, who says that this is on purpose, as he wonders just how he will react to this, and we then see the craziest thing ever as Ashito jumps up into the air. Then, while in the air, he looks around. He spots Togashi, who has been designated, but who can he then designate so that the ball doesn't get stolen? After looking around, he looks into Matsunaga's eyes and calls out his name while passing. Togashi and everyone there are just stunned. Togashi then tries to jump up and grab it, but he just misses. Ashito then falls onto the ground and is furious. He says that even though he saw where he should pass it, it's his technique that couldn't keep up. He then tells them that there is nothing to do about it and that he is playing defense, but he then realizes how silent it is, and he looks up to see everyone staring right at him. He asks them what's up and tells them to just hurry up and continue, but even when saying that, they are still just looking right at him, confused. We then see Miyako from the side and also Anri, who calls out to her. Anri asks her if she came to watch their youth team. Miyako explains that practice ended early today, so she came here for a bit. Anri tells her, however, that this is Team A and that Tachibana isn't here. Miyako, however, says that she is also a football player and that she is curious about Ashito. While they are talking, someone calls out to Anri and says that she came at a good time. It's none other than Funabashi, who says that the curly first year is moving well and asks if it isn't Ashito, and Miyako and Anri are just super shocked to see him there. Just then, we move back to Fukuda, calling out to Kuroda and Ashito. He tells them to join the regulars for a bit, and we then see Ashito and Akutsu looking right at each other. We then move back to Funabashi, who says that Ashito is joining the regulars and that this will be worth watching. Anri, who can't believe her eyes, asks him why he is here, saying that everyone over there came to see him today. Funabashi tells her that she sure loves lecturing people. Anri then says that he just came back from Vietnam and asks her if he got some sleep properly, and he tells her that he did, but that they should leave that aside and just watch. We then see Kuroda going to Ashito and telling him that Fukuda is fickle and that he is probably testing them, but that this is their chance. It's just passing practice, but they don't know how they are being evaluated. Ashito is fired up and says that he is right and to give it a shot. We then see Fukuda, who says that they should let them try it out without any penalties, which means that even if they miss, they won't switch to defense, and Kiriki says, alright, and with that, they are starting. However, it doesn't take long before we see both Ashito and Kuroda looking completely out of breath. Kuroda tries to send the ball away, but he gets blocked by Kiriki and he falls to the ground. Kiriki right away tells Kuroda to get the ball. Kuroda just looks at him, shocked, and that makes Kiriki a bit annoyed as he once again tells him to get the ball. With that, they are once again going at it. And we get into Ashito's brain as he wonders just what this insane speed is, saying that whether it's a light or strong pass, everyone can send either of them in an instant with their ball technique. And where they're sending passes, the way they send them is insane. Normally, a pass would go here. Neither a normal course nor rhythm exists for them, and their very idea of a pass is completely different. They just keep sending it. Ashito thinks that he can't keep up with the flow of their passes and that he can't read the flow at all. The ball then goes to Ashito, and he loses it and right away gets super mad. Someone called Yamada then looked at him, and Ashito got extremely worried, but he then called out to Akutsu and asked him if he was off today. Akutsu looks to be super confused as well, but Yamada tells him to switch to defense and that he is not concentrating no matter how you look at it, and he asks him if something happened. But we then see what it is about as we see him staring right at Kurebayashi, who stares back at him. After a while of getting ready, they start again, and Ashito tells himself over and over again not to lose and that this is his chance. But as it is in full action, it really goes quickly, and both Ashito and Kuroda seem a bit lost. But the ball then goes to Ashito. He looks at the ball, which is coming. He thinks that Shimura was designated, and that he needs to pass from there in one touch, wondering from Shimura's position which player would be the best for him to pass to. But right as he finds Yuma and is about to pass, Akutsu is suddenly right by him and blocks the ball, which sends Ashito down towards the ground. While Ashito is still on the ground, Kiriki speaks up and calls out to Fukuda, telling him that this is hardly practice with the 2 first years here and telling him to please let them go back, which shocks them. However, after that, both of them slowly walk back with their heads hanging down as they come back. Otomo tells them good job and that it can't be helped since it's not going to go well, the first time anyway. Aki right then tells them that they can go and wash their faces, and they then just leave to do so, or Ashito at least, as Kuroda is left with the others, and he looks super mad as he says that they didn't see him, not even once, which truly is heartbreaking. We then move back to Ashito, who has watched his face, and he then clenches his fist as he thinks back to the regulars, but he then suddenly gets a huge smile as he calls it amazing, and starts to look super hyped up. After that we see Togashi, Otomo, and Kuroda all being super exhausted and mad over the training today. We get into Togashi's brain as he says that he was treated like a child to the end, but while he is in his thoughts, he can hear someone saying that Team A is amazing. He looks over and sees Ashito with a huge smile as he says that they really are. The others are super confused and ask him why he is smiling, and Ashito doesn't even realize that himself as he asks them if he really is smiling. Just then, however, Matsunaga comes by and says that it's the first time he has even seen a newcomer smiling on the first day. He continues and says that even if it was temporary, he was called to join the regulars and calls it awesome. Ashito just looks shocked at him before Matsunaga asks them if they are free today, and Taira adds on that they will treat them to dinner. After that, they head over to the restaurant, and we see everyone digging into their delicious foods. We then see the shopkeeper, who is called Hino, and she says that she has been a long-time Esperion supporter and that all the youth kids are like her own children. We then see Ashito, who is eating. Someone then says that Togashi, who didn't come despite getting invited, the voracious Ashito, Otomo, who's worrying while eating, Kuroda, who is hardly eating, and the shameless Yuma. It's Taira who tells them that the first years this year sure have distinct personalities. Otomo then says that he isn't one to feel down, but he is not feeling motivated to do the same practice tomorrow. After that, Osiek speaks up and says that in the 3rd year, it's Yoshitune and Yamada. For them, in the 2nd year, it's Kiriki and Takasugi. There are 4 players in Esperion who get invited as U18 representatives. Ashito obviously hears that and gets super excited as he flies up and says that there are 4 on the national team. Otomo then asks him why he is so happy, saying that it's nearly impossible to stand out in the team. With that array of national class players, Ashito asks him what he is saying, as he explains that they can play football with those guys close by, telling him that they might be able to see something even in tomorrow's practice, ending it by saying that he is so excited. Matsunaga just laughs as he tells Ashito that he likes him and that it's as expected of a selection passer, saying that he was also scouted and came from elsewhere, so they have an affinity. After that, Taira speaks up and says that he isn't a selection passer, but that Akutsu seems to also be a national team candidate, and that's what the coach said, saying that even though he's the only selection passer in their year, he's something else. Ashito then is silent before saying that it's unexpected, saying that everyone praises Kurebayashi and that he thought that he would also be a representative. Everyone looks at him weirdly, but Ashito says that they didn't mention him just now and they just call Ashito a funny guy. Ashito looks around clueless before Yuma tells him that Kurebayashi moved up to the under-20 team, which shocks him. Just then, Kurebayashi comes into the restaurant. All of them look at him, and he calls out to everyone right away. After that, he explains that Henri's been lecturing him and calming him along. When he tried to go home, she asked him if he hadn't eaten yet. Henri then says that Kurebayashi's unbalanced diet is well known, and that she can't feel relieved unless she sees him eat properly. Miyako then says that she should head home, but Miyako says that it's fine, saying that since she is a footballer, she might learn something from Kurebayashi. As Kurebayashi goes towards them, Matsunaga goes to him, and he has a weird aura around him, but he then explains that someone asked for 10 autographs from him, which is kind of funny. After that, we see Hino, who says that Kurebayashi came. While everyone is just rushing to him, we have Ashito on the side, who can just look at him in pure amazement. Miyako sees this and calls out to Ashito. She asks him why he doesn't try talking to Funabashi and if there isn't something that he would like to ask him. Ashito is silent before saying that everyone keeps saying how amazing he is, so he wondered what he was like, but he's completely normal, and he looks like a nice person. Yuma overhears that and says that he's nice, and he never puts on airs in front of anyone, but if you talk with him for a bit, you will see that he is scary, and hearing that shocks Ashito a bit, and also Miyako. Just then, however, Funabashi goes to him and says that he watched his practice today. Ashito is super surprised that he knows his name. Funabashi smiles and says that he was the only one. For Kuroda and the rest, it seems practice ended for them while remaining confused, but Ashito looked like he was trying to figure out where to pass. It felt like it was only his technique that couldn't keep up, and everyone is super shocked by that, before Funabashi also asks Ashito if he can sit right next to him, which is super cool. Funabashi then sits down and says that about fullbacks, the complete player doesn't exist in the world yet. However, he looks Ashito dead in his eyes and says that if it's him, then he can do it, and that leaves everyone shocked. Ashito then asks him what complete means, but Funabashi doesn't answer, as he instead looks at the menu and completely ignores Ashito. Just then, we learn that it wasn't the menu but one of Hana's spreadsheets, and he asks Hino if she can make something close to this. Matsunaga asks if it's from his girlfriend, but he says no, and that he is getting help managing his diet, and that this was handed to the club. Matsunaga then tries to talk with him, but he also gets ignored as Funabashi calls out to Taira. He says that about the Premier League, are they really stronger than last year, the high school teams? We then head over to Miyako on the side, who thinks that it's like she also thought about it when she saw him at the practice grounds, but his tempo in conversations is odd. He suddenly ignores both Ashito and Matsunaga. We then, funnily enough, see Ashito still trying to think about what complete actually means, and he says that it's stuck in his mind now. Taira then says that high school teams and J-Youth are often compared, but J-Youth teams are significantly better nationally. It's the same in the Premier League. Among the 10 teams, most are J-Youth. This year, only 3 high schools remain. The scouting budget and range are completely different after all. But despite that, high schools are truly incredible when they are strong. The top of the table, Funabashi, is still undefeated. Their next opponent, Kashiwa, is also in 5th. But it's Aomori, after all, that is super strong as well. Anri then joins in the conversation, as she says that Aomori was their first match and they won, but Osiek says that it's because their goalkeeper got sent off. Matsunaga says that it would have been dangerous if it hadn't happened. Funabashi asks what happened, and they say that Yoshitune got tangled up. Taira then says that it's Makimura who is the goalkeeper, and it looks like Funabashi knows extremely well who that is as he waits up a bit. While they are talking, we can see Ashito on the side just stressing. Miyako asks him if he shouldn't ask him something, but he says that he doesn't know what he should ask. However, Miyako then notices that she is getting a ton of angry stares from Anri towards her, and she is super shocked, but it's because she is close with Ashito. Just then, Ashito screams out, asking how he improves. Funabashi looks at him before asking him that when he was a kid, what was it that he liked the most? Ashito is confused, but Funabashi continues and asks if he had a favorite player or something that he was obsessed with. Ashito tells him that he was obsessed with scoring goals, and Funabashi then smiles and tells him that it's good. However, his thoughts about it should be centered on that ability. Everything is for him to become the complete fullback. After that, he just casually goes back to eating, leaving Ashito more confused than ever. After a while, Yuma speaks up and asks Funabashi if he didn't want to keep playing in the J1 League. Funabashi tells him that it's not like he is the one who decides that. Yuma then looks smug and says that if they had a satellite team or an under-23 team, then he could play in J3, but they don't have that. Anri adds on that it's true that overseas clubs often have satellite teams, and they have Team B or C teams that play in their own years. Yuma then asks Funabashi if he were born overseas. He wouldn't have to go back to playing in youth, and Anri then asks him what he is saying. But Funabashi just looks at him with a creepy facial expression. After that, he asks Yuma if he wants him to say that it would have been better if he had been born overseas, and Yuma says that it is. Anyway, after that, Yuma and Anri start to argue with each other, and Yuma tells her that he was just trying to joke around. Just then, Miyako gets up and says that Funabayashi's glass is empty and that she can pour him another one. But while she goes to do it, Funabashi slams his hands on the table, making her spill the water can. However, Funabashi manages to just catch at least some of it in time. Miyako right away apologizes, but Funabashi just says that if he were born overseas, the food would hardly suit him to the extent that maybe he wouldn't be able to play football, and after that, he just lets out an awkward laugh. Everyone else is just silent as they look at him and call him scary. However, one person isn't looking at him, and is instead playing with his glass, and that's Ashito. Ashito thinks back to how Funabashi caught the water can, and after that, he looks totally immersed in his thoughts as he says that it's vision, telling Funabashi that it is the vision that he was talking about earlier, telling Funabashi that he now understands what he was talking about. After that, we cut to them leaving the restaurant, and Otomo tells Ashito that the way he spoke was peculiar or weird, saying that he was the only one who could talk properly with him. Ashito then thinks back to him telling Funabashi that it was a vision, and he says that it seemed that hearing that made Funabashi happy. But just then, Henri asks him if he was truly able to understand him. Ashito just thinks, and Otomo then says that Funabashi said something about being completely right, and asks Ashito if he got that. Ashito tells them that there's no fullback in the world who can do everything, both attack and defend on the pitch. Yuma then comes by and further explains it a bit as he says that a specialist in both offense and defense hasn't existed historically yet, which is what Funabashi meant, saying that the world has seen super offensive fullbacks and defensive specialists as well, but a complete player in both offense and defense doesn't exist. Yuma smirks as he tells Ashito that this is what Funabashi is looking for. Ashito screams that he is right, and Otomo asks him how he was able to understand that, and Osiek tells him he has always been good at being Funabayashi's interpreter. After that, Yuma gets really close to Ashito and whispers into his ear, telling him that he is what Funabashi is looking for, telling him that he might be able to do it with his vision, and that gets Ashito super ready. We then move back to Otomo, who says that Esperion's greatest masterpiece sure is bad with words. Taira says that words just can't keep up with his thoughts, and that it has always been like that. He then looks over to Miyako and asks if she was freaked out too. Miyako apologizes but says that he's an incredible player, but it was like he wasn't even there. Even when he was talking, he seemed to be gazing afar. Taira explains that he's not a bad person, but that he leaves his entire being on the pitch, and that looks to be catching Ashito's attention. Matsunaga says that Funabashi is extreme, and that he has no interest in anything but football, and that he loves football to that extent. Taira agrees with Matsunaga and says that he's the best, and that it hasn't changed since the past. We then see Ashito, who thinks back to Funabashi telling him that his thoughts should be centered around that ability of his, and he looks extremely determined. With that, we get to 10 days later. We see Daigo being super mad as he screams that it has been 10 days since they got Funabashi back, but that Coach Guaruja still hasn't let him practice with the youth team. Aki says that in exchange for letting him participate in youth matches, he must at least take part in the senior team's practice, it seems. Mamoru says that it sounds nice when he puts it that way for sure. After some more arguing about that, Fukuda gets up and tells them that they have no choice. He says that he will have to think of another plan in case they can't play Funabashi. After that, we move to the players, where we see all of the Team B players out of breath, and Kuroda falls to the ground. While he is on the ground, Takasugi comes by and asks him if he wants to go back to Team B, but Kuroda doesn't answer. We then see Daigo again, who says that they've been desperately working hard these 10 days, but they've hardly shown any improvements. They're hard to watch even in minigames. After that, we move to Ashito, and we see Akutsu pumping into him. He looks back at Ashito, super mad, and asks him when he's getting dropped, and calls it irritating. Ashito, however, just looks at him before thinking about what Funabashi had told him earlier. After that, he thinks that Funabashi was exactly right, saying that he can see them, the places on the field. He continues as he says that in the 10 days he has practiced with Team A, he has always been able to see them. If he can just get used to the passing speed, then he should be able to do it, but they're way too fast. He thought that he was able to get used to them with some guts, but he can't keep up with his technique. He starts to look worried and says that he can't suddenly bridge the gap in technique. Because of that, he tries to use his center on vision, and he starts doing it. However, it's like how he thought, as just having that isn't enough. And Ashito should have asked for more concrete advice. Ashito then continues to be in his own head before someone calls out to him and says that it's coming. We then see the ball in front of him, and also Kiriki by his side. While they are battling for the ball, he wonders if it is only about having a wide vision. But is it really about vision? And he thinks that he is getting shackled by just one good player's view and tells himself to observe. However, as he tries to do that, we see Kiriki getting behind him, and Taira from the side screams at him to cover the goal. But sadly it's way too late as the ball has gone to Akutsu, who passes it to Yoshitune, who then manages to score. But even then, it looks like something massive clicked for Ashito. He thinks about the Esperion football that has been drilled to them since they entered Esperion. But with their speed, it's like they're not even thinking anymore. And there he hits it right on the nail. But just then, Fukuda screams out and tells them to stop, and that their passes are getting slightly duller. He tells them to form a circle, and that they will do a light Osum-style rondo for the last, and then end today. We then see Daigo, who tells Fukuda to have the first 4 years join Taira's group. But just then, Ashito goes right to Fukuda. He calls him old man, and tells him that he knows that it's unreasonable, but he still asks him if he can allow Ashito to join the regulars once more for the rondo, even saying that he will keep playing defense and begging Fukuda. Fukuda, however, tells him that they can't give him any special treatment. Daigo agrees and says that he has no room to say that all of a sudden either, but Ashito still looks determined, so Fukuda asks him if he can drop him to Team B if he holds them back, and we can even see Daigo, who is shocked, but Ashito screams without hesitation that it's fine. We then get to Kiriki, who asks why a newcomer is here again. Yuma tells him that it's fine and that Ashito will keep playing defense either way. Shimura, however, tells him that if the defense is poor, then it will hardly be practice. With that, Ashito takes a deep breath and Yoshitune throws the ball onto the ground and then it's on. We see the players going ham and also Fukuda watching this closely. Ashito then closes his eyes, and as Kiriki then sends away the pass, Ashito manages to actually do the unbelievable as he manages to touch it and stop it. Everyone around him can't believe their eyes. Yuma, however, compliments him, and Akutsu screams at Kiriki, asking him what he is doing. Kiriki just takes a deep breath as he stares closely at Ashito, and with that, Ashito screams at them to go one more time. However, sadly, after that, we see Ashito not being able to keep up at all. Yoshitune tells him that his interception at first was great, but that he has been doing badly since. We also see Daigo from the side, who asks if it was just luck. Meanwhile, Akutsu screams at Ashito to stop resting, and that they have practice going on. After that, they continue with it again, and Aki is looking over as he says that he isn't able to keep up at all, but that he is able to react splendidly fast from time to time. We then see Fukuda, who explains that he is trying something. He continues and says that he was ready to drop him to B if he was just thoughtlessly jumping in there with just guts, but if he's trying to tackle it with a clear goal in mind, then they have to let him ascertain it. With that, we move to Ashito, who tells himself to put it into words and also put plays in words, continuing and explaining that since they joined Esperion, they were always taught that if they put plays they do in words, then they can make it theirs. He was also able to improve rapidly through it. However, he has not realized that Team A is thinking on a different level. They aren't thinking at this speed, and there's no way their thoughts can keep up with this. Even before technique and such, their people are doing that first. They're thinking, but not thinking. He says that he can't explain it well, but he then thinks back to Hana telling him to think, and if he does so, then he will be able to do many things even without thinking anymore, and then finally, he will be able to truly make it his. With that in mind, he knows that Team A is already past the stage of thinking, and they are already making it theirs. Before they even have to think with their minds, their bodies are already moving on their own. Lastly, we have Hana telling him good luck, and that man is a thinking reed, and with all of that combined, Ashito knows that he must trust his instincts. With that, we get back to the game where Kiriki is about to pass the ball, but just then, Ashito comes by and tackles the ball away, right from him, making it fly into the air. Even Kuroda, Otomo, and Togashi see this, and they can't believe it at all. We also have Fukuda from the bench, who tells him, "Good job, and this is the next step." We then move on to after, where we see Ashito basically draining himself in water. He says that he trusted his intuition and kept jumping in, but he couldn't do it 9 out of 10 times. It's hardly worth mentioning, he still gets unnecessary thoughts. He looks mad and says that there were many times his gut was wrong too, wondering if he can really stay in Team A at this rate, and if he really is in trouble. Just then, he sees the regulars walking by him, but just then, he hears his name being called out. It's Kiriki, who asks him if he said it right, and Ashito tells him that he did. After that, Kiriki walks away, telling him that it's a weird name. After they have left, Otomo comes running, asking him how long he is going to keep washing up and telling him that he did something. Ashito is super confused, but we later see that he made it into the subs for the next game, which is super insane. So we start off seeing the Esperion B team going crazy, as they end up winning a match against the Takuzan affiliate high school, with the scores being 4-0, which is wild. We also see Anri, Ashito, and Otomo celebrating from the side. Ashito screams out to Tachibana and tells him that they are super strong, and Tachibana sees them and goes rushing towards them. He tells Ashito that they don't want anyone saying that they got weaker without them, explaining that everyone's working hard and that Team B is in top form. Both Ashito and Otomo say that they understand. Tachibana then tells them that they work hard as well, especially Ashito, asking if he isn't on the bench for the Premier League right now, and Ashito, with a huge smile, says that he is. Asari says that there's no way that he will get subbed in, and that it's not that easy. We then see Takashima, who adds on that the Premier League is the top competition in Japanese under-18 football, and that he thinks that there's plenty to gain even by just watching from the bench. Asari, however, tells him that the possibility of him playing is still not non-existent if he is on the bench, telling Ashito to be sure to prepare properly, and Ashito just smiles as he agrees. With that, we get to the time of the match, and we see a bunch of people coming. We then move into Ashito's brain, as he thinks that it's called the Premier League, so he thought that there would be more atmosphere. But excluding their cheer group and guardians, there aren't any spectators, continuing as he thinks that there might be many journalists, as they are here to watch Funabashi, and that makes him look annoyed. Ashito thinks that when people hear the highest level of Japanese under-18 football, what immediately comes to mind is probably the All-Japan High School Soccer Tournament in winter. It is customarily aired live on New Year's Day, so it gets a high degree of attention, but it's a national tournament that determines the best high school football team in the country. So of course, youth teams cannot participate in it. The true competition that determines the best U18 Japanese team, where high schools and youth teams spend a year competing with each other, is the Takamadonomiya Premier League. We then get back and see that the Kashiwa Business High School has a ton of spectators. Ashito keeps on watching them, and Yuma says that even Ashito knows about them, saying that, well, everyone who plays football has at least heard of them. Yuma is tying his shoes while saying that they are pretty famous, with 1 Senshuken championship, 3 Inter-High championships, and 2 runner-ups, with over 200 members as well. They're one of the country's powerhouse teams. Ashito is then silent before saying that, to be honest, even in Team B, there were so many supports that came to watch their high school team's matches, and that it gets you nervous. After that, Ashito looks over at the Kashiwa players, and they all look serious. Ashito thinks that this is his first time seeing them, but the atmosphere around their starters is bizarre, and Ashito wonders if it is pressure. One of the players then looks at Ashito intensely, but just then, Otomo comes and grabs Ashito by his shirt and says that it's scary. Ashito then looks at their own players and thinks that they aren't worried at all, and thinks that they are so cool. Otomo then tells Yuma that at any rate, he is amazing, and that he is a starter in the Premier as a first year. But after that, it's done with the fun stuff, as it is time for kickoff as the match begins. And so does the crowd as they get active right away. We see Ashito watching this game super close by. We see Yoshitune who has the ball, and he tries to dribble around a player, but the player manages to kick away the ball. It's going to Matsunaga, but sadly Kashiwa gets to it first, and they try to pass it forward. But luckily, Akutsu was there to kick away the ball, and that sure gets the crowd hyped. We then see Ashito once again, who this time looks to be almost out of breath, just like Otomo also looks to be. Osiek then asks Ashito what's up and asks him if he is surprised. Ashito then just starts to smile as he thinks that watching it up close, he can see it clearly. The game speed is amazingly fast, and that Premier League level is incredible. Osiek explains that it's just why it is the Premier League, as it's a weekly national tournament. Ashito then looks at the players from Kashiwa, and he thinks that the most amazing thing is how Kashiwa can properly compete with their team. Just then, the Kashiwa's player's aura starts to go wild. This sends chills right to Ashito as he thinks that he can feel it from the bench and that Kashiwa's weird, strange pressure has come out, and he wonders what it is. After that, we see Kashiwa getting the ball from Kiriki. One of their players screams that they intercepted it at a good spot, and the crowd screams at him to go. We then see the Kashiwa players zooming up on the field, and Ashito explains that Kashiwa is wrapped by a black fire-like pressure and that he sees this is nothing else than bloodlust. We also see Anri, who says the same thing, explaining that among 200 members, even are selected to play, the law of survival of the fittest. The competition is different from their youth. Kaneko on the side says that it's a definite challenge for the players of powerhouse schools to succeed in an environment where they are compelled to compete for 3 years. Henri continues and says that the 11 who are ultimately selected carry a different burden in comparison to youth. It's a fierce pressure that permeates the field, and they are fighting against this. Kaneko adds that it's an unavoidable challenge in the Premier League. After that, she says that leaving that aside, she came because it's Ashito's first Premier game despite being on the bench. But why is Funabashi on the bench as well? But with that out of the way, we move back to Ashito, who looks to be completely immersed in the game, but we then, out of nowhere, get back to Funabashi, who is on the bench. We then see the spectators wondering why he isn't a starter and that there's no point in coming here if he isn't playing. We see other fans wondering if he is in poor form or if he is injured, but Funabashi himself just looks right towards the game. We then see the Kashiwa business high manager, who is called Sugiura Juji. One of the players goes by and asks if they are getting underestimated, saying that they bothered calling back someone who has played in the ACL and they're not using him, explaining that Esperion is taking it too easy. Someone else tells him to stop it, but he says that he is okay getting looked down on, but if they're going to disrespect Coach Sugiura. Just then, Sugiura speaks up and asks the player, who we learn is called Mochizuki, what he always says, telling him to pay respects to the opposing team, and that before football, be strong persons and not get heated over worthless things. Mochizuki then says yes. We then see the coach, Sugiura, is doing some sort of signal to the players, and he then says that however he wants them to play Funabashi, explaining that he wants them to compete against youth football's greatest masterpiece, and that it can only happen on this Premier League stage. We then get over to the Esperion side, and we see Funabashi going to Ashito and Osiek, and he says that it truly has a special atmosphere, high school football. Ashito looks at him, and Funabashi continues and says that all those people are completely unified under one coach, and that it's based on a foundational unit prior to football. Looking super coldly as he explains that the military, this is not that extreme, but it's similar. This can only be found in high school football, as once he moves on from here, he will never see a sight like this again. Ashito asks him if it is really that special, and Osiek says that it's only in Japan too, continuing and saying that there are 200 people in one team, so their coach is also amazing. Coach Sugiura is one of the 5 great coaches of high school football. Prior to his appointment to Kashiwa, he'd won 2 Senshuken and 2 Inter-High trophies. He's also known for his strictness. His players need to be upstanding, but with his charisma and trophies, it's no surprise he can lead a powerhouse school with 200 people. We then have a random called Nagano, who adds on that he's without a doubt a great coach. Ashito just looks at him a bit in shock, before looking back at the game and saying that they are truly amazing. He has felt Kashiwa's pressure since the match started. They try to win every loose ball, and the tenacious football is his favorite kind of football after all. For them to be able to play evenly with their team is amazing, or that is what he is about to say, but Funabashi cuts him off and explains that it's not even. Osiek even agrees. Meanwhile, Ashito is just left looking pretty clueless. After that, we see one of the Kashiwa players going to the goal, but he has Akutsu in front of him. Akutsu signals to Matsunaga to come to the left, and he then does just that, which seems to be working perfectly. We then see the goalkeeper Akiyama telling Yamada to keep him there, and with that we see both of the Kashiwa players visibly struggling. We get into one of their heads, as he wonders if they are football cyborgs, and that they've made no mistakes at all so far, thinking that every single one of them is never too far or too close. They're playing a perfect zonal defense. With that, we get back to the coach who thinks that they have dominated possession, but the truth is likely that they are just letting them have it. We then see Matsunaga stealing away the ball and passing it to Kiriki, who passes it high up all the way to Yuma. Ashito is super happy by that, as he says that they broke through at a nice spot and tells Yuma to go. We also see Fukuda, who tells them to move the line up, and as he says that all of the players starts to sprint. However, we do see Taira looking a bit concerning as he runs. We then get into once again one of the Kashiwa players' heads, as he thinks that they're also cyborgs in transition from defense to attack, and that they moved all at once. With that, we move on to yet another Kashiwa player's head, as he thinks that this is their chance. He says that Esperion moved so far up, and that one of their center-backs is all the way here. He screams at the team to win the ball somehow and then send it to him, and that Esperion's goal is wide open. We then get back to Yuma, who misses the goal, and the ball goes to the previous Kashiwa players I mentioned, but just then, we see all of the Esperion players sprinting back in full force. Still, someone passes the ball to someone called Inara and tells him to go. Inara gets the ball, and Ashito from the bench says that Inara, the forward, has been a good dribbler since the match started, and that it will be one-on-one if he beats. Well, who is that he is going to beat if not Shimura? And in his head, Inara tells Shimura to come at him. He thinks that once he comes at him, he will make a turn at the opening and beat him on the right, and that he can do it with his speed. But surprisingly, Shimura is just watching awkwardly at Inara, and that's why he has spotted Akutsu coming from behind. We then get to Akutsu, who in his head tells Shimura not to get baited and to buy them time even if he has to drop back. Moving back to Inara, who still is in pure shock that Shimura isn't moving, and Ashito thinks that he hesitated, not only him, as the crowd screams at Inara asking what he is doing and that he needs to take him on. Just then, one of his teammates calls out to him, and Inara thinks that he can't advance so he should pass the ball. But as he looks back, he sees a scary Akutsu coming right at him. Akutsu bumps into him, which makes Inara fall to the ground, and Akutsu then kicks away the ball. We see Ashito looking super shocked. Meanwhile, everyone else praises Akutsu, obviously not Inara though, who wonders if Akutsu wasn't just way up and thinks about how he could have made it back already. We then move towards the GOAT Ashito, who has a bright and huge smile as he thinks that from the midfield down, everyone's already back, and he calls it amazing, explaining that even against a powerhouse school, the team dominating the match is Esperion. But suddenly we see the players looking confused, and also Fukuda. We then move to Anri, who says that Taira is in pain, which we can clearly see as he is on the ground, and Ashito also notices it right away and gets up. We see Nagano wondering if Taira is alright, and Osiek adds in that maybe he re-injured the same place. Under them, we have Ashito, who just thinks that Taira is playing at left back. We then see Taira struggling a lot, but someone says that he's giving the okay and that he might be able to keep going, but Fukuda just looks right at them without saying anything. We then get to Inara and Akutsu, who are both looking at Taira. Suddenly, Akutsu speaks up and says that, like always, the bloodlust high school shows against youth teams are especially high. He continues and asks Inara if he is fired up, and if he thinks that he will suddenly improve with it, ending it by telling him that he sure doesn't get it. And we can then see that Inara is getting mad by that as he clenches his whole face. But just then, he remembers their coach telling them that before football, they need to be strong persons. With that in mind, Inara instead tells Akutsu that they are all strong, really strong even, saying that it's no goals so far, but they have had all the scoring chances. The usual youth team is lax, but their team is different. He begins to run away as he ends it by telling Akutsu that they are more like them, from the look in their eyes. Akutsu is just left thinking to himself that he can't get provoked with just that, but after that it seems like the game is back on as they get back to playing. After a while, the first half is done, and it's 0-0 in goals. We see the Esperion players walking back, and Fukuda goes to Taira, who is almost unable to walk at this point. Ashito, who is holding a water bottle, also sees this. The crowd explains that it looks like Taira won't be able to continue, and if they make a sub at the start of the second half, some other people wonder if finally Funabashi might get played. As most of the players have walked away, Akutsu goes by Ashito and tells him that he isn't thinking that he can possibly get subbed in right. He looks at Akutsu, who is drinking water, and tells him that if he can, then he wants to. Akutsu tells him that he doesn't even know his place, and that he really doesn't get how someone like him is even on the bench. Akutsu then starts to walk back, but Ashito calls out to him. He asks him how he does it, attacking and defending. Akutsu is super confused as he asks him what he means with an annoyed tone. Ashito, however, tells him that with his partner Shimura, they are never in danger and that everyone could move up without worry. On top of that, Akutsu participates in attacks a lot. He keeps moving up over and over, but it never feels like the goal is vulnerable, telling him that he is definitely back in front of the goal if there's a real threat. Akutsu starts to look annoyed. Meanwhile, Ashito tells him that it's really amazing. But just then, Akutsu throws his water bottle right at Ashito, splashing a ton of water on him. Akutsu then starts to walk off, as he calls it disgusting, and says that he is hopeless, even if he can tell him, and Ashito is just super lost after this. We then see Shimizu asking Ashito what he is doing, and that the subs have to go to the locker room and telling him to hurry. But we then learn that Ashito's brain is just overheating, as he says that he is sure that it was the first time he could properly talk to Akutsu, and that he is completely exhausted. With that, we move to Fukuda, who is thinking hard, and Daigo tells him that it has to be Funabashi, telling Fukuda that there is no reason not to play him. Aki also joins in and says that he agrees, and that it's too early for Ashito. The next choices are Shimizu and Nagano though. Fukuda, however, tells them that in the current match situation, Kiyomizu and Nagano at fullback aren't suited for it. They need to immediately attack when they get the ball, and they need firepower and pace, ending it by saying that those two are clearly defensive players. With that, Aki tells him that if so, one choice is Funabashi, and that they will go with 3 center-backs with Funabashi at cam. After that, Fukuda says, alright, and that it is Funabashi, then explaining that they will play him, but that it's a bit earlier than when he planned to sub him in, but that it can't be helped. Daigo asks him why he is saying that it can't be helped, and asks him what he called him back for. Fukuda tells him that if it's to win only, then he could have played as a starter. However, Funabashi was away from the team for 4 months, but it won't affect him, and they will definitely win if he plays. But he wonders if they play him, who hasn't practiced with the team. Will it help the team, or will it help him either? Fukuda looks serious as he says that in youth, one must think of growth over winning, and so he thought he'd play him for 15 minutes at the end, so his game sense doesn't dull. But who would have thought that he can't even join a single one of their practices? We then spot Kuroda and Togashi, as well as Anri, listening in on this conversation. Fukuda then continues and says that what's even more regrettable is how they don't have anyone on the bench that would let them keep Funabashi on the reserve, saying that this is due to the gap between the starters and the bench. They wanted to raise their standards in case of accidents, but the current Esperion can't do that. Daigo adds on that the first years are especially regrettable. Fukuda says that it's Kuroda, Togashi, and Otomo, and that he thought that they would do better, and that seems to hurt both Kuroda and Togashi a lot. After that, Otomo comes by and asks them what is going on, as he hasn't heard any of it. After that, we get to Ashito, who is in the locker room. He thinks that the mood in the locker room is also completely different from the team. They haven't scored, but everyone is calm, and they're also calmly analyzing the match so far. But there's also a stinging atmosphere concealed underneath, and he says that it's crushingly strong. Ashito then closes his eyes as he thinks that he wants to play. He wants to taste that pressure on the pitch. We then get to Aki, who asks Fukuda if he is still undecided. Fukuda just takes a deep breath and says that he gets it, and that they will play Funabashi. He then opens the door and apologizes for being a bit late, but says that they are making a sub. But just then, as he says that, something shocks him, as when he looks at the room, he can only see Ashito sitting on the benches. After that, everyone else pops up, but Fukuda is still in shock. Ashito then opens his eyes and looks at him. With that, Fukuda smiles and calls out to Ashito and says that he is playing, which leaves Ashito super shocked. We then get over to seeing the player walk out, and Otomo and Kaneko scream out to Ashito. Otomo says that he's amazing, and that he's the next first year to stand on the premiere stage after Yuma. Kaneko also screams out, asking to let her write a nice article. But we then move on to both Togashi and Kuroda, who is still looking down, and Anri sees this very well. Anyway, after that we move over to Ashito, who looks super nervous. He explains that his heart is pumping way harder, and who would have actually thought that he would get subbed in. He then looks over at the Kashiwa team, who are huddling up, and that gets him even more nervous. But just then, Yuma comes and slaps him on his back, telling him that he is finally coming in. Yoshitune also adds in, saying that Ashito is really at fullback, and Shimura tells him not to move up when he comes in for now. After that, Shimura looks smug as he asks Akutsu if he isn't in a position he instructs right, but Akutsu is just silent. Shimura then asks Ashito if he can cover, and Ashito tells him that he can. With that in mind, Shimura tells him that their only demand is that he doesn't let any crosses in. Ashito is silent before asking if he doesn't have to attack, as, after all, they have no goals. Just then, Kiriki comes by and tells him to not do anything unnecessary. Ashito once again looks lost, but Kiriki tells him that they learned what their opponents want to do in the first half and that they discussed it in the locker room, telling Ashito that it's fine and that they will score goals, which actually sounds so cool. And with that, the kickoff starts. We right away get back to Ashito, who thinks that he was told not to do anything unnecessary, but that he doesn't know when he will be able to play again. He thinks that up until now, he has made the most of every chance he got, and that he can't get cold feet even if this is premiere, telling himself that he needs to get used to this game speed, and that it all starts here. Just then, he sees a ton of the Kashiwa players rushing towards him, but just then, Akutsu comes from their side. The Kashiwa player, and Akutsu fights for the ball before Akutsu wins, and passes it up on the field to Kiriki. Kiriki, however, has a ton of players before him. He thinks that Kashiwa tries to win the ball back once the ball holder crosses the center line, explaining that he was just observing in the first half, but if it's based on the center line, then he can attack now, which is exactly what he does, as he brings out a monster dribble and gets behind two of the Kashiwa players. One of them is clearly annoyed as he thinks that even though he could corner him in the first half, he is useless now. Kiriki still has the ball, and Takasugi really wants the ball, so he signals to Kiriki. However, just then a Kashiwa player goes to block him, but that leaves Yoshitune pretty free, and Kiriki sees this and tries to pass him, but just then a Kashiwa player comes in his way and clears away the ball, and the crowd is also super happy by that. Kiriki then is a bit annoyed as he says that he needs to be faster, telling himself that his pass was half a step late and mumbling it over and over again, which leaves the Kashiwa player super confused. We then see Otomo screaming that the ball is going to Ashito, which we sure see is true. However, a Kashiwa player is also heading to it, and Ashito thinks that he have to control it calmly, but he sees the Kashiwa player advancing quickly, and he thinks that he is fast, and that he will get to it sooner. But luckily for Esperion, Akutsu comes out of nowhere, and kicks away the ball. The ball goes then to Yuma, who sends it to Kiriki again. One of the Kashiwa players thinks that their movements is completely different from the first half, and he wonders with how much faster they are playing, and that the defense is going to panic. With that we head back to Kiriki, who is still in his head. He says half a step over and over again. After that, he once again sees Takasugi running up on the field, and Kiriki right away catches on in an instant, as he sends away the pass before the Kashiwa player can take it this time again. The ball goes to Yamada, who passes it up to Yoshitune. Unfortunately, Yoshitune has someone in front of him, but it's not that much of an issue, as he sidesteps him before getting the ball into the back of the net and scoring, which was super cool. With that, we see the Esperion player celebrating, and also the spectators. Yoshitune even seems to hug Kiriki super closely from the looks of it. Unfortunately, we then see Coach Sugiura, who looks over at Ashito, who is breathing extremely heavily and also sweating a ton. After that, we get to Inara, who says that they are so strong. We then see another Kashiwa player, who thinks that their basic technique looks entirely different, even their passing and receiving. All of them are significantly better than them at it. We then move to Coach Sugiura, who says that individual tactics, Coach Fukuda might have given them instructions at halftime, but on top of that, their players had thought on their own and changed how they played. A coach can't give instructions that lead to such minute adjustments, explaining that polished individual tactics and individual technique make Esperion truly a splendid team. However, even with that, they have one weakness that they can exploit, and he looks right at Ashito as he says that. We then get to Ashito, who looks completely out of it. We then see the Kashiwa crowd screaming that their one-goal lead is nothing and for Kashiwa to make a comeback. With that, we see that Inara has the ball, but he has Yamada right in front of him. Just then, one of his teammates calls out to him, and Inara thinks that using the side to pass might be good, but just then, an Esperion player has already come to block that path. Inara is pretty annoyed by it, as he then thinks that there should also be one behind him, but as he looks back, he can see that the player is also shut off. With that, Inara knows that he can't move as Esperion is crushing every single one of their moves, and that it feels like they've gradually been suffocating them since the first half. He looks ahead of himself, and he sees the Esperion players looking super manically, but just then, his teammate screams to him and tells him that the coach is giving instructions. Inara looks over and sees the coach, and with that, he passes over the ball to the other side, where the ball is heading to both Ashito and one of the Kashiwa players. However, Matsunaga notices that Ashito moved too late. Because of that, the Kashiwa player manages to get to the ball before Ashito and runs off with it. That gets the crowd super hyped up, but just then, Matsunaga goes to try and take away the ball from the player, but suddenly he hears someone telling him to wait there, and we then see that it's Akutsu who takes back the ball, and then passes to Matsunaga. After that, Kiriki calls for a pass from Matsunaga, so he makes a lob pass over a player and gets the ball to Kiriki. We then leave them and head back to Ashito, who can't believe it. He thinks that this game speed is like he can't keep up at all, and he wonders what level this is, saying that no matter how you slice it, it's just way too fast, and he finally realizes that this is the Premier League. We then get to the bench, and we see Fukuda looking at this closely. Moving on to Otomo after that, who says that this is bad. He says that Ashito looks like he's clearly panicking. Togashi then joins in and says that it's understandable, continuing and saying that this is Premier. On top of being a goal ahead, there's no doubt that they are dominating the match, but the level of Kashiwa's tactics are also up there, saying that this is something Ashito has never experienced before. He then looks worried as he says that it's been 3 months since he entered youth, and for someone who came here to play football from the countryside, going in there is too big of a level gap, or that's what he's supposed to say. But just then, Henri gets up and looks at him with mad eyes. With that, however, we move back to the game, and we see the ball moving back to Ashito's flank again. Just then, a Kashiwa player is heading right to it, and Ashito thinks that everyone is so fast, but that he can receive this, so he jumps up and tries to get the ball. But just then, the other player also jumps right into Ashito, which makes him firstly lose the ball, but also head right into the ground. The Kashiwa player screams that it was no foul and that they won the ball at a good spot, but sadly for him, Akutsu is standing right in his way, and because of that, they collide with each other, and the Kashiwa player falls right to the ground. Akutsu then clears away the ball, and Matsunaga compliments him clearly, but we then move back to Ashito, and when he is about to get back up on his feet, he sees all of the players looking right at him. Ashito gets super shocked before someone comes by and says that it seems that everyone's noticed. It's Akutsu, who tells him that they're all targeting him. Ashito then realizes that this feeling of helplessness, it's just like that time when nobody used to pass to him. But when Ashito is in his deepest of thoughts, Akutsu tells him with a mean tone to just stay like that and pretend that he got injured so that he can get subbed out for someone else, which is just an insane thing to say. Ashito doesn't know what to say as he looks lost. He thinks that he remembers that at the scrimmage after just joining the club. That was the last time he had been helpless to this extent. No one would pass the ball to him anymore, and his head just ground to a halt at that time. But just then, it looked like Ashito snapped back to reality as he heard Akutsu telling him to leave. Akutsu looked right at him with a weird smile as he told him that he was just talentless. Ashito then thought back to when Akutsu told him that his parents must be idiots as they're throwing away money on their talentless kid, asking Ashito if he thought things would just somehow work out once he entered youth and that he had made zero progress. With that in Ashito's mind, he stood up again and called out for Akutsu. Ashito looked super fired up as he told Akutsu that he was different from that time. Otomo from the bench then screams at Ashito to just calm down and wishes him good luck, and with that out of the way, we are once again back in the game. We see Kashiwa having the ball, and someone passes to Inara. Just then, someone else tells him to attack on their right, and that the fullback isn't premier level. With that, we see him going right to Ashito. Ashito in his own head thinks that they are right, and that he isn't at a premier level yet. But first you should always be self-aware about yourself. Don't turn your eyes away from your own weakness. Ashito uses his head to look around and thinks that what's important is what you do about it. He thinks that he is different from that time when he just let it end without even thinking. With that, we also see Fukuda and Daigo on the bench, who look at this. Fukuda in his head tells Ashito to contribute on the defense first, as a fullback is a defender. With that, we once again head back to Ashito as he says that he needs to cover the space where Kashiwa wants to use it. He finds that particular space and is set on covering it. However, the Kashiwa player moves to the left, which is too fast for Ashito to react to. He thinks that he was right, but that he reacted too late. Luckily, we once again see Akutsu being behind him, which stops the player for a minute. Akutsu tells Yamada to block the course to one of the players before he screams at Matsunaga to press the player. The two of them manage to do just that, and with that, get away with the ball. And we even see that player being super annoyed at Akutsu. Anyway, with that, Akutsu sends the ball high up on the field towards Yoshitune, who is now leading the attack. We see Inara, who is super pissed off, and says that they found something to exploit, but that they can't get through. After Inara, we get to Coach Sugiura, who explains that their link-up is artistic. He calls it frustrating, but a team with 6 national team representatives is different. Their team is also doing well, but not in the individual sense, since no one was called up this year who can boost their team in all sorts of ways, or in other words, a leader. Sugiura explains that having one is great, but to have 5 is straight up criminal. Their football is incomplete since they're reserving the last one, but the most eye-catching one is him, and by that, he most likely means Akutsu, as it looks like he looks right at him. After that, we actually see Akutsu passing the ball to Takasugi, who goes running up. The Kashiwa players scream for someone to stop him, and just then, he gets tackled right in the box. But even then, the coach says that there is no foul, which leaves even Kaneko completely stunned as she asks the ref where he is looking. But with that, the whole Esperion team moves back again. Otomo explains that it's a counter and that they are on Ashito's flank once again. We see the player rushing right at him, and while that is going on, Akutsu calls out to Yuma, but back to the boy Ashito, who seems to be doing pretty well against the Kashiwa player. Even Anri agrees as she says that he caught up by changing directions and that he can stop him. But sadly, it doesn't work out like that as the player then nutmegs Ashito. And with that, he is running right past Ashito. But then, out of nowhere, Akutsu appears on his side. This makes the player super annoyed as he says that it's happening again and that this centre-back came all the way to the flank and that he doesn't want Akutsu pressing him. And because of that, he thinks that the best choice is to head to the inside. But as he does so, he spots Yuma is right by him, and the two of them manage to get the ball out. The crowd can't believe their eyes as they say that Akutsu is amazing and that he's above everyone on the pitch. After that, we see that Kashiwa is making a sub and that they're making their move earlier. But that's not all, as we then spot Fukuda, who calls out to Akutsu. Akutsu is super confused, but goes to him and asks him what's up. Fukuda then starts to look furious as he asks Akutsu what he is doing. Ashito, who overhears this, is super confused, but Fukuda continues and asks him if he is messing around and if he's playing kids football. Akutsu can't believe anything, but Fukuda asks him why he isn't instructing Ashito, and then it clicks for Akutsu. Anyway, Fukuda continues as he asks him why he is jumping in himself in situations that could have been easily defended if he had just instructed Ashito in the first place, asking Akutsu when he has ever taught him to play like that. Ashito can't believe his ears, and we then see that a player from Kashiwa has cramped his legs and that they are stopping the match for a moment. But anyway, let's get back to the heat, as we then see Akutsu saying that it's better. He tells Fukuda that it's better for him to cover everything than to have Ashito doing it, and that gets Ashito looking pretty annoyed. But Fukuda then grabs his clothes and tells Akutsu that he is lying. He asks Akutsu if he really thinks so, and if he isn't using others to make them realize their own lack of ability. His style, asking if he isn't right. Fukuda tells Akutsu that the current Ashito is probably able to respond to his demands, and that he knows that for a fact, and that's why he isn't giving him instructions. We then see Akutsu starting to sweat a ton as Fukuda says that. We also see Osiek asking if Fukuda hasn't been talking a bit too long, and Nagano wonders if he is mad at Akutsu. Under them, we have Funabashi, who just looks at this, and under him, it's Ashito, who thinks that he is talking in Akutsu's ear now, and that he can't hear them anymore. After that, we finally move back, and Fukuda tells Akutsu that this is an official match and that he needs to play properly, because if he doesn't, then he will sub him out right now and make him walk to Team B. Akutsu looks really embarrassed before apologizing. We then get to Ashito, who obviously saw this, and he looks at Fukuda and thinks that he can be pretty scary. We then see Kashiwa making a sub and seeing that they are taking the one with cramps out. After that, we head over to Esperion, where we see Akutsu staring at Ashito before both looking and walking away. Anyway, with that, the match is back on, and we see Kuroda saying that they're targeting Ashito's flank like before. He continues and says that Akutsu is amazing, but that it feels like they're only defending by a hair, ending it by saying that it will be tough if they don't deal with attacks faster. And with that, we see Kaneko, Kuroda, and Otomo all looking worried. But with that, we get right into the game, where we see Kashiwa once again going to the right flank. Takasugi looks over there and wonders if they should increase cover over there. But as he looks over at Fukuda, he can see him shaking his head. After that, we get over to Ashito, who thinks that he hasn't noticed the fact that Akutsu hasn't instructed him at all, and that he actually didn't. But being unable to deal with attacks is clearly down to his lack of ability. He explains that it's frustrating with Akutsu, but with his instructions, it would hardly change anything. After that, he thinks that he needs to get used to the game speed, but right then, he hears someone calling out to him. It's Akutsu, who tells him not to move. Ashito looks back at him, and Akutsu once again tells him not to move and instead, just wait there. Akutsu looks pretty dope as he explains that his back is completely goal forward and that he needs to face his back to the touchline, have half his body face the inside, and wait. However, Ashito is still super confused as he wonders if Akutsu really wants him to be here and wonders if he is stupid. Ashito thinks that if he just stands here, then he might block the pass to the flank, but they'll be able to make crosses all they like, and he'll not have his back to the goal, as he thinks back to Nozomi telling them that the theory of defense is an image of yourself part of a line formed in between the goal and the opponent. In other words, it's to constantly have your back facing the goal. In doing so, you can tightly defend no matter where the opponent approaches. With that, we head back to Ashito, who thinks that it's what Nozomi told them, and that it's case by case of course, but for Kashiwa, who are clearly trying to cut inside from here, staying here is unthinkable. Ashito then starts to move his feet, and thinks that he needs to move and cover, and we see both Funabashi and Fukuda looking at him intensely, but just then Ashito stops himself. After that, we see the Kashiwa players closing in on him, but still Funabashi from the side tells him, well done, that he stopped. He starts to smile as he says that it's sealed, and that it's the ideal shape, or rather, he asks Akutsu if he thinks that. We then get back and see the Kashiwa player being hesitant as he gets to Ashito. Kaneko is also confused as she says that the opponent just stopped just now. Just then, Ashito hears Akutsu from behind, telling Ashito to press him and to drive him to the inside. With that, Ashito rushes forward, and we can see the player starting to panic. But that's when Akutsu comes by and helps by sweeping away the ball. We then see the Kashiwa crowd not understanding anything as they wonder what just happened, as we then see Esperion starting to counter with a numerical advantage. Akutsu then gets the ball up to Takasugi, who fires it off at the goal, but sadly it gets blocked in the last second. But with that, they gained a corner kick, which is also super awesome. But while all of that is going on, we see Ashito, who just looks at Akutsu from behind him. He wonders what this sensation was earlier, and how he felt that a shape was formed when he followed what Akutsu said and waited while facing inside. He thinks that it's a completely different way of defending than usual, but just why? While Ashito is stuck in his head, we see Funabashi on the side, who tells Akutsu, "Good job, and you are teaching Ashito." But as he has said that, Nagano just looks at him completely lost. But then Aki comes in and says that Akutsu today moves up when he must attack, and drops back when he must defend. But that's a way of playing that one can only gain after having been in many high-level matches. It's not something one can do instantly, and Ashito also has a handicap in technique. But still, what's important is what you do about it, telling all of them that even if you're lacking on defense, there are plays that you can still do that would help the team. Pressing the opponent to the middle like earlier is one example. Funabashi then is the one to speak, as he says that except for Ashito, the defensive line was positioned centrally at that time. Basically, Kashiwa's only choice to move up the ball was using the flank, so Akutsu then made Ashito deny the pass course there. The defensive theory of having one's back to the goal is ignored here, since Kashiwa is already denied in the center. Ashito was made to push the opponent to the middle, and then the interception was made after sandwiching him. Funabashi looks determined as he says that this can be done even without technique, and that Akutsu made good use of him. Aki agrees, and says that the current Ashito is able to think about what he can do with his lacking abilities. This is how rapidly improving Ashito caught his eye in Team B. He thought that it was too early, but knew that he understood how Fukuda felt. Funabashi then looked super cold as he told Ashito to learn from Akutsu. After that, we got back into the game where it was Esperion's corner kick and Kiriki sent it in. It became a heading battle that Esperion lost and the ball went out of bounds. The goalkeeper tells them to hurry and get the ball while Esperion sprints back with all that they can. We then get into Ashito's head as he says that this is it. Akutsu gets back fast and his transitions are extremely fast, but he will keep up, and he has always been repeating that in his mind. But he quickly gets surprised when he sees that it isn't just him. Even then, the Kashiwa players are moving forward, and the goalkeeper screams at them that Esperion's number 33 is Ashito, but his flank isn't organized yet for them to bust them open from there, which is what they are trying to do, and Ashito thinks that here at this timing, he probably has to close the distance with the ball holder. But before he can do anything, Akutsu tells him that he is wrong, and tells Ashito not to get dragged out there and instead wait where he is. Ashito then realizes that this is the same as before. As Akutsu said, waiting here is better, and there's pressure they are applying, calling it an amazing amount of pressure on Kashiwa. We then see Inara, and as he gets to Ashito, he starts to hesitate. Another player wonders what is up with this defense, and Inara says that ever since the match began, it hasn't felt like he has gone against an individual defender once. It's like every time they try to attack, there are enormous pillars in place. Inara continues and says that it's the first time they have faced a team like this. We then move to Coach Sujura, who also isn't happy as he explains that their one weakness in number 33 has suddenly started moving better. We then get to Akutsu, who screams at Ashito to go now and close in on number 10 and calls him a dumbass. Ashito says that he is on it before thinking that Akutsu has such a bad mouth. While he is doing that, Akutsu also instructs Yamada, and Ashito then gets another realization as he thinks that this shape has a sense of stability about it. He thinks back and says that the earlier position and the position after that are like an L shape. We then move to Fukuda on the bench, who says that a critical difference between a J-Leaguer and world players is how thoroughly they're able to do the L shape. It's also called a triangle. Either way, Japanese players have a tendency to make light of or not execute this properly. Defense is constantly in shape, and he tells Ashito to move as part of the team. After that, we get to Akutsu, who is eyeing Ashito down. He thinks that he can't help it, since Fukuda went so far as to tell him off, and that he will use Ashito as a pawn, and for him to move like Akutsu tells him to. As after all, it's not like someone like Ashito would understand the meaning behind these instructions anyway. We then see the ball, which Matsunaga tried to clear. However, he realizes that it might be too high, which it sure is as Akutsu misses it at the last minute. With that, Inara is right on it, and calls this loose ball a 1 in a million chance, and he is through the defense. We then get to Ashito, who says that defense is about making shapes. The defensive unit covers for each other, and they constantly keep the shape in mind when defending. And so right now, where should he be? As one who comprises the shape, he will just have to think and move accordingly. And with that, we actually see Ashito being right by Inara. Ashito then wonders if he were Akutsu, when the shape is about to crumble. Where would he want him to be? And with that, we magically see Ashito being right by Inara and shooting away the ball. This gets the crowd super hyped up, and Ashito looks over towards Akutsu. However, Akutsu just looks a bit annoyingly towards him. We then see Otomo, who is super hype, and says that Ashito's movements improved. Kaneko says that the weakness in the defense is gone. Next is to attack another goal past Kashiwa and then finish them off. But suddenly she sees something and she starts to scream frantically, and we then learn why, as we see Funabashi getting subbed in, which is completely mind-blowing. No one can understand what is going on, not the Kashiwa players, nor Ashito. Meanwhile, the crowd is just getting super hyped, and not to mention that we, of course, have Akutsu looking super mad towards him. Funabashi then comes in and asks if they shall start and concentrate on the match, and one of the Kashiwa players hears that and can't believe his ears. Another one then screams that Funabashi hasn't played at a senior level in a long time and asks if his game sense may have dulled and if someone like that coming in does not change anything. Continuing, as he says that the scores are 1-0, and that they are only 1 goal behind and that they got it. We then see Ashito looking closely at Kuribayashi when he suddenly hears someone saying that when he is lost, just pass to Kuribayashi. Ashito then gets out of his thoughts and sees that it's Kiriki who tells Ashito that he probably has his hands full today and that when he is lost, he should look for Kuribayashi and pass to him, telling Ashito that it should be enough, and Ashito is just a bit confused. But anyway, we then see the crowd cheering on Kashiwa, and we also see Ashito running as he thinks that Kuribayashi came on in the 75th minute and that what he can do must be limited. He thinks that it's true that his game sense must be dulled. But just then, we see the goalkeeper. Akiyama is shooting the ball right towards Kuribayashi. The Kashiwa player who is chasing Kuribayashi thinks that this is good and that the keeper was in such a rush to pass to Kuribayashi that he put too much power into it. He thinks that Kuribayashi will turn around to receive it and jump while checking the ball's trajectory, and then they will corner him at the landing point. However, of course, nothing like that happens, as instead of turning around, Kuribayashi just puts his foot out and traps the ball that way as he then goes forward with it, which leaves the Kashiwa players in total amazement. After that, Kuribayashi just styles on them as he dribbles past them, and he then looks around super fast before sending a super pass up to Yoshitune close to the box. The Kashiwa goalkeeper screams to a player to not get drawn out, and he says, "Alright." The goalkeeper then thinks about how many Esperion players it is that are moving up to attack, saying that the defense isn't back yet, but that he has to be wary of the last pass. After that, he sees a ton of hungry Esperion players rushing at him. While that is going on, we hear Henri saying that everyone knew about how Kuribayashi could trap passes from behind. So as soon as they knew, Kuribayashi came in. Everyone moved up all at once. After that, we see the goalkeeper rushing out, but Yoshitune just passes the ball over to Yuma, who scores well super easily since there is no goalkeeper there, and that leaves all of the players totally stunned. Even the coach Sugiura can't believe his eyes. However, we then see Kuribayashi, who says that as expected, the chemistry when playing football with them all is the best, and he smiles. But just then, the Kashiwa crowd starts to get nervous as they are under by 2 goals now. After that, we get back into the game where the ball is once again going to Kuribayashi, and this time he traps it looking super flashy. Inara, who is right by him, can't believe his eyes as he wonders just what in the world he even is. Now with the ball, Kuribayashi first embarrasses some Kashiwa players before looking around and spotting Yamada high up on the field. Yamada gets the ball easily and shoots, but unfortunately, the goalkeeper catches it. However, even then, he calls it brutal and says that the flow until the 75th minute dissipated like nothing with just 1 sub at that. We then move back to Ashito finally, and he looks at Kuribayashi in total awe. He thinks that when he was a kid, whenever he saw an amazing player in Team B, when he first saw Yoshitune's play, he admired them all and thought that he could be like that one day. But this is the first time that he has felt like he can't become like this, referring to Kuribayashi, of course. After that, we see Fukuda, who looks at this closely. He wonders about the match close to ending. It's a shock, the presence of a fantasy star. However, he questions what Ashito will do, if he will just let the match end dumbfounded, or if he will do something. But time is running out as 87 minutes have already elapsed. With that, we move back to Ashito, who thinks that he doesn't get it, and wonders by what logic he is able to do any of that. We then move over to Kashiwa, and a player tells his team not to quit, telling them that for the entire 90 minutes on the pitch, they should not quit thinking no matter what. He tells them to be strong persons, as that's what Coach Sugiura has taught them. They all think that he is right on the money, and they all get super hyped. Kuribayashi sees this, and he starts to actually smile. However, after that, we once again go to Ashito, who thinks that they are absolutely right. Even if you're inexperienced, you still have to think. So he wonders to himself what he will do about it. He starts to look super determined as he tells himself to think over and over again. After that, we see that an additional 5 minutes have been added to the clock, and Ashito continues his previous thoughts as he says that if he doesn't understand, he just has to watch. He just has to learn. Even if it doesn't seem like it, this guy's core football shouldn't completely shift, so what is it that he can truly do? Just then, however, Akutsu screams out to him and asks him what he is doing daydreaming. Akutsu tells him that he can't do anything to support Kuribayashi anyway, and for Ashito to just move how he tells him to until this ends, and Ashito just looks back super annoyed after that. We then spot Kiriki with the ball, and Kuribayashi signals him to send it up on the field, which Kiriki does in an instant. The ball goes to Matsunaga, who sends it over to Yuma. However, was that really the best choice? That is the question, as we see Ashito thinking that he got what he just did, saying that Kuribayashi is good at shaking off his mark, and that the defender was ball watching for only a moment, and he got rid of him. Sadly, we then see Mochizuki clearing the ball away from Yuma, and the crowd gets super ecstatic about it. The Kashiwa player thinks that they have to score a goal somehow, but sadly, we can see that the cleared ball is heading straight to Kuribayashi. He does have one of the Kashiwa players behind him, but Kuribayashi deals with him easily as he just turns around. Kuribayashi then looks super focused, and Ashito can't believe his eyes as he wonders if gravity doesn't exist for him, as Kashiwa can't even touch the ball when he has it. After that, Kuribayashi passes the ball to Yuma, and Yuma thinks that he wants a 1-2 with him, but sadly one of the Kashiwa players comes and destroys that thought right away. We then see Kuribayashi, who looks to be a bit sad, and it looks like Ashito notices it. Anyway, the ball then goes back to Kuribayashi, but still, Ashito is still super lost by that as he doesn't get it. Anyway, we then see Esperion making yet another sub, and that they are trying to kill time. But while that is going on, we head into Kuribayashi's head as he thinks that what just happened was a little off. Thinking that in the player earlier, since they were wary of him, he thought of trying to run to pull them to him more, and that he wanted Yuma to just keep running into that space without returning the ball, but he then loses that thought as he thinks that it can't be helped. But suddenly, while he is lost in thought, someone calls out to him. Kuribayashi gets surprised as he sees that it is Ashito, but Ashito apologizes but asks Kuribayashi if he is possibly holding back, and Kuribayashi just looks stunned. But we then leave them as the sub for Esperion gets in, and we see Inara, who looks nervous as he thinks that this should be the last play time-wise, and that they have to score 1 goal at least. We then see Akutsu saying that this is their last attack, and for them to finish this with a clean sheet. After that, we head back to Ashito, who still looks at Kuribayashi and thinks that he said that inadvertently, but still, it does seem like he's trying to suppress himself. He wonders if he can do the same thing he did with Akutsu. With that, he thinks to himself, if he were Kuribayashi, where would he want Ashito to be? He closes his eyes and thinks extremely hard, but not long after it looks like he found something. We then see the Kashiwa players with the ball, and they tell everyone to move up. While that is happening, we see Kuribayashi, who looks at a particular space and says that it's also empty. He thinks that it's number 3's space, and that he has gotten behind them so many times today, and that getting an open run wouldn't feel bad, talking to his teammates in his head. But he then looks sad as he thinks that it can't be helped, and that he had planned to score 1 more, but getting scored on would feel worse, so he thinks that they should focus on defense. But suddenly, as he then looks at number 3, he now sees something insane. As he spots Ashito being right there, Kuribayashi looks completely stunned. Meanwhile, Ashito looks more ready than ever before. Then in the next panel, we see Kuribayashi sprinting for dear life. After that, Yamada gets the ball, and Akiyama tells him to kick it out, and that with this the match is over. However, Ashito can't let this happen, as he then screams towards Yamada for the ball, and Yamada passes him right away. Ashito then gets the ball and tells himself to aim his foot straight to who he is passing to, and then hit the center of the ball as if he were striking it, and just then he fires the ball away, and it's going straight to Kuribayashi, who looks to be completely free. Kuribayashi then gets the ball and thinks that if there was just one person there, then they could start a counterattack. With that, we see the Kashiwa players starting to panic. Meanwhile, they actually had 1 defender left there. Anyway, everyone gets up from their seats as this is super interesting. Just then, the player tells himself not to panic and to play it calmly, telling himself that the worst case scenario is that he tries to win it and gets beaten, and that it's something that Kuribayashi for sure can do. Kuribayashi then looks to be locked in as he tries to get past the player, but he is holding on, and the coach Sugiura agrees with that, thinking that the player isn't falling for feints in this situation, and to keep it up and hold on imposingly and wait for the teammates to get back. After that, we move back into Kuribayashi's head as he wonders if it isn't one more person, someone who can move like how he imagined. But he then says that it's just him being greedy at this point. But just then as he looks back, he spots something magical as he sees Akutsu running right towards him, and without any hesitation, he screams. Kuribayashi, of course, knows what to do, so he passes to Akutsu, who then comes and meets with the ball before sending it right into the goal. This leaves the entire team in complete disbelief, but still, with that, they have turned the scores into 3-0, and on top of that, the time is also up, so they win the game. We also see Fukuda smiling from the benches. After that, Matsunaga and Osiek come by and tell Ashito that his long ball was the best. Osiek says that he heard from Roan that he practiced that long ball a ton in Team B. Matsunaga adds on that God must have been watching over him, explaining that even as a coincidence, he was in a good spot. But Ashito just looks a bit lost as he looks right at Kuribayashi. This makes Matsunaga ask him what's up and if he doesn't seem happy, but Ashito is still just silent. He thinks that the image of attacking, he got it in an instant through intuition, happened before and it's different from defense. Ashito then looks at Fukuda, who looks at him also, and Fukuda in his head tells Ashito to realize it, saying that when attacking, you need to be able to move instinctively on defense as well, and that he needs to learn defense on top of that. But suddenly, as we get back to Ashito, we see him being dragged by Kuribayashi. We then see Kuribayashi with a huge smile as he hugs both Akutsu and Ashito and screams, "All right." After that, we also spot Miyako on the benches. She calls out to someone and asks if it wasn't great that they won, but she then asks someone why they are sneakily watching from there, and we then learn that it's none other than Hana, which is so cute. Anyway, back to the boys, where we see Akutsu being mad as he tries to go and punch Kuribayashi, but Kuribayashi avoids it, so he sends Ashito right towards the ground before simply walking off. Ashito, who was sent down to the ground, then thinks that his first Premier League match is over, and he almost can't believe it. We then see them shaking hands, and Kuribayashi thanks their captain for playing against them. The captain tells him that it's good for the first year that he got to see him play up close, and he is talking about Inara. Anyway, he then tells Kuribayashi that with this, their team will once again get stronger. Kuribayashi then repeats what they said before about the pitch, "Don't quit thinking no matter what," saying that Kashiwa didn't quit trying to win till the end, and he thanks them with a smile, which shocks all of them a bit. But as they are walking away, Yuma explains, as he says that for most of their opponents, when Kuribayashi subs in, they completely lose spirit or play desperately. The match ceases to be normal, so a team like Kashiwa today, who fought head-on with their football properly, must be fresh to Kuribayashi. Yuma continues and says that what's important for high schools are the inter-high and senshuken. Hence, a lot of high schools use league matches as tune-up games, but they didn't do that at all. Ashito then agrees and says that they fought seriously until it ended. Even when the goal difference got larger, they still kept making adjustments, and he calls them a good team. However, even then, for some reason he starts to look mad as he says that he is hopeless. He thinks that without question he is hopeless, and that at this rate, Esperion's players, excluding him, were amazing today, and that they covered for him, who was a liability. Ashito calls it pathetic, and that he don't deserve to enter that right and celebrate with them. He then looks at Akutsu and thinks that it's defense. If he doesn't do something about his defense, then he is just helpless. He thinks that he wants to play in the next Premier League match, and if he can compete at this level, he can get further. It will for sure help him learn defense. Just then, we see Takasugi behind him calling out to Ashito. Takasugi tells him that Coach Fukuda wants to talk to him, and Ashito says, "All right." Takasugi then looks at him for a moment before telling Ashito that it all starts here for him. Ashito is surprised, but Takasugi explains that if there's something he doesn't get, then he can just ask, and Ashito is super surprised but happy, I think. Anyway, just then, we see Otomo from the spectating stands saying that he was great. He screams that he was worried about what would happen at first, but he didn't drop a goal, and he even initiated that last goal, asking if that wasn't an excellent debut match, telling him that he will probably sit on the bench for the next matches, but that he better waits for them. But while that is going on, we also see Henri, who looks at Togashi, who looks miserable. Henri takes a deep breath before she asks him why he has that kind of expression on his face. Togashi looks at her, but Henri tells her that he is a more disappointing person than she thought. Togashi is super confused, but Henri tells him that he seems like he can't get a grip on how Ashito has gone further ahead of him. Togashi tells her that he wonders why she suddenly started to talk to him, but tells Henri that he doesn't think that Ashito has gone ahead of him at all. Henri then asks him if he has ever tried to learn anything from Ashito. Togashi then gets up and tells her that he doesn't get what she is saying, asking her if there is something that he can learn from Ashito. Henri, however, stands her ground and says that she heard those words as well, and that he has been subconsciously looking down on him. After that, the two of them have a really wild stare down, before Togashi notices how much Henri's legs are trembling. But bro, what is happening in the background? We see her butler taking out a whole revolver out of his pocket like he is crazy. Anyway, Togashi tells her that if she is trying to become a men's coach, then her legs shouldn't tremble with just this much. He then starts to walk away as he tells her that women sure can't keep their mouths shut as he has left. Henri begins to fall to the ground, but her butler catches her and asks her if they should erase Togashi. But Henri just looks a bit mad on the ground. Meanwhile, the butler is directing his gun at Togashi. With that, we move to Hana, who is still hiding herself, so Miyako asks her what is going on. But Hana is silent, so Miyako tells her that she thought who's that at the corner of the stands, and if it wasn't Fukuda's sister, asking if he couldn't have gotten her a better seat if she had said something. Hana just tells her that she doesn't understand football, so she doesn't want to get in the way. Miyako asks her what she's going to get in the way of, and asks if there is a player that it would get bad if they met. With that, Hana thinks back to when she kissed Ashito's forehead, and she starts to blush an insane amount as she even gets down on the floor. But just then, Miyako says Ashito's name, and Hana screams right out. But luckily, it was just Fukuda and Ashito who was going downstairs, and Hana secretly watches it. Ashito asks Fukuda what this is about, asking if it is about his performance, and if it is, then he begs Fukuda. He tells him that he feels that he is close, and asks to be played in the next match. But Fukuda cuts him off, and says that he will start from the conclusion. He closes his eyes, as he tells Ashito that with his performance today, he won't play him in the next match. But that's not all, as he won't sit on the bench either, and as Hana hears this, not even her can believe it. Daigo, who is also there, thinks that Fukuda went out of his way to call out a first year, thinking that Fukuda sure has expectations for Ashito. Fukuda then continues and asks Ashito if there are some things that he has realized himself, telling him that there's nothing he can complain about with his defense today. However, sadly, we see Ashito clenching his fist, and he looks to be on the verge of breaking down as he looks super sad. He says that with his defense today, he understands that he has nothing he can do about it, but nothing is playing in the Premier, stinging pressure on his skin. Now that he has tasted it, he can't go back. He then begs them for just one match, saying that it is fine and that he is really close to it and that he is sure of it, telling Fukuda and Daigo to play him and that even the bench is fine. But before he can finish, Fukuda also already told him not to and to watch Team A from the outside for now. Ashito looks crushed, so Daigo adds on that the third year, Kobayakawa, is back from injury tomorrow, and that he's a fullback who can also play in midfield. He's been playing at left back since spring, and with Funabashi around, and with Kobayakawa, they will have Esperion's best lineup. Fukuda then continues and tells him that it's too early for him to be worrying when he hasn't seen the best lineup yet, ending it by telling Ashito good job today and to get plenty of rest. The two of them walk away, leaving Ashito completely destroyed. We then get to Miyako, who asks Hana if it's okay not to call out to Ashito. Hana is surprised, but Miyako tells her that Ashito seems to be having a tough time, explaining that she understood him really well when he played against their team and when he was subbed in. Didn't she cheer him on pretty hard? Hana, however, tells her that she would cheer for anyone who subs in since it's her brother's team. Miyako continues and tells Hana that she is also an athlete, so she gets it. To get told that bluntly, Ashito really wants to play, and he has his own belief why, but the coach is the one who decides that. There's no moment that makes you feel less powerless than that, thinking that Miyako herself would want someone to call out to her at least. Hana then speaks up and says that you can understand an athlete's feelings because she is one herself. She looks at Miyako and smiles as she tells her that it's nice, which shocks Miyako a bit. Hana then says that the only thing she can say is good luck, and she starts to look sad. Miyako tells her that she has no idea why she is feeling reserved, but genuine words will always encourage a player. Hana then thinks back to Ashito saying that he will listen to her cheers, and then he can bring out his best. Hana then imagines herself calling out to Ashito, telling him to do his best. But then Ashito in her imagination says that she was the one who kissed him, which makes Hana scream in real time, and that there is no way that she can do it. Ashito obviously hears this and looks back but is unable to see anyone there, and he only looks confused. But just then, Henri comes by and calls out to Ashito. Henri tells him that everyone is already changing in the locker room. Ashito doesn't mind that, as he asks her why her face looks so pale. Henri is caught off guard, but tells him that she isn't feeling well and that she is about to go home. Ashito is then silent before saying that he understands. Henri then tells him, well done today, and that there was something she wanted to hand to him. Henri explains that she watched his movement in today's match and summarizes what she noticed and that it's particularly on defense, saying that defense is about the shape after all, so it's about how to link up and form them. Ashito is super amazed, and he gets a huge smile as he tells Henri that he is super grateful for this, saying that when he was stuck before as well, her advice was really effective too, asking Henri if she remembers her advice about him turning his neck, and she smiles as she says that she sure does. Ashito then once again gets silent before calling out to Henri. Ashito tells her that she always comes to watch their matches, and she is even giving him advice. With that in mind, he thanks her a ton. Henri is struggling to say something, so she just says yes with a bright smile. But as Ashito then looks at her, he just sees Hana in front of him, which leaves him pretty shocked. Henri then tells him that she thinks that he can go pro, and that he is always doing his best. This makes Ashito super happy as he says, "Yeah." But after that, Henri walks away super fast, probably because she was embarrassed, leaving Ashito all alone. But after a while, he thinks that he really wanted to see Hana here today. But after that, we cut back to Daigo and Fukuda. Daigo just laughs and says that Ashito, a kid who asked to play face-to-face in this era, is precious. He laughs and says that he loves him, but he then changes the topic, as he says that starting tomorrow, they will have the best lineup with no weakness, explaining that it's going to get tougher for the reserves, as there won't be any spot that they can win, and that last line and panel are just so insanely cool. So the text says, after their Esperion youth defeated Kashiwa, these are the standings after hearing the results of other teams a day after, and with that, we spot Esperion being in first place with Aomori and Funabashi right behind them. After that, we spot Yamada telling Kobayakawa not to push himself too hard, as it's his first day back from injury. Kobayakawa says that he understands, and the text then explains that he is a regular left back, and that the third-year Kobayakawa is now back from injury. After that, we see him playing in the game, and Otomo is struggling to get his words out as he is watching him, saying that he sure is good, and that he's already playing smoothly with the regulars in the 4-on-4 mini-game. Ashito, by his side, also thinks that he is good, and that another good person has been added, explaining that the atmosphere around the regulars has improved with the best lineup back. Their football is overflowing with confidence, and Ashito can't help but wonder how they will defend in the game with those four in play. His eyes start to get super immersed. Meanwhile, we then see both Fukuda and Togashi looking at him. After that, the text says, and 3 days after Thursday, the inter-squad scrimmage, which is regulars versus reserves, starts. We see Yumi getting the ball between both Otomo and Kuroda, neither of whom is happy about it. Otomo thinks that it's not just the atmosphere, and that he knows they have been playing with more energy day by day. We then move to Kuroda, who somewhat shares those thoughts, as he says that since he can't play in matches yet, the scrimmages are his only way to make an appeal. But the widening gap between the regulars and the subs has been accelerating, saying that it's scary, and that it wouldn't be strange for Fukuda to give up on them any day now. And just as he thinks that, we can clearly hear Fukuda screaming, "Stop!" And he goes over to some players and starts to talk with them. We see Baba on the side, who says that this week Fukuda has been giving a lot of direct instructions, and he calls it rare, explaining that even today, when they are supposed to be playing a scrimmage, he stopped it a lot and talked with them for a while as well. After that, Fukuda then calls for Kuroda and Otomo, and they first look shocked before they go over there, and he goes over something with them. We then see Shimizu, who is surprised that he is even instructing first years who aren't even on the bench. We then get to Ashito, who is also eyeing this down. He then calls out to Togashi and asks him what he thinks. Togashi just has an annoyed tone as he asks him what he wants, but Ashito says that their defensive line with Kobayakawa in it seems to have played steadily so far, or rather, he hasn't made a flashy play, thinking that he can hardly see individuality in his play style. Togashi just looks to get more and more annoyed, but Ashito then says that he doesn't get defense much yet, so he wants to hear Togashi's opinion. But Togashi, who is super down, tells him that he isn't interested, and he then just walks away, which even leaves Ashito pretty shocked. We then get back into the game, where Osiek has the ball, and he is coming with full force. Just then, Akutsu screams out to Kobayakawa, and just as he says his name, we can see him rushing right at Osiek, but Osiek passes the ball, and just then, it's Kobayakawa's turn, as he screams out to Shimura and Akutsu, and tells them to move the lineup, and they then just start to fly up, which makes Ashito pull a super funny face. He then thinks that the fullback is commanding the line, and is super surprised that he's directing the center back. But after that, he says that he sees, saying that it's true that it's easier for a fullback to lead the line than a center back. They can see the line better from the flank. Anyway, after that we see Yamada taking the ball from Kuroda, and Akutsu then screams that it's theirs and tells them that he is moving up. But while that goes on, Ashito notices something crucial as he looks at Kobayakawa and sees that he isn't moving up, and that even though it's a big chance after that interception, we then see Daigo on the side, who explains that Kobayakawa is a fullback who can also play in midfield. With that said, we see Yamada taking his shot at the goalkeeper, who saves it, but that doesn't matter too much as we see that something seems to click for Ashito just then. After that, the ball is with Kiriki, and he passes it to Yoshitune. He has both Togashi and Ashito ahead of him, but luckily, he spots Yuma running and manages to send a pass to him. With that, Yuma is now behind them with the ball, and he manages to score. Ashito is super frustrated, but Togashi then screams at him. He tells Ashito that his cover is too loose, and that if he is doing it, then he needs to go. If he isn't doing it, then don't go, telling him to make a clear decision. Ashito is super confused and asks him what he means. Togashi just tells him that, obviously, he has been shaky, telling him to take better positioning when he is covering more centrally. Akutsu then joins in and laughs a bit as he says that even the reservers are arguing, but he quickly gets silent. And not just him, but everyone, as we see Fukuda behind Togashi. Fukuda, with a dark tone, calls out to Togashi. He asks him why he didn't simply instruct Ashito earlier with what he is saying now, saying that he probably thought he understood, even if he doesn't tell him, or he will move how he wants him to. But he then tells Togashi that his play is devoid of communication. He then gets serious as he tells Togashi that if his needless pride is getting in the way, then he needs to do something about it now, explaining that he is the closest to dropping back to Team B, and that leaves all of them super surprised. Fukuda then calls out to Ashito. He explains that when deciding who should take on the opponent between the left back and the center back, avoid a situation like what happened earlier, no matter what. And to avoid it, the left back must communicate to the center back, and that makes something click for him. Fukuda then continues and asks Ashito what he thinks of the regulars' defensive line. Ashito tells him that Kobayakawa is balancing the defense, saying that Akutsu and Yamada are super offensive defenders. Even in the Kashiwa match, they participated in attacks a lot. That's probably one of Esperion's weapons, so they can easily participate in attacks. Kobayakawa takes care of their defensive duties. That's the kind of player he is. However, he then cuts himself off as he says that it's wrong and that it's not just that. He puts his hand against his head and says that he is not only balancing the defense, but that he is balancing the whole team, thinking that to match the super offensive football of Esperion, he erases his individuality, thinking that he himself can't do that, and that he is a different type from himself. After that, we actually see Fukuda smiling a little bit before Daigo comes behind him and calls out to Fukuda. Daigo tells him that this week, he hasn't spent too much time with the subs, asking if it wouldn't be better to use that time to coach the regulars. Everyone else is silent, and Fukuda then asks if they know the most important condition for a strong team, explaining that it's having strong subs as well. He tells them that the opponents that the regulars play against the most in a year are the reserves in scrimmages. If the subs aren't strong, then the regulars will eventually weaken. Fukuda continues as he says that he feels responsible for this current situation, where there's an enormous gap between the regulars and the reserves. With that said, he calls out to the reserve players and tells them please, telling them that this all depends on them. We then see Togashi, Otomo, and Kuroda, who looks a bit down, while Fukuda and Ashito seem fired up, and Fukuda then ends it by telling all of them to keep up with the regulars. We then see Kobayakawa, who wonders if they should also go over there, and wonders what they are talking about. However, Akutsu confidently tells him that it probably has nothing to do with them. We then get back to Fukuda, who says that, for the time being, they should rely on others more. They are trying to solve everything themselves, and that it's inflexible. He looks serious as he explains that they should find someone whose opinion they trust, and ask them for feedback, and make corrections after hearing it, and that doing this over and over again is what football is about. We then see a bunch of them taking the advice after practicing, as a bunch of reserves are seen talking with Aki and Daigo. Otomo says that it's just like Fukuda said about those reserves. They have been too reserved to ask for advice or anything. They are not contributing to the team, so they have to do something about it. But since coach told them that straight, it sure gives them courage. He then asks if Kuroda doesn't agree, but we instead see Kuroda super mad, as he calls it pathetic. He thinks back to what Fukuda said, and explains that, making Fukuda say those kinds of words, he sure is pathetic. He realizes, after he said that he had done everything without caring about appearances. He didn't do that at all. Kuroda then calls out to Ashito and tells him that even if it were due to someone getting injured, he made a premiere appearance and says that he is ahead of him. Ashito just looks funny as he scratches his head. But Kuroda continues and says that he has to acknowledge this. He has something that he doesn't, and he can't do anything about that. But what's important is what he does about this fact. And he then straight up looks like a furious anime villain. Anyway, he then says that he is going to ask Coach Nozomi, saying that there's no one on Team A who knows him well. The one who knows his strengths and weaknesses, and will be brutally honest with him, is Coach Nozomi. Ashito seems to be a bit surprised that he is going to Nozomi, but Kuroda says that he will go and hear his brutally honest critique. Otomo then says that he will also do that. He then looks behind and asks if Ashito is going to follow with them. We see Ashito thinking about it before he tells them that he is good, but to tell Nozomi that he said hello, which is still super sweet. We then see Ashito in his bed, and he is reading the notes from Henri. He thinks that Henri has really watched well, and that the match information is on point. But still, while she wrote methods to get better, they're all too difficult to understand. It's so theoretical that it's incomprehensible to him. He starts to freak out a bit as he wonders when it was just receiving and kicking or turning his back. It was sure plain and simple. He had a goal in mind and he kept practicing and forcibly learned them, thinking that you can't practice defense alone. With that, he knows that after all, he has to ask someone, and he thinks straight away about Nozomi. But he then quickly realizes that it would be wrong to ask him, thinking that Nozomi has sent them off from Team B. He sent him off with belief in him. It hasn't even been a month since he got promoted. He is sure relying on him would be acting spoiled. He thinks about Takasugi telling him that he could talk to him, but he knows that he is a forward. This leaves Ashito thinking that right now, someone who can strictly teach defense to even an idiot like him is a Kutsu. And just thinking about it gives him goosebumps and makes him shiver. But just then, when he is in his mind, someone calls out to him. It's Togashi, who jumps out of his head pretty coldly, if I get to say so myself. Anyway, he then stands on the floor for a bit, before looking down and asking Ashito to teach him football for a bit. As Ashito hears that, he can't believe anything at all. He looks lost before he screams out. He asks Togashi what it is that he just said, so Togashi is forced to repeat it once again. So he does just as he asks Ashito to teach him football. He says that he has been watching the video of the match against Kashiwa that he played on his tablet. Telling Ashito to come down here and to watch it together, he looks serious as he asks Ashito why his vision is so wide and asks about what it was that he saw when he was out there, telling Ashito to teach him in detail. Anyway, with that, the two of them get down and Ashito explains that around here, for example, the defender on him was ball watching for a moment, so he came forward. He wanted Takasugi to pass the ball to him on the flank, but as he explains, he thinks to himself that this is actually super helpful for him. He explains that when he tries to convey what he saw on those plays to Togashi, he can analyze his own play in his own words, calmly. It's like that TV program, Yabeachi, where they make players explain their own plays. He continues with his thoughts as he thinks that the players themselves are able to organize that information, and it helps them, but he then wonders why he is teaching. Togashi also then looks with a smug face right at Togashi, as he wonders why he is making him do it. But just as he looks at Togashi's face, he sees how different his facial expression is, and Togashi then calls it unbelievable. He asks him if he is really able to see that much. He looks extremely worried as he asks Ashito if, when he was a kid, there was anything weird about the football that he played. Ashito is surprised, but Togashi tells him to try to remember the first time he touched the ball. Ashito thinks for a bit, but says that he isn't sure if it's weird, but he then explains what he and his brother did at his mom's store. After that, Togashi tells him to let's go, telling Ashito that he can't learn if they are not doing this in action, telling Ashito that he has to practice defense as well, and that he will do it alongside him. Togashi then looks serious as he says that at the same time, he will be asking him what he sees while they are at it. He then holds the football tightly in his hands as he says that you need numbers for defensive practice, and that they need to gather some people, and tells Ashito to hurry up. However, Ashito is just completely lost as he doesn't even get what is going on right now. With that, we see Asari and Takeshima. Takeshima asks Asari if he has done his homework and if he can let him copy. Asari tells him that he should do it himself sometimes and explains that he hasn't done the football notes that Nozomi asked them to submit. Anyway, while they were just chatting, we then saw Togashi sneaking up from behind and, no joke, kidnapping them as he had Ashito behind him, and with that, they had two defenders secured. We then see Miyako, who is arguing with Tachibana. That feels a bit weird saying it, but you get what I mean. Her brother, if that sounds better. Yuma then happens to come by and overhears them. However, as they continue, he just thinks about how noisy they are and goes to grab a drink. But we then see Togashi sneaking up behind him just then. And then in the next panel, we can clearly see him being dragged away. And this manga is just comedy at its finest. After that, Tachibana speaks some more with Miyako, as well as Anri, who has now appeared. However, they get interrupted by Togashi, who tells him to come here, and while holding it in front of Yuma's mouth, he explains that they now have two forwards secured as well. However, he gets an annoyed look as he says that, though they are still lacking attackers. After that, we once again see Anri's butler with his revolver out as he is aiming right at Togashi. Togashi then explains that they just need numbers, so it doesn't matter who, as long as they get more. He then calls out to Ashito and tells them to go. And with that, we see him carrying Takeshima and Asari on some sort of cart thing. Togashi then gets serious as he tells Ashito to teach him. After that, we get to some sort of field where we see Anri kicking the ball and saying that they are starting. The ball goes to Miyako, who traps it with her chest, having Asari behind her. While that is going on, we see Anri, who says that they are sending two balls. With that, the second ball is heading to Yuma, and Asari is going straight to him while telling Takeshima to take care of Miyako. After that, we move to Ashito, who says, "Alright." He starts to look around with his head, and Togashi notices it since, well, he is keeping close watch on Ashito. Anyway, after that, we see the ball going up, and it seems that Ashito missed it as Tachibana goes past him and heads to it. But after him, it's Togashi who manages to kick it away. Ashito falls to the floor, and Anri goes to him. Yuma then tells Tachibana that it was close and that he beat Ashito. Tachibana tells him that it was a nice pass. Anri then explains that this is reckless, and that it's so dark at this time that you can hardly see your feet. However, suddenly, I'm not sure whether it's Ashito or Togashi, but someone takes their hand in front of her, which makes her go silent, and they then go and talk with each other. Miyako then speaks up as she says that she is grateful for this high-level practice, but the 4 defenders are on the fly, right? And they are lacking attackers, so they are using 2 balls, so it should be hard to defend. But despite that, she asks them how they can still defend this well and calls them amazing. Asari just explains that if they are doing it, then they are doing it seriously, and they then look at Ashito as they say. More importantly, however, we don't hear any more from them now as we move to Ashito, who seems to be struggling with something in his mind. He says that it's turning his neck to an excessive degree. Then people's shadows remain in his head, saying that at that moment, rather than trees, it's like he is seeing a forest. Togashi picks up on that as he asks if he was able to remember where everyone was when he turned his neck. Ashito explains that of course he did, so then Yuma was facing centrally, so he thought Asari went to deal with him. Togashi is amazed that he even saw that Yuma was facing centrally. After that, we see Asari and Takeshima asking if they are serious. We then see Togashi starting to sweat. Meanwhile, Anri just looks at them. Togashi then speaks up once again and asks if he can answer his question earlier, asking about playing weird football when he was a kid. Ashito had an idea, right? Ashito explains that he was really young, like around 6 years old. He and his brother were raised by their mom alone, so they spent a lot of nights together in their mom's store since she couldn't leave the 2 of them alone at home. They had nothing to do, right? So the brothers would dribble a ton around the store. Togashi looks to be trying to take this in, and Ashito continues as he says that they didn't use an actual ball, and that they made one using newspapers, and they avoided customers and tables, thinking that they have always done that. After that, Anri is the one to speak as she says Iniesta's name, explaining that he is a Spanish national team player and that he had a similar family environment. If you don't know who that is, then the text tells us that he is a genius midfielder from Barcelona's Cantera Youth Academy. He played for the Spanish national team and had the nickname The Illusionist, which to be fair, sounds awesome. Henri continues and says that before Iniesta entered Barcelona's Cantera, he played around in his family's bar by avoiding drunk customers. There are many cases where what one does often as a kid turns into a foundation for them later as athletes. Yuma then speaks up and asks Togashi if he wants to widen his vision, saying that he went as far as to have Ashito teach him. Togashi then explains and tells them that when his blood gets to his head, he tends to lose sight of his surroundings. It should probably be the same for Ashito, but he's able to calm himself down and look over what's around him. That's how he was able to carve a path for himself. Since he's around, he asked him, as he was curious about what kind of things he sees. He then looks serious as he tells them that he doesn't think that he can do what Ashito's done since he was a kid, but if he observes him closely and learns, he might be able to obtain a bit out of it, saying that he will do it from scratch. After that, he also ends it by apologizing to Henri, which was about time. However, we aren't done, as we see an angry Takeshima as he clenches his fist and says Togashi's name in his head. It isn't just him, however, as Asari also says that Togashi is on Team A, but he's going this far while they are still on Team B, and this makes them question what it is that they are doing. We then see Fukuda watching them through the net with a smile on his face. Anyway, after that, we see that what Togashi said, he fired them all up, but while most of them are super excited now and ready, Ashito suddenly says that you might say that his vision is wide, but why is it that he can't make use of it on defense? Ashito explains that it's true that when playing football, he sees a lot of things. When he uses it on offense, some really crazy ideas come to him, but he sees right away, even on a makeshift practice like this, Asari and Takeshima are definitely better than him on defense, of course, and Togashi is as well. He punches his fist down at the ground, saying that his defense isn't premier level and that he is painfully aware of it, but he wants to play in the premier anyway. He wants to stand on that stage again, telling them all that his defense is his weakness, but even when he is trying to understand it with all that he's got, it doesn't matter who, just someone. Please, teach him. Ashito genuinely looks super lost, and the others can't do anything but just watch this, Or that's before Asari asks Yuma why they don't just teach him. Takeshima explains that they can teach the basics, but Premier, it's different, and above all else, they have no idea where to start. In Ashito's case, Asari continues with it and says that Ashito doesn't have the basic defense concepts that they were taught in juniors. Takeshima scratches his head as he says that defense is also done as a team. Even if you were to put it in words, it becomes really theoretical and gets tedious to explain. With that said, we do see Henri thinking about her notes and thinking that it might be what she has been doing. But suddenly, out of nowhere, they hear a familiar voice asking them why it has to get tedious to explain. All of them look over right away, and we then see Fukuda walking into the pitch. He looks confident as he tells them that he agrees that defense is done more as a team compared to offense, but isn't being able to explain defense in only theoretical terms a big problem. Ashito can't believe his eyes as he spots Fukuda. Even Takeshima and Asari look lost, and Fukuda then tells them that it's their weakness. They are confused, but Fukuda asks them why they don't think more openly. After that, Fukuda goes to some sort of shed and picks out some football boots as well as a rope. Asari right away says that he is innocent, explaining that he knows that there's a curfew and that he was against this, but that Togashi and Ashito forced him out. Fukuda, however, doesn't seem to care about that, as he instead says that to have enough attackers, you even made these women join, saying that it must be hard practicing that way. With that in mind, he puts on his shoes and tells them that he is joining, which leaves them all super shocked. Fukuda says that this gravel ground gets used for kids' football from time to time, so he had this practice that he proposed a few years back, and it's unexpectedly fun. He holds the rope as he looks at them and tells them that the 4 defenders will practice holding this rope together with both hands, and hearing that just leaves them even more lost and mind blown. After that, we see them holding the rope, and Fukuda tells Henri to go on ahead. With that, she passes the ball right away to Fukuda, who gets it. Meanwhile, we see the ones with the rope struggling a tiny bit right off the bat. We then see Fukuda showing off his insane skills as he manages to completely break Ashito's ankles, and even Ashito can't believe that he got that done over. After that, we see Togashi dragging him with his robe. But while he does that, Ashito thinks that if even one defender moves, they all have to keep up with him, thinking that if they don't, then they lose the rope, which we can clearly see is what happens here. As when Fukuda goes past Takeshima, Ashito loses his grip on the rope, but that's not all, as after that, Fukuda sends a high shot above the remaining players, and all of their eyes are glued on the ball before it, of course, goes into the net, since this is Fukuda we are talking about after all. Fukuda then tells them with a smile that if they don't block the shot course, he will keep scoring on them even from a distance. Everyone, and I mean everyone, is mind blown by this. Ashito is even losing his jaw as he thinks that he saw it once in Futami, but still he should be retired, but even then his ball control is unbelievable. Ashito then is about to say something else as he is holding the rope. However, Fukuda cuts him off as he speaks up. He firstly calls out to Takeshima. He tells him that the direction he points his hips when he is about to move is too obvious. His gaze is easily read, and he needs to try to trick his opponents more. He then calls out to Togashi and tells him that it's good that he is trying to work on his vision, telling him to try and observe Ashito thoroughly. He then goes to Asari and tells him that until he is able to explain defense in plain words, he should keep practicing with Ashito. After that, it's Tachibana's turn, and he tells him that the timing of his eye contact is always shifty. But then when it's Yuma's turn, he just tells him that he is fine for now, which makes him a bit annoyed. But after that, Ashito screams out and asks about him. Fukuda, however, just calmly says his name and explains that he was the only one who let go of the rope. Fukuda then continues as he tells them that on Thursday nights he takes a walk around here, looking at all of them and telling them that he will join them once a week at this time only, explaining that they should try to keep doing this until they can do it well, and Ashito is still just in total disbelief about all of this. After that, we get to Kuroda, Otomo, and Nozomi. Nozomi tells Kuroda that his impression of him is that he is the most youth player-esque and that it best defines him. Kuroda looks intense as he asks him what he means by that and if it's in a bad or good way. He tells Nozomi to please tell him anything and that it's why he came to see him. Nozomi looks at him closely and says that he has known him since junior youth, but this is the first time he has seen him this vulnerable. After that, he tells Kuroda fine and that he will answer him out of respect to his resolve, but before that, he will ask him the opposite. So Nozomi asks him who he thinks is the least youth-like player in the current Esperion. It doesn't even look like Kuroda thinks for a single second before he screams that it's Ashito. Nozomi tells him that he is correct, but there's one more. Kuroda is confused, but Nozomi tells him that when he was accepted after the selection exam, he didn't meet his standards to be honest, but Fukuda had a different standard. We then see the two of them sitting, and Fukuda explains that he's on a similar standard compared to when Akutsu took his selection exam. Fukuda continues as he tells Nozomi that the youth are made up of model students, a gathering of people who see themselves as elite. They are good at immersing themselves in theory. Nozomi agrees and says that there are parts to them that are lacking compared to those who went the high school route. Fukuda tells him that elite thinking isn't useful for anything. When in a match that's life or death, it only helps to make them give up sooner. There needs to be sediment in the clear running river called youth, explaining that there need to be irregularities. With that in mind, both Ashito and Akutsu are similar. They'll bring about a chemical reaction that will help Esperion youth. Kuroda and Otomo first look shocked, but Kuroda then says that he had already noticed at an earlier time something similar to what Fukuda mentioned, but that he didn't think to do anything to evaluate himself and improve. He thinks that without a doubt, he looked down on Ashito. Kuroda starts to look mad as he explains that what got in his way was his worthless elitism. Nozomi just looks directly at him before calling out to Otomo. He tells Otomo that among the first years, he has the strongest mental fortitude, and Nozomi even calls it outstanding, and this is something that even Otomo doesn't believe for a single second. Anyway, with that said, Nozomi tells him to play with more confidence and to believe that he has the qualities of a captain. After that, we see Kuroda and Otomo running back to the clubhouse, where they learn from the others that they got to practice with Fukuda, which they don't believe at first. Takeshima looks super happy as he says that it is a blessed time. Asari then joins in, as he says that he also said that he would practice with them like tonight on Thursday nights, saying that he thought that he wouldn't get to practice that closely with him unless he was established in Team A. Yuma on the side explains that he was the only one he didn't give a comment to. Otomo then tells them that he is jealous, but asks if it isn't overworking a bit though, since they just had a match, but no one answers him. And Kuroda then spots Ashito, who is just in his own brain thinking to himself. Togashi then goes to Kuroda and tells him that they are going to be doing night practice starting tomorrow, telling him that they are lacking attackers and that he and Otomo are free to join them. With that said, Kuroda doesn't hesitate for even a second as he says that he's got it, telling them that he is ready to do absolutely anything, and we can see how everyone is super shocked by that since it isn't like him. Even Ashito can't say anything else other than to just say his name. We then have Otomo, who goes into his backpack and explains that he made a discovery. He tells them that hardly anyone passes through the windows around here, so it's easy to sneak out. Takeshima, with a smug face, says that nothing goes past him. Otomo then has a bright smile as he says that they will easily get caught breaking curfew if too many of them go, telling them to try practicing for a week with just them for now, before inviting anyone else. With that, we head right to the next day, where we see Ashito screaming, telling Togashi to wait a second, but Togashi just tells him that he is slow. After that, however, we see Ashito going right to the ground and being left behind. We can see in his eyes how mad he is, and wonder how they are able to adapt so fast and why he is the only one who keeps falling over. He looks at them all and calls them amazing, thinking that they are able to plug up spaces instantly and sink. He is now sitting on the ground as he thinks that he might have said it's a train game, but it's apparent that this rope practice is for those who lack the fundamentals on defense. It's a groundbreaking practice that he is suddenly getting left behind on. But just then, his eyes suddenly widen as he looks at Togashi turning his neck. After that, Kuroda manages to slip past Togashi, and Takeshima asks him where he is looking. We then see Kuroda, who manages to score pretty easily. Togashi then screams out as he is super pissed off, but just then, someone calls out to him. It's Ashito, who asks him if it wouldn't have been better if he hadn't turned his neck there. Togashi is just confused, but Ashito tells him that he was in a spot where he could both see the ball holder and the one marking him, telling Togashi that because of that, there's no need to excessively turn his neck, or else he might end up losing sight in both. We then see the two of them looking at each other for a bit, before Togashi just tells Ashito, "Alright." After that, Ashito is left alone. However, he is watching everyone working hard, and this makes him grip onto the rope hard as he says that he won't lose. He thinks that he doesn't know what effect this rope practice will bring, but Fukuda told him to do it, and that he just has to go all out and do it. After that, we see Ashito once again back on his feet as he screams out and tells them to go for one more. After that, we cut to them in school the next day. We see Henri taking notes and actually paying attention. Meanwhile, everyone else except for Yuma, who is playing games on his phone, and even Ashito can be seen sleeping in class. After that, we see Miyako and Henri in the city. Henri says that she really came, and Miyako tells her that of course she did, saying that since their practice ended earlier, And above all else, today is Thursday, the day Fukuda comes to teach, explaining that Tachibana was so excited on the phone. Miyako then gets a huge smile as she says that she was able to join once on the first day, but now that they are doing it with Otomo and the rest, she wants to do her best. Anri just smiles back at her before Miyako continues and says that she sure is interested in what Fukuda will teach them. Maybe he will even give Miyako some advice. Anri tells her that it might be the case for her, however she herself just wants to be watching today. But Miyako asks her what she is saying, and asks if she didn't change into clothes that are easy to move in, and Anri then feels embarrassed because of it, which is kind of sweet. With that out of the way, we then see Fukuda going wild on the pitch as he passes the ball to Otomo. Otomo says that he is on it, however in front of him, he has got the furious defense of Asari, Takeshima, Togashi, and of course, Ashito. It then looks like Takeshima charges forward, and Ashito can feel his rope getting dragged. Kuroda then asks Otomo for the ball, so he passes it to him, but right then, it's Asari who moves up to Kuroda. This makes it so that the whole line has to move along with him. They have got Kuroda pretty much in a pinch after that, but as Kuroda is getting bombarded, Fukuda calls out to him, and Kuroda sends him a flawless pass. Fukuda gets the ball, and this time it's on Ashito's side, who goes to Fukuda. However, unfortunately, he isn't able to get any closer to Fukuda, as he, with a smug expression, tells Ashito that the rope is stretched out. With that, Fukuda passes to Yuma, who sends it along to Anri, and we then end with Anri scoring a goal. Togashi then screams at Ashito as he asks him what he is doing. Yuma, however, just says that it's amazing, explaining that the last time he saw her score a goal was when they were kids. After that, we spot Takeshima, who looks mad as he tells Ashito that he ran out of rope and that he was drawn out by Fukuda. Tachibana then joins in and does admit that his movements have improved. Yuma agrees and says that he almost mistook the four of them for line dancers with their synchronicity. It's then Ashito's turn as he calls out to Fukuda. He says that he ends up tugging on this rope if he isn't paying attention, saying that if he doesn't tug it, then he doesn't have time to call out to the others. He has to move with the rest of them. Ashito then holds the rope, and he looks pumped up as he says that these practice drills are into his body. He has a smile as he says that it's really good, and that he might have said it's a training game, but it works for his case. After that, he gets into his head, as he thinks that it's better than anything theoretical. The method doesn't matter, it's your benefit once you've drilled it with your body. Ashito then asks Fukuda if he is right, but instead of answering, he just calls out to Togashi. He asks him a question, asking him when going to school through town from the dorms. There are a lot of stores with red signboards, right? He then asks Togashi, how many are there in total? Togashi looks extremely shocked. He asks if Fukuda means like the ramen store around the corner. He then struggles with his words for a bit before saying that it's also the pharmacy along the river. With all of that in mind, he tells Fukuda that it's 3 in total. Fukuda is just silent before calling out to Ashito. Ashito gets over it right away and starts to think. He says that the manga store's sign, the yakiniku sign, the DVD rental, and also the pharmacy sign's letters are red, but that the sign is white. Anyway, with all of that in mind, he says that it's 7 in total. Fukuda tells him that he is correct while everyone else looks like they are about to lose their jaw. Fukuda then tells him that Togashi still isn't there yet when it comes to differences between white and red. Togashi tries his best to argue it, but Fukuda continues as he tells him to look around his surroundings more accurately in his day-to-day, and that he will ask him a different question next week. After that, he hands both Tachibana and Kuroda a piece of paper with their advice on it, but it's not only them, as he also gives one to Miyako, which is super kind of him. After that, he calls out to Asari and Takeshima. He tells them that they are not getting promoted to Team A yet. However, he asks them if they would like to play on the reserve team for the Team A scrimmage tomorrow, and the two of them scream that, of course they will. Ashito, in his brain, then thinks that they will be able to play in the scrimmage tomorrow with the 4 of them, thinking that he is looking forward to how well they can play against Team A. After that, Fukuda tells them that they are done here for today and starts to leave. We then see Ashito screaming at him and asking him if he has any advice for him. Fukuda just looks back at him before telling him straight up that he doesn't have anything in particular. With that, we then see Ashito being super mad as he is drinking something. Anri tells him that it's not good to drink something carbonated right now. Ashito just tells her that he can't settle down unless he drinks. Explaining that their coach is so cold, Ashito explains that he looked forward to what he would say this whole week, and just for him to shoot him down, Anri looks at Ashito, who looks like a beast because of how mad he is. She then tells him that it's true that he was enthusiastic this week, telling him that she is sure that he lost weight because he was so enthusiastic. Ashito is amazed and asks if that is true. After that, Henri tells him that if he would like, then she can make him meals from now on. Ashito is super shocked by that. Meanwhile, we see Henri being slightly embarrassed but hopeful. Ashito, however, just tells her that it would be bad, asking if he wouldn't be too imposing if he had the sponsor's daughter go that far for him. He then smiles and says that he has the meal plan that Hana made for him and that he has got it all the way to July. We then see Henri getting a bit sad by that. Meanwhile, Ashito then just thinks about Hana again, thinking that they haven't met since their kiss. Anyway, while he is in his thoughts, Miyako overhears him and asks if they are talking about Hana. She then tells him that they saw her in town with Kuribayashi before they came. We also saw Henri actively trying to stop her from saying it, but Miyako did not get the hint. Ashito then looks pretty down because of it. Miyako then continues, as she says that for them to go out of their way to meet in town, she wonders if those two might even be dating. After that, we see Kuribayashi running into Asari and the others, and he asks them if they are breaking their curfew. They are all just shocked to see him here and ask him what he is doing in their dorms. Kuribayashi just tells them that there's someone he wants to talk to. After that, with a serious face, he asks them where Ashito is. After that, we see Kuribayashi going to where Ashito is. He explains that Takeshima and the others said that he was here. Everyone is completely losing their mind seeing him there, but Kuribayashi just asks Ashito if he has some time. Ashito looks super shocked as he asks him what it is. Kuribayashi, without a single hesitation, tells him that he will try to give him advice and that Hana asked him to do so. We then see the two of them sitting on a bench, and Ashito in his head thinks that if it's about Hana, then they saw her meeting up in the town earlier with him, wondering if those two really are dating. Ashito then looks pretty uncomfortable before Kuribayashi speaks up and just says the word advice. After that, we see him thinking in his head hard, which just makes Ashito even more uncomfortable. While that is going on, we also see all of the others hiding behind a bush close by. Anyway, Ashito then says Kuribayashi's name. He tells him that he doesn't know what this advice thing is all of a sudden. And why is Hana going around doing something like that, asking him if Hana was close by when he came, or rather, if he knows Hana well? Kuribayashi, while still thinking, says that she took care of him once when they were kids. He then goes into his backpack and explains that currently she is helping him out with managing his diet. In exchange for that, she asked him to give Ashito some advice, and she had already asked before they started. Ashito is just shocked that she would do that. After that, Kuribayashi hands him a notebook. Ashito asks him what it is, and he tells him that it's his football notes. He explains that he can't teach like he thought, so instead, Ashito can have that. Ashito can't even believe it, as he says that he was also writing on this during the Kashiwa match, saying that this must be pretty important to him. Kuribayashi, however, just tells him that it's fine, and that he remembers everything in it. Miyako then wonders what Kuribayashi means by him being unable to teach, but Henri clears it up as she explains that there's no player on the level who can understand what he can teach. It's only because he's on a different stage. Hence, it makes her more curious about what's written in that notebook. We then move to Ashito, who thinks that it's weird that he is giving him something this important, but still, he doesn't seem like the type to listen to other people. This makes him question what Hana really said to him, wondering what relationship they have. But then he quickly starts to wonder why he even has thoughts like this. He thinks that he has a mountain of work to do with football, and he is also trying to go pro, so thinking these thoughts is pathetic. While he is panicking internally, Kuribayashi gets up and explains that he is heading home, but tells Ashito to just let him tell him one thing. He tells him that he only wrote that to the point that he can understand it, especially the part about tactics, and that there aren't many people who he has shown that to who understand it. After that, we see Kuribayashi starting to walk away. Meanwhile, Ashito goes through the book, he starts to read it, and he starts to get immersed into it so much that he starts to even visualize the plays in his head and picture what it is that is going on. After a while, and before Kuribayashi has fully left, Ashito calls out to him, asking him if he can really do this. Ashito continues and says that he won't have many chances to talk with him, so please, can he tell him one thing? Ashito looks serious as he says that he wants to go no matter what. For that purpose, he has been desperately making strides every day. But going pro is obvious for Kuribayashi. He is already outstanding. Because of that, Ashito wonders, for someone like him, what's his goal in playing football? Where is he looking to? Kuribayashi then waits up and asks Ashito if he is playing football to go pro. Ashito screams that he is. Kuribayashi then looks back and asks him, at this moment, who's the best player in the world for him? Ashito is super caught off guard and doesn't know what to say. However, Kuribayashi tells him that in every era, no matter who you ask this question to, they'll immediately have an answer right. With that said, Kurebayashi looks super cold and determined as he tells Ashito that it's who he wants to be. We then see Ashito and everyone hiding, looking extremely shocked. However, Kurebayashi says that he had decided this the moment he chose to dedicate his one life to football, saying that he doesn't understand anyone who isn't aiming for the same thing, but still Ashito was able to understand it from reading that. With that, Kurebayashi starts to smile as he tells him that it makes him happy, which is super wholesome, but with that, Kurebayashi then leaves Ashito for good this time. Meanwhile, Ashito is lost in thought about what Kurebayashi just said. After that, we see Akutsu watching the board and seeing who will be playing in the scrimmage game and being annoyed. He speaks up and says that this should be their actual match preparation, but there are too many first years on the reserve team, thinking that this won't be good enough practice for the premier. Kiriki, who is behind him, then tells him that it seems that the first years have been working hard at night and practiced as a group, which does shock Akutsu a bit. After that, he looks over to all of the first years, and he tells them that it will be bad if all their faces look that tired, asking them if they are taking this scrimmage against them seriously. Just then, Ashito speaks up and explains that they haven't said anything about being tired. Akutsu just looks at him annoyed and asks why the one who looks the most tired is saying that. Walking away while telling him that he is going to crush him, we then move to the first years and Otomo speaks up. He says that it's as Ashito said. They haven't said anything about being tired, explaining that if the subs aren't strong, then the regulars will eventually weaken. Asari agrees and says that they heard it from Kuroda. Kuroda then goes further and says that it was all Fukuda's words. It was those words that motivated them to go this far. He then starts to look serious as he explains that they can't disappoint him. Ashito then thinks back to what Kurebayashi told him. He then apologizes, but asks if he can have them listen to him for a bit, and he looks absolutely ready for war as he says that, but sadly we don't get to see what he told them as we instead go into the game. Takashima has the ball but passes. Togashi, this time we can see how he is actively turning his neck and looking around, and because of that, he spots Nagano up on the field, but just then, Yoshitune out of nowhere comes and grabs the ball. He tells Togashi that he is looking away at a weird time and that now he has lost the ball at a spot like this, but he doesn't even finish his sentence as he instead sees both Takeshima and Ashito appearing right in front of him. If that wasn't enough, then Asari comes by his side and tries to take away the ball. Yoshitune thinks that Asari sure is fast and that he shouldn't force an attack and instead pass back, but as he does that, Takeshima out of nowhere screams for Togashi. We then see Togashi, who comes and steals away the ball, which we can clearly see does shock the regulars a bit. Togashi then explains that it's not just football. If you want to widen your vision, you have to train in your daily life too. After that, he thinks back to his conversation with Fukuda. Fukuda told him that even just walking around town is practice, like how many red signboards there are. Togashi agrees and says that you will gain that habit by adding more things to look out for. Fukuda then tells him that what's important is to remember what you see correctly and make a decision, explaining that when you misremember the pharmacy's signboard as red, that's just your own convenience. Assumption. Things like that probably won't shoot from that distance. My teammates will probably stay here. That's because he is making those kinds of convenient reads that he ends up making mistakes with. We then get into Togashi's brain as he tells himself to look accurately at the direction of their eyes and where their pivot foot is pointed. With that, he then spots Osiek in a perfect position, so he sends up the pass. We then see Otomo hyping him up as he tells him that he did well in taking that course. After that, we have Kobayakawa, who screams Akutsu's name and says that he will go and attack. Meanwhile, Akutsu is left to defend. But just then, we see that Kuroda is also going into the picture, so Akutsu tells Kobayakawa to stick to Kuroda. However, with that, there is one more who wants to join the party, and that's Otomo, who goes past Osiek and Akutsu. Osiek sees him, and he passes the ball. This leaves Otomo free, but sadly, it was unfortunately offside. However, we see Daigo from the bench as he says that Kuroda and Otomo are aggressive today, and that it was offside, but that it was a nice attack. Akutsu then kicks away the ball and tells them to attack right away. But as he does so, he notices how Kuroda and Otomo are heading back in an instant. It's not only him who sees this though, as Fukuda also spots this and calls it good. He says that they didn't waste time looking frustrated and went back right away, telling them good job that they managed to change gears. After that, we see that Kiriki has the ball and is going forward, but as Ashito is in the defense, he can suddenly see an invisible rope surrounding them. With that, he knows exactly where he should be at all times. Kiriki even explains that they are moving well, or it's more like it's their tactics and their concentration, thinking that the first years are moving together at a high level. Even Yoshitune says that he sees, and that maybe Fukuda's words were this effective. We then see Takashima together with Togashi taking back the ball. However, before we see more of the action, we go back and learn what Ashito told them before. He told them that for a team to be strong, it must have strong subs as well. But he looks annoyed as he asks them if they are fine with just being subs. He then looks serious all of a sudden, as he tells everyone that Fukuda said some really nice words, but they can't just obediently let themselves get moved by it. He explains that they got labeled as subs, they have to be frustrated by that, and they can't just give in. Everyone just looks at him as he continues by saying that Kurebayashi taught him what is most important, screaming at them that they have to hold themselves above that and saying that this might be a scrimmage, but they have to crush those guys in Team A, and that they need to look much higher. We then move to Kiriki, who says that the first years in this scrimmage are especially focused. They're conscious of their defense too, so they don't get countered. Akutsu then speaks up as he says that their concentration will immediately break once they concede a goal, looking super furious as he tells Kiriki to just leave it to him. After that, we see Yuma passing the ball to Matsunaga, and Ashito goes in front of him. Matsunaga thinks that not only that, but Togashi also moved there and that they've suddenly killed his passing options. With that, we gain insight into Ashito's big brain as he thinks that what he gained the most out of the rope practice is moving without needing to get told, thinking that if his positioning is wrong, he'll get pulled and fall over, and that they have done it countless times. The fundamentals of defense that Togashi, Takeshima, and Asari have forcibly drilled into his body. Anyway, we then see that Yoshitune has the ball, but just then, Takeshima comes rushing right to him. Yoshitune manages to pass the ball, but he thinks that the first years have a different look in their eyes, and he calls it interesting. Just then, Takeshima looks at Ashito, and he thinks that they don't need to say anything but that he knows where they want him to be. We then see Ashito, mind-blowingly coming in Kiriki's way, and stealing away the ball. And then, in his head, he says that what connected the four of them was just rope, but he understands it with something tangible. He continues as he says that they have a rope that allows them to cover for each other even without words. It's a rope that binds them together. For a defensive unit, this is trust, and finally he can understand, which is something super huge for Ashito if we are being honest. But just then, we see Akutsu bumping right into Ashito. Otomo from the side is shocked that Akutsu is moving up even in a scrimmage like this. Akutsu is then about to taunt Ashito by calling it a shame and saying that there's no way for them to stop the regulars. But then out of nowhere, he starts to notice something weird, which is that Ashito, with all of his willpower, is holding onto the ball with his dear life, and it really looks like he is struggling to do so. However, even then, Ashito thinks back to what Kurebayashi told him, and he thinks that it's right. He has played up until now with the purpose of going pro. Once he gets a contract with Esperion's senior team, he can send money to their mother, but he starts to wonder if his goal really ends there. After that, we see Akutsu being super angry as he screams to Ashito to let go, and we then see him running away with the ball. With that, Akutsu is about to tell Kiriki to go for it, but before he can even finish his sentence, we see both Togashi and Asari right in front of him. With that, we then see Togashi going to tackle away the ball. He misses the ball, but gets Akutsu off it, and with him not on the ball, it leaves Ashito with the perfect opportunity to finish it, as he then slide tackles the ball away. But unfortunately, it doesn't end happily for them, as Yuma is right where the ball went to, and that gives him an easy opportunity to just sink the ball right into the net and give them a goal. We can then see Togashi, Asari, and Ashito all being pretty mad, but even then, Ashito screams out with all that he can, telling them not yet. He looks super fired up as he tells them that they will stop the next one and then the one after that. With that, we see all of them getting extremely fired up with that pep talk. After that, we go into Ashito's brain as he thinks that he wants to go pro, but people whose goal ends there will never become pro. He thinks about Hana and knows that his resolve is still lacking. Worrying about something so worthless is the biggest proof of that. He then gets out of his head and screams that they are not conceding any more goals and that they are turning things around. While that is going on, we do actually see Yoshitune letting out a little smile as he sees it, not to mention Fukuda on the bench, who says that it starts here. Next is just the practice volume, looking really smug, as he tells them to show them what they have got. With that, we learn that 2 months since then have passed. We see that Esperion has won game after game, and in the Japan club Youth Senshuken, they became the champions with Kurebayashi as the MVP, and this is a separate tournament from the Premier League that's held in summer. It's one of the 3 cups in youth football. After that, however, we get over to the Funabashi Academy, where it looks like they have also won their last matches, or at least most of them. Lastly, we head to Aomori Seiran, who have, in fact, won their last 5 games, and we get a special zoom into number 10, who does look pretty cold. With that, however, we can see that Aomori has in fact taken the lead in the Premier League table, as they are leading with Esperion right behind them. We then move to Esperion, where Daigo says that for this time's U18 national team matches in the Czech Republic, they are losing 4 players for 2 weeks from their main team. He explains that it's great that they were selected, but youth teams have a tiny pool of players compared to high schools, saying that they can't plug their absence. We then see Fukuda just sitting silently thinking. Daigo then continues, as he says that the next is against Tokyo Vans, and it's Omiya after that. They definitely won't have these 4 for those matches, asking if their team isn't the most handicapped by this situation. After that, we see the regulars working out. Someone says that they are fighting in the coach's room. Someone else says that it's understandable as 4 are going to Czech Republic. They might have won club youth, but the regulars were used for all matches during summer, so fatigue is bad. Akiyama then joins in, as he says that the 4 are Yoshitune, Yamada, Takasugi, and Kiriki, as usual, right? Shimizu explains that the coach in charge was also announced, but it's probably those 4. They say that Shimura's leg is pretty bad, and that he pushed it too hard, not to mention that Taira hasn't recovered either. Osiek then asks, how about Kurubayashi? Takasugi tells him that he's under 20, so Czech has nothing to do with him. He then asks if he will at least play these 3 matches. Akiyama says that who knows, but time-wise it wouldn't be odd for him to get called back to the senior team anytime now. We then see Matsunaga, who tells them that there's also the gap between the regulars and the reserves, saying that who would have thought it would rear its head here. We then see Kiriki and Akutsu not taking part in their conversation. This makes Takasugi mad as he screams at them, telling them that both of them are too indifferent, explaining that they haven't been able to raise their level. Raising their kuhai is their responsibility, but what's with this attitude that they have? Kiriki then takes out his headphones as he tells them that he won't say that he doesn't care, but he doesn't get what Takasugi means that it's their responsibility, telling him that no matter how you look at it, isn't it their responsibility to improve? Akutsu then adds in, telling Takasugi that he feels so moved just now, saying that Esperion must be the strongest team, therefore, the whole team should be strong, right? He then, with a smug face, just apologizes for being too excellent, but says that he has other concerns in mind. Takasugi asks him what he means, telling him that they are counting on him while they are at the Czech Republic, especially if Kurebayashi is gone too, telling Akutsu that he is way too harsh on their kuhai and he should think of how to bring the team together at a time like this. Takasugi says that it goes for Kiriki as well and that he needs to give them advice before they depart. Akutsu then just smiles as he tells Takasugi that it's pointless, saying that Kiriki has his hands full thinking about how the Czech call will go. Everyone then looks at him stunned, but Akutsu asks him if he isn't right, saying that without Kuribayashi around, he is the playmaker for both the national team and Esperion, telling him that he has to handle both of them. Asking Kiriki if he isn't looking forward to those international matches more, Kiriki just calls him stupid and puts in his headphones again. But just then, Fukuda walks into the room. He apologizes for being late, but explaining that they are announcing who was called up for the national team, saying that there are 4 going to the Czech Republic. Akiyama just asks him why they will do it here, but Fukuda just continues. As he says Yoshitune's and Yamada's names first, he then calls out to Takasugi and then lastly Akutsu, which we can see gets Akutsu super hyped up. Meanwhile, Kiriki looks crushed. Akutsu then screams out and celebrates. Fukuda calls out to him and congratulates him, and we can see that Akutsu gets a smile on himself because of it. Anyway, Fukuda then explains that the 4 will make it back in time for the Funabashi match, and that it will be rough but that they need them to play. But still, these 4 will definitely be out for both the Tokyo Vans and Omiya matches, and because of that, they are going to decide who will be playing, and then, as Fukuda shows the board, they quickly notice that the whole defensive line is made up of first years. Fukuda then calls out to Kiriki, telling him that he is working with this team as the playmaker. However, Kiriki just looks at him with a blank face, and Fukuda asks him if he is listening. While he is in a shocked state, Yoshitune goes to celebrate with Akutsu. But while that is going on, both Nagano and Akiyama are completely mind-blown by the fact that Kiriki got dropped. Akiyama even says that Kiriki, who has always been called up since U15, and his replacement are Akutsu. After that, Daigo speaks up and calls out to Kiriki. He tells him that the U18 coach Ichimura sent them the reason why he was dropped. He says that they confirmed it after watching the club matches over summer. There's fatigue over having played all those matches, but he is also mentally drained. They didn't call him up out of concern. Now he can just concentrate on the club. Kiriki, however, just looks absolutely crushed. Matsunaga also thinks that it's just lip service, thinking that Akutsu, who was chosen in his place, also played in all those matches, and that Kiriki won't be convinced by that. Fukuda is then the one to speak as he tells everyone there that losing 4 starters hurts, but this is a chance for the reserves to make an appeal. The defensive line will be formed by first years. Asari and Takeshima are being promoted to Team A, Tachibana as well. There will be many first years sitting on the bench. Osiek then asks about Kuribayashi. Fukuda tells him that he talked with Gwaruja. The promise was 2 months, so he's going back, but it's been extended until the Funabashi match. That's the only match he's playing in, but still he is going back to the senior team after the Funabashi match. After that, it's Daigo's time again, and he says that he understands that they are all worried. They have to go through 2 premier matches against Tokyo Vans and Omiya with inexperienced first years. But the veterans Kiriki and Kobayakawa are the keys, telling Kiriki that they are counting on him as the playmaker. But we then get to Akutsu, who asks them if this isn't the reason why. Calling out to both Kiriki and Takasugi, Akutsu starts to smile as he says that both of them were under the assumption that they be called up before they actually were. They are counting on Akutsu while they weren't around, they said. He explains that it's exactly why. That's why someone who he thought was beneath him was able to exceed him. Daigo then screams at Akutsu to stop, telling him that there's no one above or beneath anyone who was called up. Anyway, the Tokyo Vans match is soon, saying that even winning 1 point is a good result. But as he said that, Fukuda cuts him off and tells him to go win 3 points. And we can clearly see how everyone is stunned by that. Fukuda, however, continues as he explains that this is his order as the manager. Bring this inexperienced team together, and he must lead them to victory. If he can't make them win, then he won't be using him for a while either, which is insane. Anyway, we then move, as we see Sugawara, Tachibana, Asari, and Takeshima getting promoted to Team A, which was sure about time. We then see all of them celebrating, which is so wholesome. Ashito calls it awesome and that they are in Team A. And now, Otomo joins in and says that for these past 2 months, he was nervous about how no one was getting promoted or getting dropped back down. But who would have thought that the first years would increase? We then see Roan telling Tachibana that it's a shame how close he was to catching up to Kaneda as the top goal scorer in the Division League. Wataru says that he agrees and asks if it wouldn't be better to turn down the promotion, and they then just laugh. We then see Ayuta on the side, who tells them good luck, telling them to appeal to Coach Fukuda so more first years get used. After that, they have a laugh a bit more. But then, Masuko says that he is going home. He explains that with this, both the selected and scouted players are all in Team A. The uselessness of the graduates is getting highlighted, asking if this is the time to be getting merry. Everyone is just silent, but Masuko continues as he says that on top of that, this night practice, he came a bunch since he was invited. But is it really useful? Saying that they are already exhausted after practice during summer, this ground at night is honestly dangerous too, making them feel like they are adding on to their fatigue. Takashima then tells him that Fukuda comes to teach on Thursdays though. Masuko then tells him that he will just go on Thursdays, saying that he will be able to play in matches for Team B now, and that he can't afford to get injured. We then see Yuma, who says that they can't do anything about the difference in temperament, explaining that the season is already more than enough, and that their standpoints are diverging as well. We then see Kaneko, who has appeared out of nowhere, and she says that she heard that Ashito and the rest were doing individual practice here, so she has been coming to watch for a few weeks, but she asks Yuma why he doesn't join them. Yuma tells her that he did, but switched out after Roan and the rest started coming. He then just smiles as he explains that youth sure is fun to watch. We then head right into Kaneko's thoughts as she thinks that she came to get more material from Esperion, and she has come to understand the differences in their personalities and motivations. But it's only this kid who seems pretty relaxed, thinking that it's always made him different. Anyway, we then get to Yuma, who says that Ashito is extreme. Yuma explains that for these 2 months he's worked the hardest, saying that without a doubt he should be the most tired and also gained the most out of these night practices. Explaining that when there's a wall in front of him, he comes straight at it, saying that if it were himself, he could probably loosen up more, but even then, Yuma is looking forward to it, to when Ashito can show the results of his training in the Premier League. With that, we cut over to Ashito, who screams, "Alright," saying that he doesn't know who they will be playing for in the Tokyo Vans match, but that his preparation is perfect, and he then screams out with all that he can. After that, we cut to Kuribayashi walking, and he spots Kiriki. Kuribayashi calls out to him, but he doesn't say anything. This makes Kuribayashi get an interesting expression as he says that even Kiriki can make that kind of expression. After that, Kuribayashi leaves. Meanwhile, Kiriki is left there alone. and he then smashes his fist into the wall out of anger. After that, we move to where the coaches are showing the players the lineup for this weekend's match against Tokyo Vans. Fukuda says that they might be missing starters, but not to think of this as a filler match, telling them that there's no need to distinguish this match from the other ones. With full confidence, he tells them to go get 3 points and that Kiriki is their captain. After that, we just see Ashito, who looks absolutely mind-blown, which is just so funny. But then someone grabs his vest and tells him that he is a starter and that he doesn't need it. It's Tachibana who ends it by telling Ashito good luck. After that, we see all of the defensive line being super ecstatic over this, which I just love. It's so wholesome. The text then says that every club's situation is different, but for J-Youth, September is a time of turning points, similar to the time of retirement in high school football. Before the club youth Shinshuken is held, players who have no hope of earning a pro contract are told of their situation directly. Without a chance of getting a contract, there are those who focus on university entrance exams. They are given options such as being able to retire from football. In Esperion, 4 people have decided to retire this year and have started embarking on life after football. After that, we see the gang as usual. However, Otomo explains that they can't do night practice for a while. As expected, they finally have this chance, and they have to be in perfect condition for the match. Kuroda says that it's right, and that he is on the bench as well. Tachibana then adds on by saying that they did everything that they needed to. After that, we see Yuma looking around, and he says that he gets that Togashi, who moves at his own pace, already left, but where's Ashito? Otomo just tells him that he said that he can't calm down since they are not doing night practice, and that he told him to stop, but he won't do it. We then see Anri, who looks worried, which is so cute. Anyway, Otomo then tries again as he screams out and tells him that he is a starter now and that he needs to stop. Ashito just waves them off as he says that he knows very well. We then see Kaneko, who says that he has such amazing stamina, saying that since he is from Ehime, he might be trying to be like Nagatomo. Anri just tells him that even Nagatomo cools down by not running for a few weeks. Anyway, we then get back to Ashito, who is even leaving the grounds now. He tells them that the time they are allowed to use the ground is over, so he will just run for a bit more outside, but he tells them that they should go home soon. Kaneko then once again speaks up and says that she knows that he's happy about being chosen as a starter, but he's a kid who can't hold his emotions in. We then head right into his head as he says that he is actually playing in a Premier League match again, and he has a bright and huge smile. He tells himself to win over and over again, but then, as he continues to run, he suddenly gets an extremely shocked look as he spots Hana with her bike right in front of him as he comes closer. Hana screams at him to stop, and Ashito stops right in front of her. Ashito is having trouble speaking, but Hana tells him to stop running and go home. She explains that she was by the bike rack, but he wasn't coming no matter how long she waited. She then tells him that here is his bike and that she got it for him. After that, she points and tells him to go home right away. But Ashito is unable to speak as he just starts to blush, and Hana then looks away. Ashito then finally speaks up and asks her why she is even here all of a sudden. Hana tells him that she had something for him, but just as she says that, Ashito remembers the kiss, but also how some people think that she and Kurebayashi are dating. Ashito then looks down to the ground, and he tells Hana that he is a starter for this weekend's match. He then looks up and screams right at her. Asking why she showed up now, Ashito then, right in an instant, takes his hand in front of his mouth and knows that he messed up. Meanwhile, Hana right away looks super sad as she just tells him, sorry. After that, we cut to a flashback to Noriko on the phone with Hana. She apologizes for having Hana do so much for her. She explains that the store regulars were kind enough to prepare a ticket to Tokyo for her and that they told her to check up on Ashito, saying that she might as well take a look. So because of that, she thought of coming to watch his match, asking if he would be playing in the Funabashi match on one of the days she will be there, or asking if it would be better for him not to see her. Noriko tells Hana that even when she tried to call him at his dorm, he told her that he didn't want calls, and so she wants to talk with him in person for a bit. We then see Hana, who starts to blush as she says that it's better if she doesn't meet with Ashito and thinks about the kiss. Noriko right away gets mad and asks Hana if Ashito did something to her. But Hana just tells her that she thinks that someone like her, who knows nothing about football, just disturbs Ashito and troubles him. Saying that he has to focus on football and that she doesn't want to get in his way, asking if there isn't any other way around this. Noriko then tells her that there's absolutely no way that Hana is in his way, and that seems to have given her some courage, as that's why she came after practice. But we then cut back to when Hana apologized after Ashito shouted at her. Ashito then asks her if she had something for him, Hana quickly fakes her smile and says that she does, saying that she will go home right away, but that she couldn't give him the one for August, but that she then put it all together once more, talking about his diet schedule, which she hands him right now. Ashito then holds it to his mouth before asking if this is the same as Kuribayashi's. However, Hana tells him that there is no way and that their physiques and preferences are different, so she thought about those properly when she made it, and it then looks like Ashito gets extremely embarrassed after that. Hana just looks sad once again, which honestly breaks my heart. After a while, she says that she will go home. Ashito then snaps back to reality, but Hana says that she already told him sorry, telling him that she will go home, so Ashito shouldn't make that face anymore, telling him to make sure to give the meal plan a look and wishing him good luck with football. Ashito screams out to her, but she continues to run off while telling him that she is rooting for him. But Ashito then shouts her name once again and she waits up. Ashito then right away asks her why she kissed him. Hana just looks at him before once again looking sad. Because of that, she just screams, "Sorry," over and over again as she runs away. After that, she has been running for some time. She bumps into Henri. Henri asks Hana if she talked with Ashito. Hana tells her that she did. After that, Henri asks Hana about her relationship with Kuribayashi, which completely seems to make Hana super confused. She just explains that she makes meal plans for him. In return, he gives her the results of his monthly blood tests. With those values, she can learn how practice load and diet affect a J1 player's condition in detail. Right after she is done explaining, Henri asks her if the two of them meet often. Hana tells her that they don't, explaining that for those details, she just meets the people at the office. Well, she then explains that they did meet once by the station, so that she could thank him properly in person. Henri is then silent for a while before telling her that Ashito will be a starter for the Premier League match this week, telling Hana to please let him concentrate, explaining that when she shows up, she messes up his form. Hana seems to be first confused before starting to fake a smile as she walks past Henri without saying a word. When she has left, we also see Henri, who is left alone, and she also looks really sad. As Ashito wakes up, his eyes fall on the note Hana left him behind with his monthly schedule, telling Ashito that his mother, Norika, is asking if she can come watch the match against Funabashi on the 20th of September. Hana tells Ashito that he must absolutely pick up his mother's phone when she calls him and make sure to give her a reply. The note reminds Ashito of how he was not able to properly talk to her. However, Ashito decides to not focus too much on that, as his main focus should be football, and the only thing he should most worry about is Tokyo Van, as the match against them is considered a derby. Derbies also exist in J-League. If there are two J clubs in the same area, then to further encourage the rivalry, it would be necessary to get excited over the showdown. In these leagues, it is fine to lose to any team except the derbies, as that match is fueled by bloodthirsty supporters, which causes the atmosphere around derbies to become hostile. But it is the essence of derbies, a serious battle between two neighboring clubs with honor on their line. Such is the match between Tokyo Esperion and Tokyo Vans, and because they both carry the name of Tokyo, they have been fierce rivals since the time the clubs were owned by private companies, which is why when these two teams face each other in the J-League, things get so heated that there has to be extra police presence. However, youth is completely unrelated to this, as the ground is almost empty on the match day. Togashi mentions that the club supporters probably have no idea when the youth team plays, which is not the case in high school teams, as Otomo mentions, because they have a large number of club members and guardians. Ashito notices that there are some people wearing their club's shirt cheering for them, which Tachibana mentions are their core supporters. Ashito notices that there are few supporters, but there are always some people who come to watch the match. And what surprises Ashito is that despite not knowing these teen footballers would even go pro, these dedicated supporters always come to watch their match. Ashito respects their dedication and bows down to thank them for their kind support. After that, the players start to warm up for their match, while the coaches strategize for the derby game. Coach Benzin informs the players about the offensive style of Tokyo Van's youth, which has both wingbacks move further ahead of their forwards, and the ones with that role are the two third years, Sakai Kento and Tatsumi Juri, who are also the players that Esperion has to watch out for, as they will be moving up to their senior team next year, which means that the two fullbacks of Esperion who match up against them will be playing an important role. Coach Benzin tries to boost the morale of the players by reminding them that they are going to play against J-League standard players, so they should go at them like they are playing professionally, as opportunities like these do not come often. Kobayakawa looks at the frightened faces of Asari and Takeshima and asks them if they would be able to face those two wingbacks with such faces. Both of them realize that they are finally able to participate in the Premier League, and failure is unforgivable because as starters, it is a chance they might not get again. The pressure of the game is so intense on the B team that even Tachibana, who is a reserve, can feel it, which is obvious, for it is a league that is at the peak of under-18 football, and there is no division above this in the country. Otomo, who is not nervous because he believes that he would not get subbed in at all, thinks that it would be quite too hard for the 4 first years who are the starters, except Yuma because he is a special case and thinks that head coach Fukuda did not make a good choice. Togashi tells Asari and Takeshima to go home if they feel like they're going to get swallowed by the pressure, but Takeshima tells him to stop bothering them. Fukuda wants the first to play to their fullest, so he has asked Nozomi Days, head coach of the B team, to come watch the match today. All the first years are startled to see Coach Nozomi here because he is meant to focus totally on the B team. Nevertheless, because there was no overlap between matches of the A and B teams, Nozomi personally asked Fukuda to let him attend the match, because Esperion is in a condition of urgency. Coach Nozomi advises the first years not to play carelessly, because he has come to identify the players who will be dropped back to Team B due to bad performance. Despite their fear of returning to Team B, the first years start clapping with joy when they hear Coach Nozomi's warning. Fukuda is pleased with the change in atmosphere, so he appoints Ashito as the representative of the 4 first-year students on the defensive unit to come and tell Coach Nozomi about their unwavering determination. Ashito assures Coach Nozomi that they would not concede a single goal and Tokyo Vans will return him without a single goal on the scoreboard. Ashito clearly realizes that he has no future as a player if he is not able to defend the goal in this match. Ashito tells the attackers to leave the goal to them, as he wants his seniors to attack the goal without any worries. Ashito then requests the coaches to let them play on Team A if they defend well and do not send them back, even when the national team players are back. Enshin Akiyama, the goalkeeper of Team A, commends Ashito's unwavering spirit and tells Ashito to not forget about him, as he is the goalkeeper. Everyone in the team is amazed by Ashito's speech, while Asari praises him for being able to say those words on defense. Fukuda then appoints Kiriki as the captain of the team and asks if he would like to say anything, to which Kiriki responds that instead of saying something, he would like to proceed forward with the match. Yuma believes it is fortunate for the A team that Kiriki was not selected for the under-18 national squad, as leaving him behind and having him as captain is a huge advantage for the A team because in terms of skill, he is only slightly behind Kuribayashi, though it is unfortunate that he was not chosen for under-18 this time. Ashito informs Yuma and Asari that Kiriki and Kobayakawa will be their team's 2 midfielders, as instructed by Coach Benzin, to which Asari responds that they have to fulfill their responsibilities as defenders if Kiriki and Kobayakawa somehow manage to score a goal. As they are wondering about this, the referee calls both teams to come and line up. Henri is waiting with reporter Kaneko for the match between Tokyo Esperion and Tokyo Vans to begin when Kuribayashi joins them out of nowhere, telling Henri that she is quite passionate about Esperion matches as usual. Kaneko and Henri are surprised to see Kuribayashi, who should not be here because he has a match tomorrow. When questioned about the reason for coming here, Kuribayashi responds that the senior team's practice was light and ended this morning, so he had time. Kaneko expresses concern that someone will notice him. However, Kuribayashi assures her that nothing of the sort will occur, as wearing casual clothes and a hat allows one to go unnoticed in a crowd. Kaneko then asks Kuribayashi if he always comes to show support in this way, to which Kuribayashi replies that he came here today because he was curious about something. Kuribayashi notices that Hana is not here to cheer for the Esperion, so he asks Henri about Hana's whereabouts. However, Henri does not respond to him. The scene then shifts to Kobayakawa, who is having a discussion with the team about the match. Kobayakawa tells everyone that they would be playing with a 4-3-2-1 formation, while the opponent's formation is 3-5-2, which makes this match a battle between teams that have completely different playstyles. Kobayakawa reminds everyone of what Coach Benzin told them about their wingbacks, warning his team that both of them are extremely fast, and it will be more difficult to catch up to them when they are at their peak speed. Kobayakawa goes on to say that they are also the top 2 players on their team in terms of technique, and they are good enough to earn a spot in J-League next year. The reason Kobayakawa knows this much about them is because he has known them since they were kids, as they are in the same year. Kobayakawa then further tells his team that Sakai and Tatsumi often move up to the winger spot and participate in attacks on the flanks, bluntly telling his team that they would not be able to win if they are not able to stop those 2 wingbacks. Kobayawaka then addresses Ashito, Asari, Ryuichi, and Togashi that the whole team is counting on them to stop the two wingbacks of Tokyo Van, as these four stand at the crucial spots of center back and fullback in the formation. One of the team members notices that Kobayakawa is doing all the talking even though Kiriki is the captain of the team, so he asks the reason about Kiriki's silence, on which Kobayakawa lets out a light laugh and responds that Kiriki is taciturn, so in Kiriki's place, he has to do all the talking. Ashito, on the other hand, is doing his best not to be overwhelmed by the seriousness of the match, reminding himself that everything will be fine because they have been doing the best practice for the past 2 months, which gives Ashito hope that he will be able to put up a strong defense with the other 3 first years. The referee blows a very loud whistle to signal the start of the derby match between Tokyo Esperion Youth and Tokyo Van's Youth, and everyone is wondering how this great match will unfold. The ball starts to roll in Tokyo Van's possession as they pass it to one of their center midfielders, which surprises Ashito, because Van's 3-5-2 formation is the one that continually makes use of their flanks, but instead of utilizing the flanks, they are starting from the center. However, Ashito decides to not pay too much attention to it, as it is still the start of the game, and decides to completely focus on their man at wingback. Yuma, on the other hand, tries to intercept the pass of Van's Youth, but it reaches the opponent safely, which gives them the chance to reach the goal without using their guys. Van Youth continues to push through the center and has been pressuring the goal since the start of the match, which makes the audience wonder how Esperion will target this. With Van Youth at the goal, Ashito finally gets his chance to shine, so he tries to calm himself down and tries to cover centrally. However, Togashi shouts at him for letting the wingback run free. Ashito gets shocked to see Van Youth's wingback Tatsumi suddenly get all the way to the flank, so he runs back to cover Tatsumi, and as he is about to get dragged out further than his position, he visualizes the rope that connects him with the rest of the defenders, which makes him realize that he should be ready and wait for the right time to strike. As Tatsumi is holding the ball, he suddenly notices that Togashi is charging towards him, so he sends the ball back to the center, which stops the wingback's attack, but allows them to shoot directly at the goal. However, before center midfielder is able to take a shot, Ryuichi rushes to steal the ball from him and sends it to Ashito, who then keeps it in his possession. A Van's Youth player tries to steal the ball from Ashito. However, instead of sending the ball forward, Ashito passes it back to Asari, who gives it a nice clearance by sending it outside the ground. Everyone is impressed with Asari's clear. However, Van's Youth utilizes this throw-in and resume their attack, sending it to their center midfielders once again. This time, instead of utilizing Tatsumi again, the center midfielder sends the ball towards Sakai. However, Asari appears in front of him to make sure he does not score any goals. Kuribayashi is impressed at the first years as both Ryuichi and Asari are keeping good distance between each other, which allows them to keep the defense without any goals. Ryuichi stands behind Asari, and both of them are making sure to slow the wing back down just like they practiced, such that even if Sakai sends a cross, it will be dealt with easily. Just like Ryuichi assumed, Sakai sends a cross towards the middle. However, it is stopped mid-air by Togashi, who then sends it towards Ashito with chest. Ashito receives the ball without any problem, which is only possible because of their rigorously defensive line, which is connected by a rope called trust, making their bond so strong that it would remain unbreakable even in the Premier League. The match continues to progress with the ball again in Van's Youth Center midfielder's possession. However, Togashi intercepts the ball and sends it towards Asari's way, who then again clears it, which makes both Asari and Ashito realize that their 4-man defense, which they gruelly trained for the past 2 months, is working properly against Tokyo Vans in the Premier League. However, the ball is still in Van's turn as they continue to attack the goal by using their flanks. The ball again goes towards Sakai. However, he is once again stopped by Togashi, while Ryuichi clears the ball outside the ground. Togashi, who is a crucial member of this 4-man defense, notices that something is not right when he looks at Coach Fukuda, who seems like he wants something different from Togashi. The scene then shifts to Kaneko, who notices that there are a lot more supporters than usual, upon which Henri tells her that their legs might have gotten them here since the practice of the seniors team must have ended. Moreover, it is easy for people to gather when 2 Tokyo teams are on the scorecard. Kaneko suddenly shifts the topic and mentions how the 4 first years are enduring the fierce attacks by Van's Youth's 3rd years, to which Henri agrees, informing Kaneko that they are defending really compactly, which is the result of their thorough training with the rope. Henri further adds that the horizontal distance between the 4 first years is quite excellent, and because they maintain the perfect distance, they are always able to deal with an opposing attacker with 2 defenders, But what is more impressive is the fact that they are able to maintain this type of defense, which is the very essence of compact defending, as it is a football principle that is very effective when going against stronger opposition. Coach Benzen, on the other hand, also notices that the 4 first years are rather composed and there is a sense of security with their safe defense, which is something Nozomi also finds super safe. However, one can realize from Fukuda's expression that he is not content with how the game is going so far. The scene then shifts to Ryuichi and Asari, who are both determined to not let Van's youth score a single score, as a clean sheet is the minimum requirement for their today's mission. Both of them fully realize that the whole match is riding on them, and everything would crumble if they let the wingbacks of Van's youth close to the goal. The game continues with Asari intercepting the ball once again, after which Ashito asks Asari for the pass. But instead of passing towards Ashito, Asari sends the ball to midfield towards Kunitaka Matsunaga. However, Matsunaga is not able to receive the ball as it gets intercepted by Sakai. Otomo, who is playing as a reserve, complains about the front line not being able to hold on to the ball despite the hard work of the 4 first years. However, Kanpei Kuroda tells Otomo that he is wrong, because after seeing the defense of Esperion, Vans is being limited and is just focusing on keeping possession for now. The defense suddenly gets pressured again as Sakai approaches the goal, and to stop it, Kobayakawa tells Baba and Yuma to get back as they are needed for the defense this time. Sakai passes the ball towards the center midfielder, where Ryuichi is already waiting to intercept it. However, the midfielder manages to completely fool Ryuichi by stepping in using his right foot, making Ryuichi think he's going to control the pass using the inside of that foot. But instead, the striker uses his right foot to gain balance and receives the pass with his left foot to move away from the defender, which also allows him to get in the position to shoot at the ball. However, Togashi closes in to block the striker's angle to shoot, and that allows Ashito to reclaim the ball with a tackle when the striker tries to make space for a shot. The tackle causes Sakai to fall, so Van's youth calls for a foul. However, fortunately, the referee does not deem it a foul and continues the game. Ashito realizes something is wrong, as no matter how one looks at it, Van's youth has been keeping the ball for way too long and their attack is not ending at all. The ball comes towards Ryuichi, so Ashito instructs him to pass it to him. However, instead of passing the ball in front of him, Ryuichi clears it outside the ground. As usual, the ball falls into Van's youth's possession, while Ryuichi instructs the defenders not to allow the attackers into the area, advising everyone to remain calm and not panic because they are defending properly. Asari advises to clear the ball if it gets close because they are playing safe, and a critical error would not be tolerated in this situation. Ashito, on the other hand, notices Tatsumi approaching from the flank and informs Ryuichi and Asari that they are incorrect in clearing the ball every time. As Ashito is pointing out the mistakes in their defense, Sakai from the left wingback rushes towards the goal. Tatsumi utilizes this chance and threads the ball towards Sakai, who then shoots it towards the left corner of the goal. However, Akiyama manages to save the goal by diving towards his side, which sends the ball back into play. Van's youth tries to take possession of the ball, but Togashi effectively manages to win the ball back. Asari shouts at Togashi to send the ball out of the ground. However, Togashi remembers Coach Fukuda's advice about not looking at his own convenient assumption and notices that Kobayakawa is asking for the pass at midfield, so he threads the ball through a very small gap towards Kobayakawa, who tries to receive the ball but falls down after getting tackled by the Van's youth defender. As Van's youth did not have any choice other than doing a foul at that point, which also costed their player a yellow card. Kuroda is surprised at the audacity of Togashi for threading the ball through a small gap, which granted Esperion youth a huge counter. Togashi gets furious at the play of Asari and Ryuichi and asks if they are not betting it all on this match today, telling them that Van's youth has been aiming for the easy balls those two have been throwing their way by kicking the ball down the flanks. Togashi tells that they are bringing the ball out of play by trying to rush the ball away from the goal, but along with doing that, they should also think of the next play, as it does not just end with defending. Togashi is all fired up because he can finally play football under Fukuda, and he expects the same enthusiasm from his friends, so he tells Asari and Ryuichi to not run away. Togashi also tells Asari and Ryuichi that they must take risks, because if they do not try to leave a mark, they will have no future, which Togashi cannot afford because he has no intention of fleeing, so he advises his friends to do the same. The only reason Togashi was able to continue playing football was because he met Coach Fukuda, and he can finally play football under him, so he does not want to ruin this chance by playing it safe, and decides to take risks to leave a mark. Ashito and Fukuda are amazed at Togashi's conviction, who continues to advise Asari and Ryuichi that they have to pass to risky spots because their opponent will obviously aim for clear balls, and their current strategy would not cut it at this level, as it is the Premier League. This kind of play, although it has risks, will also allow their front to get the ball, so instead of just sticking to defending, Togashi advises his fellow defenders to initiate attacks from the defense. Ryuichi and Togashi are annoyed at Togashi's loud voice and walk away, signaling to him that they will act on his advice, while Ashito walks towards Togashi and tells him to look at Coach Fukuda, who seems to be quite happy about his strategy. Coach Nozomi also finds Togashi's loud voice annoying. However, he praises Togashi for pointing out the mistake in their defense, mentioning that he has been tirelessly thinking in the period he was not playing matches and has shown immense growth. Ashito tells Togashi that he is right about the mistakes in their defense, because no matter how much they defend, Van's youth would not stop attacking as they were running away subconsciously. However, Ashito mentions that talking about taking risks is easy, because if Van's youth manages to win the ball at a bad spot, it will cause Esperion to immediately concede a goal, as Van's youth are quite good. Ashito also realizes that getting the ball to the front improves the accuracy of their passes, making him feel as if the defenders have been given another task. Akiyama, who is taking a drink break, advises the first year to be mindful of the vertical distance as well. Akiyama instructs the first years that when the opponent's abilities are better, as is the case today, the theory is to defend with a compact distance with teammates and to deal with one opponent with two people while also preventing their key players from moving freely in wide spaces. Akiyama then praises the horizontal distance between the 4 first-year students and instructs them to now concentrate on vertical distance. To accomplish this, the goalkeeper, midfielder, and forward wing must all maintain a compact distance. If they can do so flawlessly, defending will be much easier, as will the attack. Akiyama then instructs the first years to continue playing freely with peace of mind, as he and Kobayakawa will keep the balance. Fortunately, Kobayakawa, who fell as a result of the fierce sliding tackle, appears to be in good condition, so the match resumes without a problem. Akiyama points out that today, Kobayakawa has often played as the 5th defender of the team, making sure that they do not concede the goal in case the first years make a mistake. Asari and the rest of the first years realize that their seniors have suddenly started to cover for them, who are yet inexperienced. The match starts with the ball coming from the midfield, which then flies towards the goal because of a header from an Esperion player. Yuma rushes towards the ball to clear it before the opponent can take a shot, but Akiyama tells him to back off and leave the ball to him, who then stops it just as the opponent is about to shoot. Funabashi is impressed by Akiyama's timely advice to his juniors about the vertical, which is something Akiyama could have told them earlier, but instead, he allowed the first years to play freely up to this point. Funabashi praises the horizontal distance of the first years, but notes that their lack of awareness of vertical distance is quite obvious, which makes Anri wonder why Akiyama did not mention it and chose to wait until this time. Funabashi responds that Akiyama did it for the sake of the first years, with no experience because he did not want to ruin their perfect balance, which is something reporter Kaneko finds quite amazing. The scene then shifts to Tatsumi, who passes the ball quite close to the goal to his teammate in the center, who tries to shoot it into the goal. However, Kobayakawa manages to stop the attack by passing it towards the goalkeeper, who then clears it towards the midfield. Ashito and Togashi are amazed to see their senpai covering for them without saying a single word, which makes Ashito realize that he is playing in the best team. The ball goes towards Sakai. However, Asari intercepts it, and instead of clearing it, he keeps the ball to himself. Asari realizes that Togashi is right about them running away by taking shortcuts, and instead of dragging their seniors down, they should also plug the distance between the midfield. Instead of running away, Asari decides to take a chance and bring the ball quite far up to the midfield, thinking that he should pass it to a good spot from here. But as he is about to pass it, he notices Sakai in front of him, which halts his movement. Asari is startled to see Sakai in front of him and does not know what he should do at this point. However, Kobayakawa instructs him to pass the ball back at once, as he has held it for too long, while Ryuichi, on the other hand, realizes that even though they are not running away anymore, trying to initiate attacks from passes is not easy in a league at this level. Tachibana notices that Van's youth has suddenly erased all the passing courses of Asari with their perfect link-up, to the point that if Asari tries to force a pass and it fails, Esperion might concede a goal. Asari is not able to figure out where he should send the ball, so he tries to pass it towards his teammate, which gets intercepted, but his teammate recovers the ball and passes it back to Asari. Asari is again struggling to make a clean pass. However, this time, as he is in this dilemma, he hears Togashi's voice, signaling Asari to pass the ball towards him. Asari does not waste any moment and sends the ball towards Togashi, who then threads it towards Kiriki. Kiriki receives the through ball from Togashi, and with his exceptional ball control, he manages to dribble past the player that stepped in to cover from the Tokyo Van team with ease. However, the opponent player behind him tries to stop Kiriki by doing a foul play. But Kiriki is unstoppable, as his opponents are unable to win the ball from him even after trying their utmost best. Everyone present on the ground is in awe after witnessing this unwavering performance from Kiriki. After seeing Kiriki smoke the defenders, Yuma also starts moving up in the field, and Esperion gets a big chance to score a goal after getting pressured continuously. Kiriki notices that Yuma is ready to receive the pass, so he sends the ball towards him. However, Kiriki miskicks it in the end, which sends the ball out of the ground away from Yuma. Despite losing their chance, Yuma praises Kiriki for his efforts, and Kobayakawa is pleased that the team is getting in shape. Ryuichi, on the other hand, praises Togashi for starting a fire in him and Asari, and then acting on his words with a killer pass that threaded a needle and triggered Esperion's attack. Ryuichi asks Togashi if he was always capable of sending passes like that, to which Togashi, who is himself surprised at his pass, responds that it is because of him training his vision that he was able to pull this off. However, Togashi mentions that the real credit goes to Kiriki, who kept the ball, despite being marked and dribbled it all the way towards the other side of the ground. Togashi is not the only one who found Kiriki's play interesting, as Ashito is also amazed by how Kiriki saved the ball and dribbled it towards the opponent's side. Akiyama tries to boost everyone's morale and reminds them that they can win this match as the score is still 0-0, even after 25 minutes. Van's youth continues the play from the center again, while Togashi tells the defenders to defend hard, using the horizontal distance they have been keeping up until now. Ryuichi believes that they also have to think of vertical distance and be conscious of the line in front of them. The scene then shifts to Ashito, who starts to pressure Sakai and manages to win the ball by working with Matsunaga, which sends the ball towards Ryuichi. Ryuichi does not hesitate for even a moment and passes the ball towards Baba. Coach Benzen is happy to see that the passes between the team members are starting to connect well, which, according to Asari, is because of the compact distance between their line and the front. Togashi, on the other hand, notices that they have begun to pick up more loose balls, making their defense much easier than before. Reporter Kaneko notices that their short vertical distances have re-energized Esperion. The scene then shifts to Ryuichi, who receives the ball and decides to send a pass to the front towards Kiriki. However, he notices that the defenders of Van's youth have begun to mark Kiriki because they understand how important he is to Esperion's play. Ryuichi notices that they are suddenly locking down Kiriki and wonders if he should force a pass towards Kiriki. Ryuichi is curious about Kiriki's reason for being in the middle of that dense crowd, because passing the ball to Kiriki would have been easier if he were in a space with few to no opponents, and after much thought, Ryuichi concludes that Kiriki must have purposefully drawn the opponents into the dense crowd in order for his defenders to pass the ball to the flanks, which are now less defended thanks to Kiriki. Fukuda notices that Ryuichi is struggling, so he tells Ryuichi that if he hesitates, then he will get surrounded by opponents in no time. As soon as Fukuda finishes his sentence, Ryuichi gets surrounded by defenders both from the front and behind, which confuses the already pressurized Ryuichi, so he decides to pass the ball towards Matsunaga on the right, because passing towards Kiriki comes with a great risk. However, as Ryuichi is about to pass the ball, Aoi shouts at him to send the ball his way. Ryuichi passes the ball to Aoi without hesitation, who sends it to the middle after carefully observing the players. Asari and Ryuichi are shocked to see Ashito send the ball to the middle despite the high risk of losing it. Otomo, who is watching the match as a reserve, notices that Ashito's pass is far too strong, whereas the opposing players are delighted to see Ashito send a strong pass towards Kiriki in the state of panic. Van's youth's midfielders know that even though the strong pass will reach Kiriki, the ball will rebound the moment Kiriki tries to trap it, and Kiriki also does not have much time to turn with the ball, which will make it more difficult for Kiriki to keep the ball in his possession. However, to Van's youth's surprise, Kiriki begins to dash forward and manages to trap the strong pass from Ashito with his back turned. Everyone is astonished by Kiriki's yet another great play, which Ashito had already predicted because no matter what kind of ball is thrown at Kiriki today, he will not lose it. Kiriki dribbles through two opposing players, allowing Esperion Youth to effectively break through the middle, and with the players on the wings, Esperion Youth has another great opportunity. Thanks to Ashito's current daring pass, Asari and Ryuichi both realize their way to fight clearly, which is that even if they take risks, they have to get the ball to Kiriki. The scene then shifts to Tokyo Van's youth manager, Husho Kazuhiko, who is asked to do something about the current situation of the match, to which he responds that they can't do anything because it's Esperion's time for now. But they have heard that it is a young team, which is the reason their formation is gradually deteriorating, and it will collapse if Van's youth simply shakes them up. With Kiriki being able to break through the middle, Yuma also rushes forward and signals Kiriki to send the ball his way. But Kiriki, instead of sending the ball towards Yuma, decides to hold on to it for a chance. But Yuma is wondering as to why Kiriki did not pass towards him, because Yuma had a good chance of scoring a goal. As Yuma is wondering, Oseic runs, dashes down the asking Kiriki for the pass, but Kiriki is not able to send a straight pass towards Oseic because he is getting blocked by the opponent. So instead of threading it, he superbly loops it over the defender towards Oseic. However, the ball lands quite far from Oseic, making it impossible for him to keep the ball in possession. Van's youth goalkeeper runs out of his goal after seeing the ball come towards the 18-yard box. However, if Oseic manages to get to the ball before the goalkeeper, Esperion will be able to score the opening goal. But unfortunately, Van's youth manages to get to the ball before Oseic and gives it a nice clearance by sending the ball flying into the air. The crowd is sad to see such a nice play go in vain, as reporter Kaneko is amazed at Kiriki's performance and believes that he is a playmaker because he was able to hold onto the ball to wait for his teammates to get there, which is only possible if one has a very wide vision. Oseic and Baba praise Kiriki for his great loop pass, telling him that they will score next time. However, Yuma wants to complain to Kiriki for not passing him the ball, to which Kiriki acts in a way that shows that he did not do anything wrong. Ashito is yet again amazed at Kiriki's brilliant play, which makes four of them realize that they will eventually score as long as they defend and counter, since they have Kiriki in their team. After the failed attempt, it is now Van's youth's time to attack. So Togashi tells the defenders to close down the vertical distance and get to the loose balls faster, making sure to not miss a single one of them. Van's youth rushes attacks Esperion through the center, and the ball is in the possession of Van's youth's number 18, which is someone even Kobayakawa finds troublesome, as he maintains a good distance between midfield and defense, and always puts pressure on Esperion's defenders. Ashito comes in front of Van's youth number 18 and pressures him, to the point that number 18 ends up holding the ball for too long. Number 18's teammates tell him that he should pass the ball, as he will get more pressured the longer he keeps it. Number 18 passes the ball to his teammate. However, Togashi was already standing there to intercept it, which causes Van's youth to lose the ball. Esperion starts to attack now that ball is in their possession, and Coach Benzin, on the other hand, is quite happy with the defensive line of the first years, which is in complete sync with their seniors in the midfield, which is quite a good sign now that they are 30 minutes into the first half. Coach Fukuda and Coach Nozomi also seem content with the performance of Esperion youth, and as they are watching the game, Fukuda takes a look at Van's youth manager Hushu, who seems to be planning something. Van's youth players, as usual, are marking Kiriki. However, their marking is of no use again, as when Baba passes the ball towards Kiriki, he fakes the defender by leaning towards the left, but as soon as the ball comes close enough, he uses his left foot to push the ball in the other direction, completely deceiving the defender. Van's youth is not able to stop Kiriki, even after trying to stop him using foul play, because they cannot touch Kiriki in the first place. And while Van's youth is trying to get Kiriki, Esperion moves up all at once, which just shows how great a player Kiriki is. With the help of Kiriki, Esperion youth is able to draw up another counter-attack, as Kiriki makes sure to hold the ball until his teammates move up on the opponent's side. However, in that time, two of the Van's youth defenders start to pressure Kiriki, which makes it harder for Kiriki to send a straight pass to any of the attackers. Kiriki notices that Matsunaga is running towards his position, so with his back towards the goal, Kiriki passes the ball to Matsunaga using his heel. Reporter Kaneko believes that this might be a good chance for Esperion youth as Matsunaga is free in front of the goal. However, the pass was so splendid that even Matsunaga was not able to react to it either, as the ball goes straight to the goalkeeper. Kiriki has demonstrated this jaw-dropping play 3 times in the last 40 minutes, which Ashito finds incredible, despite the fact that the pass did not connect. Matsunaga also finds Kiriki's pass to be amazing, and apologizes to Kiriki for missing the pass, assuring Kiriki that he will receive the ball properly next time. Ashito realizes that watching Kiriki's elegant play feels just like Yoshitsune's play, who, despite being in the face of multiple opponents, brings the ball to the goal and fires up his teammates. Ashito wishes to be able to play like Kiriki, who can impose his dominance even when he is covered by the opponents. However, Kiriki, on the other hand, is not happy with the mistake of Matsunaga, as he was not able to Kiriki's pass. Kiriki decides that mistakes like this will no longer be tolerated and ultimately decides to kick Matsunaga out of the game if he is unable to play correctly. Kiriki is pretty furious with Matsunaga's inability to react to his play, which is something that Funabashi, who has been watching Kiriki attentively for quite some time, does not like. The scene then shifts to the Van's youth team, who are enjoying a drink break, when Tatsumi tells his teammates that they are doing well so far and will not concede for the time being, but their teammates do not understand what Tatsumi is saying, as it has been pretty much Esperion youth's pace for quite some time. Tatsumi informs his teammates that he spoke with Coach Haosho earlier, who also mentioned that Esperion youth is a young team, so they should target the inexperienced players. Tatsumi suggests that he switch positions with Sakai for the rest of the first half and attempt to sabotage Asari, who has been doing well against Sakai. After that, they will cause Esperion to collapse all at once, as planned by Coach Hushu. Ashito recalls that once during the Kashiwa match, Kiriki told him to look for Funabashi when he was lost and pass the ball to him, as that would be enough for them to regain control. Ashito has always wanted to be a player on whom his teammates can rely in times of panic, and he believes that just like Funabashi, Kiriki is one such player. There are 5 minutes left in the first half, and the score is still 0-0. However, Esperion youth has been putting continuous pressure on the Van's youth, so the supporters of Esperion youth want to see them score the opening goal in the first half. The match is about to start after the water break ends, and Kiriki, on the other hand, is a bit confused to notice Tatsumi on Sakai's side. The scene then shifts to Ryuichi, who is telling the rest of the defenders to be conscious of the vertical distance if they want to keep giving good passes to Kiriki. Ashito, on the other hand, finds it surprising that 4 of them have been able to maintain both vertical and horizontal distances so far in the Premier League, and if they continue to defend like this while passing to Kiriki, Van's youth will be unable to score a single goal. Coach Nozomi, on the other hand, notices a change in the formation of Van's youth and suggests that they do something about it, to which Fukuda responds that he is aware of the change. However, he decides to keep things as they are for now. Van's youth continues with their charge towards the goal, and Ashito is pressuring the opponent player. Yuma helps Ashito in pressuring the opponent, and with Yuma's help, Ashito is able to win the ball while the Van's player is hesitating. Ashito notices that Kiriki is free in the midfield, so he passes the ball towards him, flying it over everyone's heads. Tachibana, who is surprised at this pass, praises Ashito for spotting Kiriki and giving him the strong cross on the opposite flank, which gets connected. Kiriki is able to keep the ball in his possession and rushes towards the goal, and if he manages to get past one player on the defense, Kiriki would be able to run alone to the goal. However, Ashito, who is waiting for the Kiriki to score the goal, notices that Tatsumi is on the left flank, even though his original position was on the right, while Sakai is on the right flank now. Kiriki wants to get towards the center. However, he notices that Tatsumi is already there man-marking him. Kiriki notices that Tatsumi has no intention of tackling Kiriki, as Tatsumi is just keeping his distance and tracking him, so Kiriki decides to move further into the flank and wait for a chance. Reporter Kaneko is also surprised to find out that both wingbacks of Van's youth have switched their positions, which puts her in shock as she cannot comprehend the reason behind it. Anri informs her that the game has been pretty much dictated by Kiriki, so because of that, Tatsumi might have asked for the matchup with Kiriki, and it seems that Tatsumi is not able to take on Kiriki at all, as he has just been maintaining the same distance and blocking him. Kiriki tries to get past Tatsumi by feinting him, which makes Ashito hopeful that this might help Kiriki get past Tatsumi. However, Kiriki's feint does not do anything, as Tatsumi's reaction are fast enough to deal with Kiriki's feint. Ashito is a bit surprised by seeing Kiriki's feint go in vain. However, he believes that Kiriki will pass to someone else, because if he is not able to take on Tatsumi, then there is no need to force it. As Kiriki is totally blocked by Tatsumi, Esperion's forward arrives to help Kiriki, as Esperion will get a breakthrough if Kiriki passes to the forward. However, the forward runs past Kiriki without getting any kind of pass. Everyone, along with the forward, is shocked to see Kiriki hold the ball instead of utilizing the perfect opportunity to break through from this situation. Kiriki tries to solve this mess on his own by turning around. However, nothing will happen even if he turns around, because other player comes rushing towards Kiriki to steal the ball from him. Tatsumi tells Kiriki that he has nowhere to pass as he lost his only chance and steals the ball from Kiriki while he is confused, while the other player body blocks Kiriki. Everyone is shocked to see Kiriki lose a ball like that, while Tatsumi, on the other hand, rushes with the ball in his possession, waiting for the right time to pass to Sakai, as planned by Coach Husho, which, although it has its own risk, would be a deadly counter when done decisively. Tatsumi sends a long ball towards Sakai to the opposite flank. However, Togashi makes sure to not let him score, while Ashito, on the other hand, rushes to cover the middle, but gets shocked to notice that Van's youth forward is already there at the goal. The situation worsens when Ryuichi rushes to man-mark the forward, which creates a bit of hesitation between Ryuichi and Ashito, causing Ashito to leave the shot course open for Sakai. The defenders are bamboozled as they cannot understand what caused their formation to crumble, even though it was working just fine for almost half the match. Coach Hosho, who is deeply observing this game, concludes that Esperion youth is truly a team of younglings, as they did not even notice that their formation had already crumbled, and before they were able to do so, they gave Van's youth the chance to score the goal. Sakai, on the other hand, notices that defenders are in confusion, so he utilizes this chance and takes a beautiful shot from outside the 18-yard box at the corner of the goal. The ball continues to fly towards the corner of the goal. However, it was stopped by Akiyama, who jumped with all his might and slapped the ball to the ground, turning Sakai's and the whole Van's youth's efforts into dust. The ball rolls towards the number 9 of the Van's youth, who, although dissatisfied with not getting the goal, rushes towards the free ball to put it in the goal. However, Akiyama has no intentions of letting Van's youth go home with a goal, as he rushes towards the ball before the number 9's foot touches it. Number 9 hits Kobayakawa, on which referee blows the whistle, which stops the play for a moment. Everyone, along with Ashito, is shocked to see Van's youth get this close, while Ashito, on the other hand, is wondering about the thing that caused their defense, which was amazing during the whole half, crumble so easily, as 4 of them were actually making progress with the defense today. Otomo praises Akiyama, who managed to stop the shot with just one hand and prevented 2 goals from happening today. However, Kuroda believes that it would not have been strange if Van's youth actually scored those 2 goals, because during that scoring chance, Esperion's defenders were completely beaten. The game then continues with the ball in Van's youth possession, who is pressuring Esperion with their attacks, while Coach Benzin is not able to figure out the problem behind their defense. Coach Benzin is not happy with how Esperion is getting attacked one-sidedly, despite barely avoiding that goal from before, and what makes this strange is the fact that it was pretty much Esperion's pace up until this point. Coach Nozomi, who also does not look happy with how the game is going, comments that the shock of the last attack was quite huge on the defenders. The shock of that last attack can also be seen in Ryuichi, whose legs are stopping at every moment. However, Akiyama encourages him and tells Ryuichi to properly pressure the opponent. The opponent utilizes Ryuichi's confusion and passes the ball to Sakai, who is marked by Togashi. However, Togashi is not able to keep up with him, as he can beat Togashi by changing directions with his insane legs. Togashi recalls that Sakai defeated him in the same manner earlier, and he regrets not catching up to Sakai on the flank sooner. Togashi believes that even though he ran parallel with him earlier and blocked Sakai's shot course from the front, allowing Sakai to shoot was his defeat as a center back. However, Ashito, on the other hand, considers him at fault for making the blunder of leaving an enormous shot course for Sakai, and believes that if he were in a bit better position, then the Esperion would have at the very least avoided a direct shot course. Asari and Ryuichi, who are also concerned with their bad play earlier, think that the adjustments in their horizontal and vertical link-up is actually beyond their abilities, but with what they have been able to do up to this point, they should be winning, but instead, they are getting pressured badly by the Van's youth. The scene then shifts to Kobayakawa, who tells his defenders to not hesitate and focus on defending because they cannot let Van's youth score the goal as it is almost half-time. However, Tatsumi again utilizes the hesitation of the defenders and shoots from outside the 18-yard box, as Ashito and Asari were not able to cover up his shot course. Tatsumi is fairly confident in his shot and believes it will hit the net this time. However, Akiyama is not about to let the Van's youth celebrate, as he saves the day for the 3rd time by saving the ball, which sends it outside the ground, and with that the first half of the game ends. Henri, along with the rest of the supporters, believes the Esperion is fortunate that the first half ended that way. Ashito and the rest of the first years are taken aback by how the tide suddenly turned in Van's youth's favor at the end, while Coach Nozomi, who is concerned for the first years, wonders if Fukuda will say anything to them, despite the fact that what caused them to crumble to this extent should be obvious. Coach Nozomi is especially concerned about Asari and Ryuichi, who were recently promoted from the B team, and believes that Fukuda should ease them in as their coach, as they may lose all confidence as a result of being thrust into such heavy responsibility under such pressure. The Esperion youth steadily return to the bench, after which Coach Benzin praises them for not letting the opponent concede a goal, as being able to clear the first half with a clean sheet is quite a feat for the first years. So Coach Benzin asks them how they feel after playing in such an intense environment. Asari, after a slight moment of silence, thanks his coaches and the team management of Esperion for letting him play in the starting line. Ryuichi shares Asari's sentiments and apologizes for his poor defensive performance, telling the coaches that he has never experienced a match that has tested him to this extent before, which makes him feel incredible and deeply grateful for this favor. Coach Nozomi was not expecting such a positive response from Asari and Ryuichi, who he was concerned about the most. Ashito is also fired up after seeing their confidence and tells Asari and Ryuichi that the four of them should talk because they have to play again next time, and for that to happen, they must win today. Ashito quickly grabs Asari to make the most of the 15 minutes of halftime, as they also have to listen to what coaches have to say, while Akiyama and Kobayakawa also express their wish to join their discussion. Akiyama asks Ashito about the thing he wants to talk about with defenders, to which Ashito quickly responds that he wants to suggest a quick adjustment. Ashito tells Akiyama that he is trying to figure out the reason behind the sudden failure of their defense at the end of the first half, even though they should have been defending well. However, Ashito mentions that because they were defending quite well for most of the time, they only need to make some minor adjustments, rather than changing everything. Akiyama, who has yet to listen to Ashito's plan, is quite interested in it. So Kobayakawa asks Coach Fukuda if they can have discuss with the defenders for 5 minutes, to which he nods, as he also needs some time to make some preparations. Kiriki, instead of having a discussion with the team as their captain, is sitting on the bench, looking at Tatsumi. Ashito, on the other hand, tells his seniors that he wants to talk about the slight development made by Van's youth, which caused the Esperion to crumble badly. However, Akiyama mentions that what led the formation to crumble happened even before the switch, and it is the root of the problem. Ashito and Ryuichi are shocked to hear this, so they ask Akiyama to explain himself, to which Akiyama responds that the root of the problem lies in their inability to grasp the true meaning behind a compact vertical distance. However, this explanation startles Ashito and Asari because they were very conscious of the vertical distance the whole time. Ashito and Asari ask Akiyama to explain a bit more, on which Akiyama tells them that they took what he said too early, although Akiyama believes that he is also a bit at fault for telling them about the vertical distance too early and tries to reflect on it. Akiyama then mentions that line between the four of them kept moving forward and crumbled without them noticing because they started believing that they were defending as long as they are keeping the right distance with their teammates, which ended up showing their naivety, and while they were not aware of it, Van's youth exploited that weakness by switching, as it was a perfect way to shake them up. Akiyama further adds that they would have stopped Van's youth's attacks if they were playing like usual. However, they ended up losing the horizontal link-up that they were so proud of in that broken formation, and the shock of losing that kept Affection U until the end. The four main defenders of Esperion youth completely understand what Akiyama is trying to say. However, they do not know what they should do now because they kept falling apart even though they wanted to defend better, and now they have to be vertically compact as well. However, they do not know what else there is to do outside of pressing forward. Togashi, who is frustrated the most with his failure, requests his seniors on what four of them as defenders should do, to which Kobayakawa instructs them to erase the thought that they will be fine with just pressing forward because defending is done case by case, and it gets even more bewildering the higher the level of the opponent one is facing. Moreover, the proper distance that they are struggling with also changes with every instance. Taking all of these things into consideration, Kobayakawa tells the first years to understand the true meaning of the compact defense, to which Ashito responds that if the perfect distance keeps changing, then finding it every time accurately would be impossible for them. Kobayakawa mentions that the reason they are failing is because they have been doing the exact same thing for these past 2 months. Kobayakawa understands that he is demanding quite a hard thing from them. However, they should think about how they were able to achieve their perfect horizontal link-up. Kobayakawa then points out the fatal flaw in the play of 4 first years and asks if they have actually, for once, demanded anything from their seniors in the first half or given instructions to them and tried to make eye contact as equals with them, which is something that is very crucial for linking up with the teammates. Akiyama mentions the same thing, and tells the first years that they are too timid with their seniors, although he understands it is normal to be reluctant with the seniors. But the first years do not have any choice other than getting stronger. Kobayakawa then emphatically tells his juniors to play with them as equals while making eye contact and giving instructions, which is something those four are already doing with each other, so they should also do it with the rest of the team, because this is how a proper distance on defense is created. Kobayakawa tells them that all they have to do is to connect the rope that those four have forged through training with the rest of the team. Ashito and the rest of the first years understand what Akiyama and Kobayakawa are asking of them, and even though they said the same thing in the first half, its true meaning did not get across to the first years. Ashito realizes that their seniors have let them test the results of the training they did for 2 months and allowed them to fail, which is why he is not able to understand what his seniors are trying to say. After that, Ashito and the rest of the first years assure Akiyama and Kobayakawa that they will do their best, even though Togashi has been barking instructions like a madman since the first half. Meanwhile, Fukuda, who is impressed by the conversation between the first years and their seniors, is finally done with the preparation, so he calls the meeting and is relieved that the seniors have already discussed the vertical and horizontal distance, which saves him a lot of time, to the point where he believes he is here to add final touches to what Akiyama and Kobayakawa said, because the tactic that Fukuda is about to explain requires extensive vertical and horizontal spacing. As Fukuda is about to start, Yuma comes rushing in, telling Coach Fukuda that because they did not know when Fukuda was going to start the meeting, Kiriki went to the restroom and asks him if he should call Kiriki, to which Fukuda responds that they would be fine without Kiriki, as he wants to discuss some things with Kiriki in private. Fukuda then asks the first years about the true meaning of the compact defense, which startles all of them. However, instead of waiting for the reply, Fukuda himself tells them that everything in compact defense is for the sake of winning the ball back. The first-year players are taken aback by Fukuda's response. However, he continues and decides to explain the tactic that he will use at the start of the second half, which, if executed, will completely change the first-year player's perspective on football. The scene then shifts to Kiriki, who is washing his face when he is approached by Funabashi, who remarks on him on having enough free time to come all the way to the restroom and wash his face while wearing his uniform. Kiriki is surprised to see Funabashi and asks Funabayashi's reason for attending this match. However, Funabashi, instead of responding, informs Kiriki that it will be primarily his fault if Esperion loses today, which is enough to make Kiriki angry. The scene then shifts to Van's youth, who are somewhat satisfied with their performance, although a bit sad for not being able to score a goal. Sakai believes that they would have been able to score if it were the same team from last year, with him and Tatsumi as wingback and Hanada as their hotline on the shadow spot. The rest of the players also agree with Sakai, who is annoyed about Haneda not saying a word to anyone about going to Aomori Seiran. Some players of the Vans youth believe that they would have been able to go for the Premier Championship if Haneda stayed, which is nothing far-fetched, as Haneda would be the captain of Aomori Seiran. Tatsumi, who does not like this talk, tells everyone to stop talking about who is not here and focus on Coach Haosho's instructions, because he is the one who got Van's youth back in order and allowed them to maximize all they have on the team, as they would have continued to lose in the first half with Esperion just because they lost Haneda. Tatsumi reminds them that it is without any doubt Van's youth's win today, so instead of focusing about people who ran away, they should focus on the game. To demonstrate to team how efficient Coach Haosho's instructions were, Tatsumi tells them to look at Esperion, who seem like they could not have a worthwhile talk during the halftime because they still look dumbfounded when the second half is about to begin. The second half begins with the referee's whistle, while Esperion's supporters, along with reporter Kaneko, are concerned if Esperion's morale is good, and considering how the first half ended with them having a great disadvantage, they should have gotten their morale up during the halftime, but reporter Kaneko notices that their movement is quite bad. The supporters wonder if Coach Fukuda has properly talked to the team because they seem to be getting more pressured compared to the first half. Reporter Kaneko notices that Ashito and the rest of the defenders have troubled looks on their faces, which makes her curious if Coach Fukuda gave them weird instructions in such a pressured environment. The scene then shifts to Asari, who is the man marking the number 8 of Van's youth, who finds it strange that Esperion is not pressing them now, even though they kept going after the ball holder in the first half. However, he chooses not to bother much about it and passes the ball to his teammate in the center, who then passes it to Tatsumi in the flank without wasting any moment. Tatsumi notices the same thing as the number 8 and finds it strange that instead of winning the ball, Ashito is letting him freely move it, which makes him wonder if they are all pulling back. Ashito, as impatient he is, tries to win the ball from Tatsumi. However, Togashi reminds him to not win the ball back. Tatsumi is dumbfounded after hearing this and wonders if Esperion youth is choosing to play defensively. Sakai, who asks Tatsumi for the cross, is also confused by this and wonders if the Esperion is aiming for the counters, even though it is obvious that Van's youth would not get caught by it. Tatsumi crosses the ball right in front of Esperion, which finally gives Van's youth fans a sense of relief, because they believe that Esperion has finally given up. However, everyone gets surprised when Ryuichi and Matsunaga pressure Sakai from both directions. So Sakai is told to pass the ball back to his teammates, instead of forcing it, as Esperion is not pressing hard. Sakai sends a quick pass to his teammates, which puts quite a pressure on Esperion. Ashito tries to man-mark number 9. However, instead of pressuring, he again falls back, letting the number 9 tread deep into their side. Even though Ashito and the rest of the defenders received the instructions, they are still confused by what they were told, as they were not expecting a strange tactic, which they have never heard of, to be brought out in this situation, and 4 of them do not feel confident in executing it. Kobayakawa notices that Ashito is feeling a lot of pressure to execute the tactic laid out by Coach Fukuda, so he tells him to relax and play with confidence, because it is Coach Fukuda's tactic. And even if Ashito makes a mistake, the seniors will make sure to recover. Reporter Kaneko does not like how Esperion youth is playing, because they should have been pressing hard like they were in the first half, as the possession in the second half has been at 0% since the start. However, Henri notices that Coach Fukuda is trying to aim for something. Ashito looks at the fellow first years, which puts him at ease a bit, because even though anxiety is written on each of their faces, they have resolved themselves to pull off Coach Fukuda's tactic, because, in Esperion youth, the one who brings the team all together is Coach Fukuda, so Ashito decides to trust him and everyone else on the team. The scene then shifts to number 9, who noticed that Tatsumi is ready to cut inside from the flank, which is exactly what Coach Fukuda was hoping for, so he shouts at Ashito to execute the plan, on which Ashito and Kobayakawa put pressure on Tatsumi, which startles Tatsumi, and he ends up losing ball to Ashito. The reason they were able to win the ball is because of the true meaning of the compact defense, in which everything is for the sake of winning the ball back, and to do that, Coach Fukuda told them to let Van's youth have the ball. Coach Fukuda instructed the defenders to not press or try to forcibly win the ball, which is something Ashito finds strange, so he asks Coach Fukuda if he wants them to play counter-attacking football. Fukuda advises Ashito to take the meaning of those words at face value, because the important thing is to instinctively understand them. Fukuda assures everyone on the team that once they are able to do that, their outlook on the football will be overturned, which will allow them to go to the next stage. Fukuda again puts emphasis on letting Van's youth have the ball and decide the points where the defenders will aim to win it back in advance. To make sure everyone understands, Coach Fukuda gives them a scenario and tells them that if the wingback of Van's youth advances, then instead of pressuring him, the forward back should cut him off to make the wingback cut inside, after which the defensive midfielder challenges the wingback, and depending on the situation, the opposite of this scenario is also fine, and to ease things up, the center back can also go to win it. Fukuda instructs the defenders to invite Van's youth attackers and tells them to not win the ball until they are at those specific points which he pointed out earlier. Coach Fukuda then talks about quick counter and tells his team that it would be more correct to say that the mindset is for preparation for attack rather than defending, as this whole sequence is meant to trap Van's youth. After this explanation, Coach Fukuda tells the first years to execute this, which shocks the poor first years, and Togashi bluntly admits that they are not capable of pulling it off in the Premier League because if they were, they would have done it sooner. Asari and Ryuichi are frightened to even think of executing it because they think it is too difficult for them to entrap those 3 monsters of Van's youth. However, despite noticing the look on their faces, Fukuda mentions that this tactic will only work if they move as one unit and all 11 players must share the same idea of when and where to win the ball, which Coach Fukuda believes is doable if the first years try. Coach Fukuda repeatedly instructs them to move as one, and assures them that once they are able to execute it, their football will proceed to the next stage. The scene then shifts to Ashito, who steals the ball from Tatsumi and passes it to Kiriki. However, it gets intercepted by Van's youth player, but this attempt helped Ashito regain his confidence in his game. Ashito is amazed at the incredible speed of Kobayakawa, who sensed Ashito's intentions and immediately went to tackle. Sakai, who now has the ball in his possession, finds it strange that his teammate Tatsumi lost it in such a manner, but he chooses not to worry about it and prepares to launch another attack. However, as he charges, Sakai notices that Asari is right in front of him and keeping a proper distance from him. Asari recalls that Coach Fukuda instructed him to stay with the defender line when they were on defense and to pass Sakai to Matsunaga, instructing the defenders to team up with Matsunaga to win the ball. Asari notices that Matsunaga is almost on Sakai, so without wasting any time, Asari tells him to move inside, on which Matsunaga swiftly rushes in. However, he ends up getting clashed with Sakai. The referee calls it a foul play, while Matsunaga, on the other hand, complains to Asari about his untimely instruction, as Asari should have been 2 to 3 moves ahead and only signaled it when Sakai was properly inside, because if Asari does not do that, Van's youth would not reach the pressing point indicated by Coach Fukuda. Matsunaga further adds that Asari and the rest of the first years should not underestimate their seniors and do not hold back in giving instructions. The ball remains in Van's youth possession, who finds it strange that even though Esperion youth is again letting them pass the ball easily again, they still feel confined. The scene then shifts to Baba, who instructs Ryuichi to move to the center and watch the movements of number 13, while Ryuichi, on the other hand, has to maintain a proper distance from Baba, so he tells him to hold out and wait here. The ball goes in number 13's possession, who, after seeing that Tatsumi is free, passes the ball to him. To deal with it, Ashito instructs Kobayakawa to go and tackle Tatsumi, on which Kobayakawa swiftly rushes towards the flank to pressure Van's youth's star player. The first years are trembling with amazement as they watch their seniors react quickly to their instructions, which makes them realize that the A team is on a completely different level than Team B. The first years notice that their seniors can move ahead of when they want them to, which leads them to believe that it would not be unusual for them to implement Coach Fukuda's strategy at this level of football play. The number 9 of Van's youth, along with the rest of Van's youth attackers, find it strange that the more they move the ball, the more they feel pressured by Esperion. However, as confused as he is, he still passes the ball to Tatsumi at the flank, who then passes it to number 13 in the middle. After seeing both the Van's youth's number 13 and Tatsumi at their respective position, Ashito suddenly remembers that Coach Fukuda told them about Van's youth's habit of overly gathering together when Tatsumi is in front of the goal, and even though they forcibly try to give the ball to Tatsumi because he is a capable player, it creates a huge gap. Ashito signals Kobayakawa, who was rushing at the number 13, to come back, on which Kobayakawa quickly falls back to Tatsumi after seeing the number 13 make a quick return. Ashito and Kobayakawa both end up doubling up Tatsumi, which again allows Ashito to steal the ball from him. Anri is amazed at Kobayakawa's and Ashito's reading the quick return, but Ashito is the one who is more amazed at the sheer potential of this team. Coach Fukuda is having lots of fun seeing the beautiful defense play by his team, but he believes that Ashito is having the most fun out there. Ashito is having extreme fun pressing on the points given by Coach Fukuda, where they are sure to win the ball, but same cannot be said about Van's youth management, who are not able to figure out what is wrong with their play, because they have had almost complete possession since the second half, but now it has suddenly gotten hard to attack. Coach Hosho does not have any answer to this question, as he himself is confused over sudden improvement in the defender line and link-up between Esperion players, and even though Coach Hosho knows that they have changed their playstyle in the second half, they should still not be able to execute it well with those inexperienced first years. The scene then shifts to Ashito, who tries to pass the ball to the midfield, but it gets intercepted by a Van's youth player, who decides to change their attack style and adds one more person to the center. Van's youth proceed with their attack, while Togashi, who looks quite excited, wants to move up, but Yuma warns him not to move up. Togashi notices that Yuma is marking number 13 of Van's youth, so he tells Matsunaga to pressure number 18. This puts pressure on number 9, who now has nowhere to pass to and does not know what to do. Asari and Baba utilize this confusion and double up on him, which causes number 9 to pass towards number 14 in panic, but number 14 is probably out of his luck today because Ryuichi and Kobayakawa double up on him instantly, which causes number 14 to lose the ball. Anri is amazed to see that everyone in the Esperion youth now knows when and where to win the ball on the defense, and from there, they decide everyone's distance and positioning, which is the very essence of compact defense. Anri is glad to see Ashito and the rest of the first years to be able to become a part of it. The scene then shifts to Tatsumi, who notices the position of defenders of Esperion youth and looks at Sakai, who signals him to change their attack and charge together the next time they get ball. Coach Fukuda, on the other hand, is amazed to see the results of a tactic when it is properly executed. Coach Nozomi praises Coach Fukuda for his amazing coaching, as he is always able to bring about these sorts of outcomes. Coach Nozomi likes how Fukuda always gives players the right tactic when they are ready for it, ensuring that everything goes exactly as planned. Coach Nozomi then repeats the instructions given to the players during halftime, stating that if he were in Fukuda's position, he would have said all of this before the match, even before the necessary factors were in place. Coach Fukuda goes silent for a moment, and then mentions that the reason he does this is because it is people who play football, and if the first years were assertively giving instructions as they are now, in the first half, the other Team A would have wondered if this instruction is correct, or if they can trust the first years who just made their debut today. Coach Fukuda mentions that they are people before they are pro hopefuls, so they all had to earn the team's trust first, and what they earned after fighting in the first half was more than just a clean sheet, as they performed exceptionally well, and even Fukuda did not expect them to execute what they practiced without hesitation to this extent, despite the fact that they were assisted by Akiyama and Kobayakawa. As a result, the inexperienced first years were immediately recognized as members of Team A, and they ended up exceeding everyone's expectations, as even Fukuda did not expect them to reach their current position after the match. Coach Fukuda mentions that he only conveyed the tactic to them after concluding that they were at a level to receive it, and he finds days like this to be wonderful. The scene then shifts to number 15 of Van's youth, who sends a long ball towards the center, which number 13 properly receives by making use of his height. The number 13 passes the ball to Sakai with his chest and races towards the goal, while Ashito, on the other hand, has problem on letting number 13 win the ball, as there is not a need to fight him in the first place, because, as told by Coach Fukuda, it only depends on who gets the ball after it. Coach Fukuda told them that if the ball is not received by Sakai or Tatsumi after the initial pass, then they will move it to the flank, but if it is received by either Sakai or Tatsumi, then they will try to attack the center. Togashi remembers Fukuda's instructions clearly and tells Baba to go to the flank towards Sakai, while Ashito prepares to lure Van's youth in front of the goal, and Asari, on the other hand, tells Yuma to rush towards number 18. The first years find it amazing that by letting Van's youth have the ball, they are able to manipulate their movements through their defending, and they are causing Van's youth to move exactly how they want. This sensation of letting the opponent have the ball, and then right away stealing from them, is what the first years are enjoying. Togashi tells Ashito to go tackle, but Ashito believes that there is no need to lure them anymore, because now they are able to win the ball even outside of the points given to them by Coach Fukuda. Ashito signals Kobayakawa to pressure Sakai. However, Togashi believes that Kobayakawa's timing was a little bit too early, and because of that, Van's youth can pass ahead of it now. Sakai notices that Tatsumi is free, so he threads the ball towards him, but Ashito shocks everyone present on the field by intercepting them, and it can be seen from his face that he is having so much fun with defending. Tatsumi cannot come to believe that he just lost the ball like that, while the fans also continue to wonder if it got missed, because if it was a mispass from Sakai. The scene then shifts to Kurobayashi, who has just arrived from the restroom after having a talk with Kiriki, and believes that the defense is doing well, and now the only thing that remains is the attack, which makes him curious as to how Kiriki will proceed with it. Ashito passes the ball towards Oji, who then quickly passes it towards Kiriki, while fans are excited to see this immediate counter. Kiriki rushes towards the goal with the ball, while Van's youth goalkeeper tells his teammate Minato to remain calm and stop Kiriki like Tatsumi did, because according to Tatsumi's prediction, Kiriki will not pass to where his teammates are. Based on that, Tatsumi instructed his teammates not to forcefully take the ball back from Kiriki, but rather slow him down, because if they try to win from him, Kiriki will use his opponent's own movement against them. Following Tatsumi's instructions, Minato continues to slow Kiriki down. However, Baba asks Kiriki to send the ball behind as he will break through, while Yuma urges Kiriki to apse towards the opposite flank. But Kiriki does not listen to any of their calls and proceeds to force the ball, which is something Otomo believes is reckless. Kiriki, just like before, is not able to force the ball, and instead of making a breakthrough, he is in danger of losing the ball. Amidst this, Kiriki's gaze falls on Coach Fukuda, who is looking at him intently, as if he were demanding to pass the ball towards his teammates. But Kiriki today has decided to play this match only for himself, because he cannot accept playing against high school opponents in Japan, while Akutsu is competing against the world in the Czech Republic with the rest of the team. Kiriki believes that his standard has always been international matches, and he has no intention of lowering his level and playing for Team A. The scene then shifts to when Kurobayashi was having a conversation with Kiriki outside the restroom during halftime, where he told Kiriki that it would be primarily his fault if Team A lost today. Kuribayashi mentions how Kiriki has sent the best passes to Yuma, Oji, and Matsunaga, the three forwards of Team A, but they were not able to react to them. However, they would have probably caught up to those fast passes if they were Japan national class. Kuribayashi does not understand why Kiriki is sending those passes, even though he knows that they would not be able to react to them, so he asks Kiriki to explain himself. However, Kiriki, instead of answering Kuribayashi's question, asks him if he has a handkerchief to wipe his face with, as he needs to go back. Kuribayashi knows that Kiriki is deliberately trying to not answer the question, but instead of stopping, Kuribayashi asks Kiriki if he has decided to toss his teammates away, considering how he has not sent a final pass to them after they failed to catch up to him. Kiriki asks Kuribayashi to leave him alone, but Kuribayashi has no intention of going without hearing Kiriki's answers, and tells Kiriki that Coach Fukuda has already noticed that he is playing for his own sake today. Kiriki can't take hearing one question after another and tells Kuribayashi not to pretend to be surprised because of all people, Kuribayashi understands the feeling of wanting to throw away teammates who aren't on the same level. Kiriki is frustrated with Kuribayashi's questions and finds it strange that even Akutsu's provocations had never made him this angry. Kiriki tells Kuribayashi that he is the only player who understands him because their playstyles and ways of thinking are similar, not to mention their points of view, which have always been identical. The managers always found Kuribayashi's generation to be an amazing one and believed that it was the best generation they had produced yet because they were able to have Kuribayashi and Kiriki in their team, with Kuribayashi being the number 1 and Kiriki being the number 2 of the Esperion. Kiriki responds to Kuribayashi's questions from earlier and reminds him that their standard has always been the world. Keeping that in consideration, Kiriki tells Kuribayashi that he has decided not to send the passes that match the level of the current team, even though he is perfectly capable of doing so, because the moment Kiriki does that, he believes that he would die and would not be able to return to the place where he carries the circle of the sun on his shoulders. Kuribayashi, who understands where Kiriki is coming from, tells Kiriki that the team would not be able to win if he keeps on doing that. However, Kiriki tells Kuribayashi that he would break through by defending, to which Kuribayashi reminds Kiriki that he is not a good dribbler. Kiriki responds that he will improve if he is able to succeed in dribbling, but Kuribayashi does not like the idea of sacrificing the team for that. Kiriki again tells Kuribayashi that he should be able to understand where Kiriki is coming from above anyone else, to which Kuribayashi responds that he can hardly understand what Kiriki is trying to say, because unlike Kiriki, Kuribayashi actually makes the team win, and he is superior because he is able to do that. Kiriki is already startled with Kuribayashi's comment when Coach Fukuda joins the discussion, telling Kiriki that he understands his strong feelings, but he is curious what Kiriki would do after hearing Kuribayashi, whether he will persist with his aesthetics or stop and play properly with his teammates, so he asks Kiriki about it. The scene then shifts to Kiriki, who is still not able to get the ball past the defenders of Van's youth, while Matsunaga and Yuma are consistently asking him for a pass. But Kiriki, on the other hand, is still thinking about the conversation he had with Akutsu and Kuribayashi. Coach Fukuda, who is closely observing Kiriki, asks Nozomi to guess whether Kiriki will try to dribble without using anyone, lower the level of passes for the current team, or choose neither of these two options and continue sending passes that the Esperion youth cannot keep up with. Coach Fukuda does not wait for Nozomi's response and tells him that if Kiriki chooses the worst of the three, it will be Fukuda's mistake as a manager and they will sub Kiriki out. Kiriki, after failing to get past the defenders even after much struggle, sends a strong long ball to Yuma, but the pass was too fast for Yuma, to the point that he is not able to react to it and ball races out of the ground. The fans are frustrated to see yet another mispass, and they are not happy to see Kiriki end many attacks, because he is usually a really good player, which makes the fans feel sorry for the defenders who are doing their best by stopping Van's youth, and they believe that the defenders are probably frustrated with these misplays. Kiriki, on the other hand, is frustrated over his teammates, who are not able to keep up with his play, because he has no intention of sending passes lower than his current level. Reporter Kaneko notices that Kiriki is out of sync and feels very isolated, while the rest of the players, on the other hand, are perfectly in sync. Henri notices that the managers and coaches seem to be quite busy on the bench, which shocks reporter Kaneko, and she wonders if they are subbing Kiriki out, which she believes to be a wise decision, because no matter how good of a player Kiriki is, it does not serve any purpose if he is not in sync with the team. Kuribayashi, who is listening to the conversation, lets out a huge sigh as he is relieved to find out that Kiriki is not abandoning his teammates. Coach Fukuda is also relieved that Kiriki did not choose the worse option, because worse option according to Fukuda is lowering the level of his passes for the team, and although it would help the team a lot if Kiriki had taken Kuribayashi's words to mean lowering his own level of play, but he would be unable to do anything with his broken will, and Fukuda has no need for a player who would throw away their own ego in this kind of situations, so as a result, he would be subbed off immediately. Coach Fukuda praises Kiriki's pass and believes that if Yuma had sensed it, then he would have been one-on-one with the keeper after cutting inside. Coach Benzin, who understands Fukuda's ideals clearly, asks him whether a splendid pass that does not connect is essentially a meaningless pass. Coach Fukuda responds that the one who could not receive that splendid pass is the one at fault, and if Kiriki sent a pass of their levels, then it would not help their teammates who are trying to go pro, which is something everyone else on the team should understand. Coach Fukuda further adds that there is not a single player in this team who would be happy with someone lowering their level for them. The scene then shifts to Asari and Togashi, who are wondering if Kiriki is trying to do something, because there is no way Kiriki would make a mispass, and the recent play would have been a chance if Yuma caught up to it. Matsunaga, on the other hand, feels pathetic after he realizes that he is not being able to up with Kiriki's desired level. Fukuda mentions that if one keeps holding to their ego, then there would come a time when that ego's shape will change in itself and will make the team achieve victory, which is something Fukuda knows is quite high to demand from the players. But if they want to play pro, then they have to accomplish it. Coach Benzin understands what Coach Fukuda is trying to say, but Esperion would not be able to win if it keeps going on. Coach Fukuda already knows that, but there is no way Kiriki's ego will change. However, it would be best if the forwards could read his intentions, but the only ones who could do that were Yoshitsune, Takasugi, and Akutsu, and they all got taken away by the national team. Coach Benzin suggests that they should put Nagano in midfield, as it would allow Matsunaga to stay upfield, while Coach Nozomi, whose eyes suddenly fall on Otomo, suggests to Fukuda that they should sub Otomo in, because Otomo is more than capable of taking the role of connecting Kiriki with the other 10. Fukuda's eyes widen up when he listens to Coach Nozomi's suggestion and tells Nozomi that he is a genius for pointing that out. The scene then shifts to Kiriki, who has no intention of bending his beliefs, but is also frustrated to realize that Kuribayashi's prediction about current Esperion not being able to win is turning out to be true because they are out of options. Kiriki gets more frustrated when he notices that Van's youth is going to make a substitution, which would be a problem if they change formations. However, Kiriki gets surprised when he realizes that Esperion would be making the sub first, which makes him wonder whether they are subbing in Nagano or Shimizu for Baba. Kiriki's eyes gets wide open when he finds out that they are subbing in Otomo for Baba, while Otomo, on the other hand, is not feeling good either, as he is rattling his teeth out of sheer fright. Otomo was not expecting to play in this match, but he is not the only one who is in shock for the whole team, and even the fans are in shock to see Otomo, who is another first year, to get subbed in. Otomo is continuously questioning as to why is he getting subbed in, and Kiriki, on the other hand, also does not like the idea of a first year getting subbed in. Otomo, whose legs are trembling, receives an enthusiastic welcome from Ashito, who is glad to see Otomo and is eager to win this match with him because today's match is the best match. Otomo suddenly gets calm after Ashito's welcome and realizes that he has 3 years of high school to try and go pro, so even if he messes up here, it would not kill him. Otomo waves his hand on Ashito's welcome and starts preparing for the match. The fans are not happy with this decision and wonder if Esperion Youth is focusing on player growth in this match, which would not be a good decision because Esperion's three-peat depends on this match. The scene then turns to Coach Haosho, who is questioning if the first year was subbed in a defensive role, which is odd because according to Haosho, Esperion Youth should be increasing attackers, but they strengthened defense instead. Coach Haosho knows that Coach Fukuda is trying to pull something off with Otomo, but there is not much Esperion can do with a first year because his plays will definitely have some flaws, which means if Esperion's current sub gets failed, Van's youth would get the pace back, so Coach Haosho signals Sakai to focus his attacks around the first years who subbed in. The scene then shifts to Otomo, who receives a pass and notices that Sakai is right in front of him, so he sends the ball back to Asari. Reporter Kaneko is a bit startled to find out that Otomo's first play is just a back pass, while Asari on the other hand wonders if they should start their attacks on with Ashito on the left, as it would be tough trying to use Otomo who should be nervous. However, he notices that Otomo is asking for the ball, on which Asari sends the ball towards Otomo, who then tries to go around Sakai to lose him. But because of Otomo's timid pace, he manages to catch Otomo as there is no way Otomo would get behind Sakai with such a feeble run. However, despite that, Otomo keeps the ball in his possession and passes it back to his teammate. Kuroda notices that Otomo seems to have a calm expression. However, Nagano mentions that Otomo is trying to calm himself down, as there should be a lot of pressure on a first year who gets subbed in this position. That is why Otomo is sending a lot of dull passes and back passes, which is fine as it is necessary for Otomo to get used to this play. Ashito receives the ball from his teammate, and as he is about to pass, he notices that Otomo is signaling him to send the ball towards him. After receiving the pass, Otomo sends yet another dull pass towards one of his teammates. However, Esperion's fans do not like how timid Otomo is on the field, because instead of sending one dull pass after another, Otomo should play properly, as Esperion is still without any goal. Reporter Kaneko also believes that Otomo is overdoing these dull passes and back passes, and as she is speaking, Henri notices that Otomo is again trying to get behind Sakai, but it did not work as Otomo is up against a pro-level pace, while he is not a pacey player to begin with. Nagano is quite frustrated with Otomo's play and asks him if he is really trying to get behind Sakai, because even if Otomo succeeds in doing that, Sakai will catch him right away and wonders if Otomo has not calmed down yet. Nagano is not able to see Otomo play like this, so he shouts at him, telling Otomo to calm down, on which Tachibana mentions that Otomo is not the kind of player that would get affected by such game, as he has been the strongest since the whistle was blown. Tachibana mentions that he and Ashito has never been able to match up to Otomo's strong heart ever since they met. The scene then shifts to Kiriki, who is still frustrated about a first year getting subbed in at this point of game, and realizes that even though Otomo seems to have adjusted after the sub, everything would be meaningless if the ball does not come to the opponent's side. After noticing that there seems to be no progress in their attack, Kiriki decides to drop back, but as he is running back, he is signaled by Otomo to stay at his position. The scene then shifts to Ashito, who just received a ball from his teammate, and is about to run forward when he notices that Tatsumi, who was anticipating that Ashito will hold the ball, is right in front of him. Ashito realizes that it would be tough to hold onto the ball against Tatsumi, so he decides to progress by sending a long ball towards Kiriki, but as he is about to do that, he gets stopped by Otomo's loud scream, who signals him to not send a pass to Kiriki directly, and instead play through him. Ashito quickly sends the pass towards Otomo, and Sakai, who has been marking him since the start, thinks that Otomo would again try to go around him. However, Sakai gets bamboozled when he sees Otomo send a lob pass. The scene then shifts to Otomo when he was called by Fukuda before he got subbed in. Coach Fukuda asks Otomo if he knew his role, but Otomo, instead of answering Fukuda's question, started to vigorously rattle his teeth, which startled Coach Fukuda a little. Otomo tells Coach Fukuda that he was not expecting to play today. That is why he was watching the match calmly. Otomo knows that the person getting subbed here has only one role to play, but why does that person has to be him? Coach Fukuda responds that Kiriki is egoistic, but they need him to win today, which is why they have decided to sub in Otomo. Otomo realizes that his role is holding midfielder, and he has to connect Kiriki to the other 9, while also getting the ball to Kiriki at the best spots. The scene then shifts to Otomo, whose surprise lob pass flies to Kiriki, who has no player marking him. The Van's youth goalkeeper is astonished to see Kiriki get the ball wide open, while Otomo, on the other hand, tells Kiriki to let the ball roll. Through Otomo's suburb pass, Kiriki was able to break through without any problem, which allows him to immediately get in front of the goal. However, as Van's youth defender is upon him, Kiriki notices that Yuma is able to keep up with his pace, which is something he was not able to do when Kiriki sent the through ball earlier, which is only possible if Yuma started running earlier. Van's youth defender, number 15, tries to steal the ball from Kiriki, which ruins Kiriki's balance. Kiriki is able to brace his legs to stop himself from falling, but even though he does that, number 15 has already killed his speed. However, if he falls down, Esperion youth would at least get a free kick in front of a goal. Kiriki is considering to fall down as there is no pass here, because a first year would not be able to score. However, despite considering falling down, Kiriki sends a strong pass towards Yuma, who already has a defender marking him. Kiriki, despite being so off balance from the number 15's tackle, was able to send an accurate pass towards Yuma, but Yuma is still a bit off from the ball, and he would not be able to take a half step more for his right, because the moment he does that, he would lose the ball. Yuma shoots the ball using his non-dominant foot, however, it brushes the pole and goes a bit off the ground. Yuma is frustrated over his shot, despite being able to shoot so well from that stance. However, his attempt was able to completely shake Van's youth. Yuma then walks towards Kiriki, who is about to get up and apologizes to him for being half a step slow, telling Kiriki that he will do his best to kick the next ball with his stronger and dominant right foot. Yuma offers Kiriki a hand and tells him that he should stop thinking of first years as monkeys because they are able to learn things by doing them. So selfishly giving up and tossing the first years away is not fair. As they are talking, Otomo joins the discussion, praising Kiriki for his dribbling, and tells him that it is normal for the ball to not go inside the goal, assuring Kiriki that they will get the goal next time. Kiriki looks at Otomo and is confused, because he feels that something is strange. Otomo continues with his dull passes with the Togashi and the rest of defenders, while Van's youth is frustrated with these continuous dull passes, as they cannot figure out what Esperion youth is trying to do by sending such passes. Kiriki, on the other hand, feels that ever since Otomo has entered the field, the load on Kiriki has been decreasing. Henri notices that Otomo's dull passes, although annoying for the audience, have been effective and feels that there is something unique about the formation, to which Kurebayashi responds that Otomo has been solidifying the back, which is possible because of Fukuda's instructions, but Otomo is also performing great. Henri does not understand how a dull pass is supposed to solidify the defense, on which Kurebayashi explains that despite being a dull pass, it is able to drop the formation and balance it, and gives the players more awareness of the distances between them, which is something that might be hard to understand outside the premiere. Kurebayashi further adds that Otomo himself is a part of the deeper solidified defensive line, and because of that, Kiriki is able to stay further up in the field because it is hard for players to move up when the back is not stable, and even though Esperion Youth's back was already strengthened, Otomo's involvement has further strengthened it. Moreover, Otomo is not just making dull passes, but has also been giving clear instructions since he entered the field. Kurebayashi then adds that a deeper formation causes the opponent to get dragged deeper into the half, which is the reason Van's youth lost mark on Kiriki earlier, and Kurebayashi is hopeful that this formation will allow Kiriki to receive more balls while being open. The scene then shifts to Van's youth, who has stolen the ball from Esperion youth, and Kiriki runs back to solidify the defense. However, Otomo instructs him to not drop back as Otomo will take care of defending the whole center. Van's youth player sends a pass towards Tatsumi, which gives Otomo the chance to secure the ball by intercepting. However, because of Tatsumi's barging into him and tackling him, Otomo is not able to keep the ball in his possession, and the ball rolls towards Ashito, who is just behind Otomo. Otomo falls down because of Tatsumi's tackle, while Ashito rushes to take possession of the ball, but Tatsumi is not letting him have it, and tries to steal ball from Ashito. However, in the process, Tatsumi barges into Ashito, which causes both of them to fall down. Referee calls foul at Tatsumi's play, and Coach Husho, on the other hand, tells Tatsumi to calm down as he has been playing roughly. Otomo is in a lot of pain as a result of Tatsumi's tackle, while Ashito tells Kiriki to keep playing football like he has since the beginning because everyone is counting on him. Ashito asks Kiriki to calm down and suggests Kiriki to look over the field as it helps calm down one's nerves. Kiriki looks over the field at his teammates who are doing their best and wonders what he was fighting with. Coach Fukuda looks at Kiriki, who seems to be in a confusion, and wonders if his ego's shape will change. Coach Fukuda is curious to know what Kiriki is thinking after looking at the faces of his teammates, who, with Otomo's selfless play, are trying to get the ball towards Kiriki. Kiriki, on the other hand, remembers his passes which he sent towards his teammates and realizes that he was not even thinking of their stronger foot. Kiriki is shocked that he abandoned his teammates even before the start of the match. The scene then shifts to Coach Husho, who is instructing his players to not let the Esperion youth run loose and take special care of the flanks because Esperion defenders have started to move up. Coach Husho realizes that Esperion has regained composure ever since Otomo joined them in the defense, as he has brought the whole team together. Coach Husho perfectly knows that Otomo was brought on to get the ball to Kiriki, but he wonders if they will keep using Kiriki by sticking him up front, or if they are using Kiriki as a decoy to allow others to get free, or if it will be Kiriki's final pass that Esperion aims to use. There are so many options that it is hard for Coach Husho to narrow it down, and because Esperion Youth's attack is getting reinvigorated, it would be too dangerous to blindly add markers on Kiriki. The scene then shifts to Kurebayashi, who mentions that everyone on Esperion knows their objective, and because of Otomo, they now know how to move for Kiriki. Kurebayashi mentions that the current Esperion will even go as far as to take the initiative themselves. The scene then shifts to Kiriki, who is amazed after observing his teammates trying their best to get the ball towards him. Kiriki realizes that he did not even bother to look at the faces of the representatives who went to Czech Republic and today's reserve players, and only looked at their labels, which is the reason he assumed that they were incapable from the start. Matsunaga steals the ball from Van's youth number 18 and sends it towards Ashito, who already has Tatsumi marking him. While Kiriki is lost in his thoughts, Oseic signals him to cut in centrally, as he will pull the defender here. Ashito runs away from Tatsumi, and while Tatsumi is still on his tail, Ashito sends a back pass towards Otomo. Henri notices that Otomo, who has always stayed defending, has suddenly moved up to the center circle this time. Otomo sends a straight pass towards Kiriki that effectively connected. Coach Husho notices that while Togashi, Ashito, and Kobayakawa moved up, Oseic pulled the player that was marking Kiriki towards him, so that the pass gets connected to Kiriki without any problem. Coach Husho instructs his team to slow down Kiriki with the help of 2 players and not let him in the box. Coach Fukuda, on the other hand, wishes for Kiriki to become a newly forged egoist after taking in his teammates' emotions, understanding them, and being relied on despite his selfish nature. The scene then shifts to Kiriki, who notices that there is a defender in front of him, so he tries to cut inside, but unfortunately, he gets pressured by number 8. The defender from before and number 8 both try to steal the ball from Kiriki. However, Kiriki again sends a strong pass towards Yuma. Kuribayashi mentions that the other 10 of Esperion youth have made their sole aim to get Kiriki to a spot where he can send a final pass. Ashito, on the other hand, wonders if the pass will connect despite its excellent course. Yuma realizes that the pass this time is again too strong for him, while Van's youth keeper and defender are glad that pass this time is also too strong for Yuma to catch up to, because Yuma's left foot would not be able to reach it, which is all thanks to Kiriki using his technique selfishly up until the end. Yuma runs with all his might so that he can reach the ball, but as the ball touches the ground, it unexpectedly spins backwards, which means that Yuma can easily hit it with his dominant foot. There is no way that Yuma, who used to pray for times like this, would miss this opportunity, so he smashes the ball right into the goal, finally giving Esperion youth the breakthrough they needed. The whole ground gets filled with the cries of Esperion youth, who rush to congratulate Yuma for scoring a goal when they were 81 minutes into the game, and then suddenly lift Kiriki up in the air for his perfect assist. Everyone is praising Kiriki for his perfect pass course with added backspin on it, which allowed Yuma to score a goal with his dominant foot. Asari and Ryuichi are glad that they were able to score a goal after playing through him, while Otomo, on the other hand, tells Kiriki that they should continue their rhythm and score yet another goal. Kiriki looks at the defenders going back to the defense and calls out their names one by one, apologizing to Otomo, Togashi, Asari, and Ryuichi, telling them that he will be counting on them for the passes. With 85 minutes into the play, the game resumes with the ball in Esperion youth's possession, as Oseic gives a head pass towards Togashi, who then forwards it towards his teammates. The scene then shifts to Kuribayashi, who decides that he should go back, which surprises reporter Kaneko. Kuribayashi mentions that getting a victory in Premier despite the missing starters is a great deal, and with Kiriki meshing on attack and defense along with the first years, Esperion youth's victory is written, so there is no need for Kuribayashi to stay. But as he is about to go, Kuribayashi notices that Ashito has suddenly changed his position, and because he has seen through Van's youth's attack, he is moving right to the border of the range he has to defend. This advancement from Ashito is enough to make Kuribayashi stay and watch the game till end, while Ashito, on the other hand, realizes that today's match is the best match he has played so far, so he also decides to make some progress today. Kuribayashi is glad that Ashito has decided to move up in the field, because taking down a stronger opponent is the best part of Premier and will accelerate your growth, so Ashito should continue what he is doing. The scene then shifts to Van's youth, who desperately makes a power play, but Esperion youth was able to win the ball from Van's youth because of their solid defense. Ashito rushes up in the field after Esperion youth gets the ball in their possession, while Kobayakawa passes the ball towards Otomo, who then quickly passes it towards Kiriki, allowing Esperion youth to counter-attack. Kiriki realizes that they can either keep holding onto the ball, or they can choose to score one more goal with their attack today. Kiriki decides to go with the second option, signaling Yuma to get ready and cuts in to lose the defender, while Matsunaga goes wide. Ashito notices that Matsunaga went wide on purpose to drag a defender out, all in order to get Yuma free, and if Kiriki cannot get a pass to Yuma, then he can shoot from distance as well. However, both of these are quick options, while Ashito can see another way through which they can score. The scene then shifts to Kiriki, who realizes that Van's youth is not going to let Esperion youth pull a play like before, as both Yuma and Kiriki are in disadvantageous position. But even though Kiriki can shoot from distance, he decides bet on Yuma, as he believes they would be able to find another way with their play today. However, as Kiriki is about to send a pass towards Yuma, he notices that Ashito is right in front of the goal, completely free to receive a ball. At the very last moment, Kiriki sends a pass towards Ashito, who remembers his conversation about the complete player and believes he is capable of becoming a player that can be complete on attack and defense. Ashito utilizes Kiriki's pass perfectly as he sends the ball flying right into the goal, shocking his coaches, teammates, supporters, and everyone else present on the field. Esperion youth manages to defeat Van's youth by scoring 2 goals against them. Funabashi, on the other hand, mentions that next week's match with Funabashi will be his last match in youth, and he thought that he immediately wanted to play with the senior team, but after today's play, he has started to look forward to Ashito's play. Reporter Kaneko mentions that Ashito would not be able to play once the representatives return, to which Funabashi responds that Coach Fukuda is not a type of person who would not use a player who improves like this. Moreover, Triponi is also on Funabashi, and he is an opponent that Coach Fukuda would want Ashito to have a look at. Funabashi realizes that if Ashito manages to play against Funabashi, then he would have to work together with a certain troublemaker at center-back for 90 minutes, which is something that Funabashi really wants to see. After he finishes talking, Funabashi notices that Taira is here to watch the match. Taira mentions that the match was amazing, and this year's first years are the best. Funabashi asks Taira about his leg, on which Taira, instead of asking Funabayashi's question, tells Funabashi that he wants to talk about something. The scene then shifts to Tatsumi, who is sitting alone lost in his own thoughts when he is greeted by Coach Husho, who asks Tatsumi if he is feeling down, to which Tatsumi responds that he was remembering Haneda because looking at Esperion youth today made Tatsumi wonder why did not Haneda say a word to anyone about going to Aomori, which is just a high school team, despite the fact that they played in elementary together. Coach Husho realizes what Tatsumi is trying to say because Esperion youth intense play resembles a high school team more than a youth one. The scene then shifts to a time when it wasn't going well for Haneda, and he told Tatsumi that he wants to go pro and become an outstanding player of football. Tatsumi told him to hold his head high as everyone along with Coach Husho believes that Haneda will go pro. Tatsumi then asks Haneda if the reason he is feeling this way is because he is unsatisfied with Vans, to which Haneda responded that Vans is a splendid club that has a sufficient clubhouse, high-quality managers, coaches, dorms, and a practice ground that has artificial grass, and there are a lot of current pro players in the J-League from Vans youth. But despite all these facilities, Haneda believes that he is a weak person, who is overly dependent and needy. Tatsumi was not able to understand anything Haneda was saying back then, and after that, Haneda quit playing for Vans youth and went to high school. Tatsumi remembers that even in his last goodbye, Haneda did not look at their faces and hung his head like a pathetic person. At that time, Tatsumi thought that Haneda was only faulting his surroundings, as someone like that would not change no matter where he goes. But seeing a team like Esperion today made Tatsumi wonder about the things Haneda may have seen in high school, and he regrets not having enough discussions with Haneda. Coach Husho, who has been intently listening to Tatsumi, mentions that he does not know what Haneda has gained, but what he does know is the fact that Esperion's tenacity has defeated them today. Because of that, Coach Husho decides to reflect over their loss and make use of Esperion's play for their next matches. The scene then shifts to Žižkov Stadium in the Czech Republic, where the Japan under-18 national team is having a practice session, and one of their players is scolding Akutsu for tackling too hard in a practice session, even though they have a match tomorrow, and asks Akutsu if he is trying to injure him. Akutsu responds that he tried to give a light tackle, but he did not know that a regular for a national team would go flying with just a light nudge, so he assures the player that he would be careful from now on. The player does not like Akutsu's attitude. However, Aita Takasugi apologizes to the player in Akutsu's place. Ichimura Ju, who is the coach of Gano Osaka and has been appointed as the manager of the under-18 Japan national team, is observing this whole scene when he gets informed by one of the coaches that the reason they selected Akutsu was because there is a shortage of specializing in center-back positions. However, the coach believes that they did not make the right decision, as Akutsu is too isolated and is not meshing with the other players. The coach goes on to say that Akutsu looks more like a high school player than a youth player because of his hunger for the game, and that while they want Akutsu to play in the game because of his overwhelming physical strength and great technique, they can't because of his lack of composure. The scene then shifts to Yamada, who tells Akutsu to secure the ball that is flying towards him. However, as Akutsu tries to do that, he crashes into Triponi, which allows Akutsu's side to clear the ball. The players are interested to see Akutsu clash with Tripon Rufin, who is a regular at Funabashi Academy. One of the players praises Akutsu for being able to tussle with Triponi, which no Japanese under-18 player is able to achieve, and it is a tremendous feat that, despite losing some centimeters in height, Akutsu is able to contain Tripon. However, Akutsu is not happy to do this while wearing this bib and wants to play with the main team, because he has not played once in matches since they got to Czech Republic, which frustrates him a lot. Takasugi notices that Akutsu is frustrated over not being able to play and tells him to not be impatient. Takasugi reminds Akutsu that this is his first call-up, and if he wants to get called up again, then he should leave any results. To make sure Akutsu somehow gets fired up, Takasugi informs him that the team they left back at home is in good form, so he should focus here with a peace of mind. However, Akutsu is amazed by this and tells Takasugi that they cannot be at peace just because Esperion youth managed to defeat Tokyo Vans through luck. Akutsu does not believe that A team cannot keep winning with a lineup full of first years, and Kiriki, telling Takasugi that they will soon fall straight on the ground. However, Akutsu gets surprised when he is informed by Yoshitsune that Esperion managed to win against Omiya by scoring a goal against, and that leaves them with 6 points without the main lineup. Yoshitsune further adds that the first-year defensive line has allowed Esperion youth to keep a clean sheet for 2 matches, and Kiriki also continued making splendid contributions after the match against Van's youth, which allowed Esperion youth to dominate the whole match aside from the score. However, what shocks Akutsu the most out of this news is the fact that the winning goal was scored by Ashito, who hammered in a loose ball and managed to score another goal for the second match in a row. The scene then shifts to Under-18 Czech Expedition's third match, where Japan is playing versus United States, while everyone from the Esperion youth is on the team except Akutsu, who is waiting for his turn. Number 11 of United States manages to take a shot at the goal. However, it gets saved by Makima Eto from Aomori Seiran High School, who makes sure to catch the ball in his hand, giving his opponents no chance to hit a rebound ball. Makima throws the ball towards Kitano Ren, who is from the same school as Makima. Kitano sends a swift pass from the goal, which gets connected with Triponi at the attack, who then hammers it in the goal. The scene then shifts to managers and coaches of Japan Under-18 team, where they are discussing about Kitano and his superb play, which allowed him to earn the playmaker spot for the Under-18 team as a first year in high school, and there are now journalists that have started calling the current batch of first years the Kitano Ren generation because of his intense impact. Although it has been worrying whether that batch can take the step up, in Ren's case, he is so good that it would be fine. Manager Ichimura then notes that the players who have played 3 matches in this Czech expedition have performed admirably for the most part, with the exception of Akutsu, whose play has gotten worse over the last 2 to 3 practice days, leaving Ichimura confused as to what is bothering Akutsu. The coach mentions that Akutsu has shown no signs of either showing devotion to the team or making team plays, so he asks manager Ichimura whether they should consider Akutsu's call-up a failure. Manager Ichimura sees it differently, as he admires players like Akutsu, whose passion shines through in their performances. But the only problem is that Akutsu is unable to manage his passion, and if this continues, he will only be a third-rate player. Manager Ichimura then instructs the coach to not talk about this outside, since players might overhear this, to which the coach replies that no one will overhear them, as all of them should be on standby in the hotel. The scene then shifts to Yoshitsune, who snuck out of the hotel to buy and eat some bread, while Akutsu, on the other hand, is sitting on the bed in his room, remembering the conversation he had with the coach, who told him to show devotion towards the team, as in national team. Everyone competes while carrying the circle sun on their shoulders. The coach also reprimanded Akutsu for his selfish play, and warned Akutsu that he would not get played by manager Ichimura if he continued his behavior. This whole conversation makes Akutsu throw up, because he does not believe in devotion when he has carved the path to get here by repeatedly using his own strength to force his way through obstacles. However, despite that, Akutsu cannot escape the fact that he has not played in any matches, and he would hate to go home without accomplishing anything. Akutsu's mood gets worse when he looks at Kiriki and Ashito succeed back home, and he shouts out of frustration. The rest of Esperion representatives enter Akutsu's room after hearing him shout like that, and Takasugi tells him to stop shouting and instead go to the lobby with them. Takasugi informs Akutsu that Esperion Youth's match against Omiya has been uploaded on a video site, and they can watch it using the TV with a big screen that is connected to the internet. Akutsu is taken aback by this invitation. However, he tags along, and on their way to lobby, Yamada mentions that he received a call from Matsunaga, who was celebrating Esperion Youth's victory over Omiya with the rest of the team, to which Takasugi responds that they deserve it, because it is a great feat for Esperion Youth to win with first-year players and reserves. Yoshitsune is also happy about the 6 points that Esperion Youth managed to get with their 2 wins, and because Aomori Seiran, who also has players called up, drew with Kashima, Esperion Youth was able to get on top of the table with a significant goal difference. Everyone except Akutsu enters the room with a joyful vibe, only to find out that Ren from Aomori Seiran is already sitting in front of the TV watching, which makes them wonder if he is scouting Norway, which is going to be their next opponent. However, Takasugi realizes that Ren is actually watching Esperion Youth's match against Omiya. Oblivious to those behind him, Ren mentions that Esperion Youths has a player with a bird's eye view and points to that player on the screen. Takasugi is surprised to see Ren praise one of Esperion's players. However, he further gets surprised when he realizes that Ren is actually talking about Ashito. Ren then goes on to explain Ashito's breakthrough after he saw the opponent's gap on defense, noting that Ashito always positions himself to defend and attack. Ren expected that Esperion Youth would have a player like Ashito, and mentions that even though Ashito has a bad technique, he tries to make it up with his good eyes. Ren then looks back and tells Makimura, his teammate, that watching an Esperion match from time to time makes for a nice breather, only to find out that instead of Makimura, there are 4 Esperion Youth players standing behind him. Ren invited Makimura to watch an unrelated match for a change of pace, only to realize that he went back without telling him, which makes him a bit sad. Akutsu, who is frustrated over seeing everyone praise Ashito, walks up to the TV and turns it off with a remote, telling Ren that Ashito only has good eyes, and other than that, he is a brat who is incapable of properly playing with teammates. Akutsu further adds that Esperion Youth's match against Omiya was a trash game because someone like Ashito was able to score the winning goal, not to mention the fact that the match ended 1-0, which means that it could have gone either way. Akutsu was not expecting that someone like Ren would acknowledge Ashito, so he decided to go back to his room because he had seen enough. However, as Akutsu is going back, he gets stopped by Yoshitsune, who tells him to go back home, as the Japanese under-18 team has no need for a troublemaker in their lineup. Akutsu looks mad as he asks what he means with him going back home. However, Eita then adds in as he says that it's right, and that he's disappointed in Akutsu, saying that he isn't playing well, and that he's dismissing his teammates' accomplishments, telling him that it's obvious that he's lost all of his composure, and that Yoshitsune is right in saying that he's acting like a child. He then asks Akutsu to remember what he told him and Kiriki at home. He explains that his words struck with him and that he was right, and that Eita was full of conceit, and that it was pathetic, saying that he's probably the only one who could say those kinds of words to him, which is why he's confused how Akutsu can be this hollow, and that it makes Eita even more pathetic for getting affected by his words, and that this misery was unnecessary then. Akutsu has gotten super angry now as he stands right in front of Eita with an insane aura. Meanwhile, Ren is watching from the side excited. Akutsu thinks to himself that Eita is someone who he couldn't stand with his model student act since they were first years, but that he leaves results and that he's tremendous for Esperion and the national team, wondering what he himself is compared to Eita. He clenches his fist and Yoshitsune says that Akutsu can't talk back to Eita, as his current situation is the worst, saying that he isn't seen as someone they can immediately use on the national team. On the other hand, there are players leaving results, saying that Ashito and Kiriki, who he looked down on, are making the team win back at home, telling Akutsu that he's about to go home without having played one match. Akutsu is only getting angrier and angrier, but Yoshitsune says that the one who gets him pissed is himself, telling him that he wants to become someone transcendent, to the point that Kiriki, Ashito, and anyone on the national team don't enter his view, thinking that Akutsu isn't allowed to relax until his strength is that overwhelming. Akutsu says that he's right, and that he plays football for himself, and that the only thing that got him out of his shitty home was football after all, asking him what's the problem with it. Yoshitsune says that it's not a problem, but asks him if he's just all talk, and that he's been hesitating. He then tells Akutsu to clean up after himself as they start to leave. Akutsu looks at them leaving, and thinks that even them three got fed up with him. After that, he starts to sprint all that he can towards the coach's room, and he barrages in while they are in a meeting. The main coach sees him, and asks everyone to leave and for him to talk to Akutsu. Akutsu asks him to please tell him the reason why he isn't being played, saying that he don't understand the pride of being a national team player and such, and that he don't do friendly team plays either, saying that he doesn't understand the reason he was brought here, and that if he doesn't need someone like him, he wishes to get on a plane back to Japan right away, saying that it's who he really is, thinking that if it ends here, then that's how it is. However, the coach smiles and says that thankfully he was like Coach Fukuda said. The coach said that they were able to pick 4 out of Esperion, so he called Fukuda. Fukuda told him that if he needs Akutsu to do better, then he can just leave him and that he will do it himself, saying that the more he gets cornered, the more power he gains to overcome it, and that hardship is nourishment for him. The coach said that while the scouts strongly recommend him, he wanted to just as strongly have him, telling him that of course it would be troublesome if all they had were players like Akutsu. However, he says that he's rare, and that a player who has the strong ego to forcefully cut open a path for themselves unaffected by their surrounding, and it'll only become rarer from here on, saying that if his ego up until now was the one that was half-baked and full of hesitation, that would only be weakness. But if it's an ego that doesn't falter in front of anything, then it's the strongest type of strength. He looks straight at Akutsu and says that he wants that type of strength on the Japan national team. Akutsu's eyes light up and he looks brought back to life. The coach then asks him if he can do it and if he can stand on the pitch with the same look in his eyes. Without hesitation, Akutsu screams yes, and the coach then tells him to watch films on the Norwegian team. We then get back to the others, where Yutaka says that he's at his worst when he's only half pissed. Yoshitsune adds in by saying that they had to get him furious right away since Akutsu wasn't being himself. Ren from the side says that Akutsu is someone all of them trust, and asks if he isn't a trouble on the team for being such an intense egoist. But Yoshitsune says not at all, and that his strength of his is what saved them plenty of times. Ren continues to look at them and says that they truly have a nice team, and that they are like his team, but that they have built up a strong trust. He smiles to himself and thinks that they'll probably be formidable to go against. We then a couple of days later see the headlines which says that a new star center back emerges in the Norway match, which is of course Akutsu, who makes a full appearance, and is also the primary contributor for the clean sheet. We then get to the Tokyo New Steel Stadium, where another journalist tells Kaneko and that they've got front row seats because of her good relationship with Esperion, and he thanks her. She says that she wanted to do interviews for the Czech matches, but that she'll get material today, saying that at any rate, it must be hard on Yoshitsune and Yamada that they'll be doing this press conference coming straight from the airport. However, that aside, they are finally going pro, so it's worth it. Kaneko then looks around and says that she is surprised to how much press there is for a youth promotion press conference. The guy to her right tells her that since they produce excellent players each year, their value grows as well, and that they'll be getting more and more attention from here on. We then see Kaneko walking off when Ashito spots her. She asks if they are also going to watch the press conference, and Ashito says that the first years had to help prepare, so they'll be watching the net broadcast of it in a different room. With all the first years, Ashito then thinks to himself that their senpai, who they've played with, are truly becoming J-Leaguers, thinking that the pipeline between the youth and the pro team is amazing. Kaneko then says that when thinking about their amazing performance, they can see themselves in Yoshitsune's shoes, right? And all of them just smile. Kaneko then turns to Yuma and says that he's the closest to getting promoted among the first years, but still, he seems a bit apathetic. He says that it's for someone else after all. Kaneko then says that Yuma has foresight, and that when she first met him, he had already noticed Ashito's talents, and that he was the opposite of her, who had rigid ideals. She then smiles, and says that he's amazing, and that he created the impetus that started changing her view of football. And despite being amazing already, he can even see what's around him, telling him that she's looking forward to seeing his successes from here on out. He just turns around and says that he'll score a goal next time for sure, and that because of that, she should treat him to a date. After that, we see Coach Fukuda and the promoted players walking onto the stage. Someone says that they will now begin the Tokyo City Esperion press conference for next year's newly promoted academy graduates. First, under 18 national team forward, Yoshitune Kenta, please tell us your honest thoughts about going professional. He gets up and says that he feels relieved since he's finally standing on the start line, which gets everyone hyped. Someone else then has a question for Coach Fukuda, and he says that 3 are getting promoted next year, and that Esperion has now promoted several academy players to the senior team for 20 consecutive years, the only club to do so in the J-League. On a former interview, Fukuda said that a J club that doesn't have at least half of their lineup from their academy isn't making it, calling it a considerably hard condition, and that he has labeled most J clubs as failures, and that, in a time when it isn't rare for a J club not to promote from their academy, asking him to tell them how he can run his club differently. He says that he don't know about the situation in other clubs, so he will speak about their club alone. First, he don't think being able to promote academy players is any special at all, and that the fact is, 10 other players weren't promoted. The number they promoted from junior youth is around 20 every year, and among them, 3 are going pro, asking if this number is truly plenty. and that most players who are unable to go pro choose to go through the university route, and that getting trained through university football and going pro after 4 years is the more common route in comparison. Tachibana says that it's true that university is the more common route. Kuroda adds in by saying that by having players be in the care of universities from ages 18 to 22, and it lightens the burden on the club, telling them that it's more logical than playing a player who's not yet at the level they can play in matches, looking dead at them, and telling them that there's no guarantee that the three of them will immediately be playing in J-League matches. We then get back to Fukuda, who says that even if what the reporter says is common, he has no idea what happens in other clubs, but while this is his own theory, he says that he thinks that the university route is logical, and the number of quality J-League players is probably increasing, but on the other hand, he wonders if you can really go pro at the age of 22. Hearing that it leaves everyone stunned, Fukuda then continues and says that if they want to catch up to Europe, they need players making their pro debuts at ages 16 or 17, like the world's top leagues, so why shouldn't they be pursuing that? He explains that they want to praise transcendent talents, and ending it by saying that this is the Esperion way. As Togashi hears this, he thinks that it's right as he wants to go pro right away, and it's not only him, as everyone thinks the same thing. Ashito thinks that even going pro at the age of 18 isn't enough, and that his goal has to be Funabashi. He thinks that he's starting to overflow with confidence, and that with his current self, he will do it as he can already see a clear image of himself doing it. We then see him totally fired up to the max. After that, it looks like we head to the Esperion training ground. Fukuda tells everyone that the 4 Japanese representatives are back. On top of that, in 4 matches, they won 2 and drew 2 and came back with no defeats, saying that all 4 were played in matches and splendidly fulfilled their roles. With that, he tells the team to give them a round of applause, which we see them do, as even Ashito has a smile on his face. Fukuda then says that even Taira, who has been recovering from injury, is back. With that, they now have their full lineup back. Benzin then speaks up and tells them that the Funabashi match will be here in no time, asking if there is a better opponent for an Esperion that's at its best, and tells them all to go and crush them, or that's what he would like to say at least. Moving on, we move back to Fukuda, who says that since Yoshitune's and Yamada's senior team promotions were publicly announced, they can't have them pushing themselves as it's orders from the senior team, and that's why they won't be playing in the Funabashi match, which is kind of sad. Benzin adds on to that as he says that it's Funabayashi's last match, so he wanted the best lineup. But after that, we move to Ashito, who thinks that this is a chance. He explains that the regulars Yoshitune and Yamada are not being played, which in turn means that their spots are open. He then thinks back to when he said that if they defended well, even when the national team players are back, the coaches should keep playing them. With that, we head to Fukuda, who tells them straight up that, to be honest, he can't decide on the starting lineup. Because of that, regulars and reserves don't matter today. They will have a scrimmage with both groups shuffled. He will then make a decision based on the results he sees. Akutsu then walks to Taira. He tells him that he has had a long time off, asking if he was able to relax and refresh himself. Taira just looks at him, before we then see Otomo, who says that Akutsu's tone was just wrong, as Taira couldn't even train while injured, so he is the most frustrated about it himself. Tachibana adds that performing well during the call-up might have inflated his ego more. We then head back to Taira, who tells Akutsu that he feels refreshed and that he had their room to himself while he wasn't around. He then touches Akutsu's shoulder and says that he saw the Norway match and that he was great, and he then walks off. We then see Akutsu, who starts to stare at Ashito, but not long after, he also walks away. Otomo looks nervous and says that his being back makes him feel on edge after all. He doesn't know if it's because of the call-up, but he looks even larger than usual. Meanwhile, Ashito looks really confused and stunned as he says that it was surprising. He tells the others that usually when his eyes meet his, he starts saying awful things about him, but this time he didn't say anything. Otomo notes that it's true. Tachibana then says, asking if it's possible that after hearing about his 2 goals in the premiere, he's acknowledged his ability to contribute, but Ashito tells him that it's impossible, as it's Akutsu after all. But in his head, he does think that it's true. Even Akutsu shouldn't be able to say anything to him. That's the degree to which he is not scared of anything right now. Here we can see the teams for the scrimmage if you want to see. Anyway, after that, we get right into the match. Someone screams at Asari to pay attention. We later see Togashi shouting at Otomo to give the ball, but not long after, Kuroda seems to steal it. Tachibana looks around and tells them all that Takasugi is coming and for them to slow him down, but Takasugi is the GOAT, so he just gets behind them. Then, in Ashito's head, he thinks that his position is left behind, so his biggest rival is Kobayakawa. He doesn't compare if they just look at technique, but Kobayakawa also plays in midfield. After that, however, we see Akutsu behind Ashito, and someone who notices this very well is Fukuda, who looks closely at it. We then move to Kiriki, who gets the ball, and he goes in front of the goal, but just then, we see Akutsu, who goes in his way. The two of them stare at each other for a moment. Before Kiriki tries to get behind him with a dribble, he then thinks that he will pass here, so he looks to his right and seems to pass Taira. Someone else tells him that it's good and that he created that through the feint and passed. Aki, on the side, explains that he didn't force it despite being in front of the goal and used those around him, noting that you can feel his composure. When Kiriki is involved, the passing becomes a lot smoother. Benzen, to his right, says that the one who contained him is Akutsu. Up until now, he would deal with intelligent players like Kiriki with force, but he's better now. He's creating more pressure by erasing spaces, and he's balancing the entire defense well. In a short time, their playing sense has suddenly expanded, and calling it a reliable improvement. We then head to Taira. Takashima thinks that despite just getting back from injury, Taira threw a good feint and that he left space open. With that, Taira sees the final pass super clearly, so he passes. Just then, Akutsu screams at the fullback to close him down, and with that, we see Ashito being there in a nanosecond as he takes away the ball. He thinks that he already went before Akutsu even said it. Anyway, Ashito then gets the ball away, and Akutsu kicks it away. Fukuda still just has eyes on them, and we can clearly see their aura coming off their bodies. Ashito even starts to look a tiny bit manic. We also see some of the other players complimenting his play. After that, we see Akutsu just running away without saying anything, and that once again shocks Ashito. We then head to the end of the scrimmage, where we see the final lineup for the Funabashi game, where Ashito is of course included. Fukuda explains that it's tentative, but this is who they are playing for the Funabashi match. He believes this is the ideal lineup that combines both the regulars so far and the new contributors. They will sync Funabashi with these players and solidify their position at the top of the table. We then cut to both Otomo and Togashi, who both look extremely happy, and we can't forget about Ashito, who has a huge smile. Moving back to Fukuda, who repeats when he told them that he felt responsible for this current situation, where there's an enormous gap between the regulars and the reserves. It's been around 2 months since he said those words. He didn't think a chance to finish that assignment would come so soon. He calls out to the national players, regulars, and first years, and tells them that they have all become part of the starting lineup, asking them with a serious face if they can lay the groundwork for the new Esperion, and telling them to show it to him. Ashito, in his head, is super happy, as he knows that he is part of the new Esperion. Ashito thinks back to all of the hardships that he had to endure, and he then says that he thought that there was a pretty big wall between him and Esperion's team. A regular, but this isn't just a team of first years anymore. He is part of the foundation of the new Esperion. Back to Fukuda, however, tells them that, at any rate, Funabashi currently has the strongest firepower in the Premier. He asks them how they should deal with Trapone, who was on the national team, continuing as he tells them that they are distributing the film, so they should make sure to watch it and study him. And everyone, of course, tells him that they will. We then head right into Ashito's head. He thinks that they have to do research, explaining that there's little time left. He will spend this remaining time on finding countermeasures for Funabashi, looking super hyped up as he says that he will do it. But then, out of nowhere, Fukuda calls out to Taira. Taira goes to Fukuda, and Fukuda tells everyone that they have a sudden announcement. Fukuda then drops a bombshell as he tells everyone that Taira has decided to retire from football following the Funabashi match, which, no joke, literally sent chills down my spine. All of the other players look to be completely stunned by this, and Otomo, on the side, can't believe it. Anyway, Fukuda continues and tells them that they discussed this with him, and this is the result, saying that he will be sitting on the bench for his final match, since there are many of them who have played with him since junior youth. Because of that, they should keep fighting with Taira until the end. We then finally hear from Taira himself. He tells them that he will be going into the same occupation as his father. Going into the police force is what he has in mind. This is what he has decided that he will do for his career, so he is aiming to become the best at it. Because of that, he will be studying from here on, and with that, he decided to retire from football now, but he is grateful to everyone for everything until now. Otomo looks really shocked as he thinks that Taira is still a second year. Tachibana, on the side, thinks that this is what he's decided himself, so there's nothing they can do about it, but still, it's so sudden. When he then looks to his left, he can see all of his fellow second years looking mad. Nagano asks him what is up with this. Osiek adds on that they haven't heard a word about this and asks him when he decided this. We then head back to Otomo, who thinks that it's true that Taira is an amazing person. He gets that they all feel shocked, but since it's his decision, why are they reacting this way? Taira then tells them that they still have practice and that they should talk about the details later and for them to take their time later on. After that, we see the text saying that it isn't rare for youth clubs to have sudden retirements. J-Youth is different from high school club activities, and the relationship is for the purpose of developing a professional player. In the case that the player doesn't go pro, it would be difficult to use their track record in youth for career prospects without an accompanying educational history. And so, it is natural for many to swiftly retire from youth and leave, thinking of their future prospects. Several youth players from J-clubs all over the country retire every year. One must also note that while Taira decided to retire himself, it isn't rare for parents to have a strong say in having their children retire from youth in worry over their career prospects. We then head to after practice, where Nagano tells them that Taira said that he would be talking in the lobby. With that, we see all of them rushing out. Asari and Takeshima also say that they should go as well. Meanwhile, Tachibana and Otomo explain that this is the first time they have seen their senpai this panicked. Togashi, however, says that the ones who've played with him since junior high, especially, are in shock. Suddenly, Kuroda goes forward and says that he is also going as he owes him a lot, explaining that he wants to try convincing him if he can, calling it too much of a waste. With that, Otomo and Tachibana say that they also want to go, even though they have only known him for a short while. He still took great care of them in Team B. He then looks over at Togashi and asks him what he is doing. Togashi, however, just tells him that there is no time left until the Funabashi match and asks them if this is what they should be doing. With that, everyone leaves, and Togashi is left alone. He then thinks back to half a year ago. Taira told him that he was the captain of Team B and that he was a first year with Spirit. Togashi looks annoyed and thinks that he has to get along with Taira now. However, Taira just tells him that he is pretty good at receiving and passing, even admitting that he has a polished technique, continuing as he says that he heard that he has a poor relationship with the youth graduates. Everyone might be treating him poorly, but they prioritize ability over everything here. With his skill, the team will definitely warm up to him, ending it by telling him that he can speak to him anytime if he needs advice, and he then leaves Togashi pretty shocked and confused by his kindness. With that, we see everyone gathering around Taira. Taira is amazed that there are so many of them. He then apologizes to Takasugi, even though he has to prepare for the Funabashi match. Takasugi is just quiet, and Kiriki adds on that, of course, they would come for this. Takasugi then speaks up. He says that Taira said that it's about his future, but is that really the reason? He said that he is retiring to study, but his grades are fairly good. He can get into a great university if he doesn't study in his second year. We then head to Akiyama, who says that before that, he asked Taira why he is retiring from football. Even if it's not through Esperion, he has enough ability to make it through the university route. Nagano adds on and says that it's right. Things didn't go his way because of injuries, but he doesn't need to retire now with his talent. On top of that, Kiriki tells him that he didn't discuss this with them or anything. It then goes silent before Taira says that Esperion is truly amazing, explaining that so many talented people are gathered here. He then tells them that he has continued watching it since elementary. These talents always said that he has enough talent that he doesn't need to retire yet, but that's not the reason. Instead, it's his spirit that has been broken. This seems to shock pretty much all of them, but someone then calls it pathetic. It's of course Akutsu who tells him to forget about Funabashi, and instead, he should retire now. This makes everyone super mad, and Takasugi goes towards him right away as he grabs a hold of his clothes. Meanwhile, Otomo and Tachibana try to break them up. Otomo just thinks that it's an awful thing to say. There are things that you can and can't say, even though Funabashi is right around the corner. But after some time, Otomo seems confused, so he turns to Tachibana and asks him where Ashito is. They both look behind, but see that he is nowhere to be found. We then head back to the others, who tell Takasugi to stop it, and that he can't be doing it, in front of the first years. But Kiriki then comes in and says that the problem isn't about how to behave in front of the first years. He tells Akutsu to stop agitating situations for no reason, saying that he can't just start spouting whatever he wants. Akutsu, however, fires back as he says that he isn't doing this for no reason. He says that actually, Taira is a distraction. If he is retiring from football, does he even need to sit on the bench? Does he want to get subbed in warmly to make memories? Against Funabashi, Akutsu then looks extremely angrily at him, while saying that they don't need that, and if he is retiring, then he can do that now, as they are not here to play around. This just makes all of them a lot angrier. Kobayakawa grabs hold of him. He says that he shares the same room with Taira. He should have been the first one to try to get along with him. Akutsu, however, just laughs at that and then calls it stupid. Even then, Kobayakawa isn't backing down, as he tells Akutsu that he shouldn't be saying those words so bluntly and that he needs to go. Akutsu looks annoyed before asking them if they don't want to win against Funabashi, asking them if this is what they should be restless over right now and if they are all going to lose at this rate. With that, he then leaves. But we then move to Takasugi, who says that he is a tiny bit right. He says that Taira didn't say that he was retiring right away. He said that it would be until the Funabashi match. That's what he said, despite his strong sense of responsibility. Takasugi then looks right at him and asks if it doesn't mean that he still has lingering attachments and if it doesn't mean that he is still hesitating. However, Taira is unable to say anything, so he is just silent. Akiyama then speaks up instead. He says that if that's the case, then he should think over it again and that he can definitely go pro. Nagano adds on that they played since junior year and he helped him countless times when things were rough. Osik joins in and tells Taira that he can't just end it like this. With all of that, Takasugi takes charge and says that they should create a big lead in the Funabashi match so Taira can get subbed in, explaining that on the best stage in a match between first and third place, he will be facing football once more, telling him that they can't help it if his conclusions are still the same by then, and he asks Taira how that sounds, but Taira is still just silent, so instead Matsunaga and Akiyama say that it's a plan, and with that, Takasugi then screams out with all that he can and tries to encourage them all, which is so sweet. We then change scenes, and we see Togashi entering his room, where he sees Ashito watching the computer. Togashi is really shocked and asks when he got here. He is then about to walk further ahead and talk about Taira. However, Ashito isn't responding, so he calls out once again, but still nothing can be heard. As Togashi then walks closer, he can see his eyes being fully immersed in the screen, making Togashi look a bit afraid at the start. Ashito then tells him that this Tripone guy is amazing. It's not just him either, but the other attackers too, this Futahara guy too. He's fast with that build, explaining that Tripone and Futahara are both completely physical forwards. Ashito says that man marking is mostly ineffective. He continues to look at the tape and says that Futahara is running on the flank, saying that it's a simple cross and that it's getting cleared. But not long after, he sees Tripone jumping up and heading the ball right into the net. This makes Ashito start to tremble with excitement. Ashito tells Togashi that these two will be difficult to man mark. He wonders if they should go with a zone from the start. Togashi, however, just says that he isn't worried about Taira and tells him that this is rare for him. But Ashito looks back at Togashi with burning eyes as he says that he can't think of anything else. He seems to be struggling a bit with it, as he once again says that he can't think of anything except for the Funabashi match. He admits that he doesn't feel like losing to anyone and that he doesn't want to lose this feeling. With that, he closes his eyes and he then starts to imagine himself in the game, standing right in front of Tripone. He sees Akutsu, Kiriki, and Togashi, but also Kuribayashi, and with that, he says that no matter how many times he imagines it, there's one thing he is confident about. There's no way they can lose with this lineup, screaming that they will win. With their incredible lineup, he can keep coming up with ways to deal with Funabashi's attacks, admitting that he has never had so many options before. Togashi looks at him for a second, before telling him that he is right. He sits down next to him, and says that they should think of how to win, and for them to find countermeasures for Funabashi. But then, out of nowhere, we see Noriko, who is Ashito's mom. We can see her walking in the night. She opens the door to Fukuda. She goes in and excuses herself, but says that she is Ashito's mother, and asks if he is the youth manager here. Fukuda obviously looks shocked, but tells her that it's true. Fukuda then offers her some coffee, and excuses for the mess in here, but Noriko tells him that there's no problem at all. Fukuda then says that he sees that she went out of her way to watch the Funabashi match. Noriko tells him that he is spot on, explaining that since the customers of their store went out of their way to prepare the plane ticket. Fukuda then sips on his coffee while saying that Ehime is pretty far. He comes once a year to visit his father's grave, so not going by plan is a bit troublesome. Noriko seems shocked by that and asks him if he is also from Ehime, to which Fukuda tells her that he used to live there until 5th grade and that there are plenty of players from Ehime: Nagatomo, Fukunishi, Fukuda, Kawamata, and Daiichi. They are all from Ehime too. But not long after, it goes completely silent, and Noriko asks him who they are, which visibly leaves him shocked. Noriko then gets right into it and says that it's about Ashito. She asks if he is doing his best. Noriko herself doesn't understand football, so even if she looks up the results on the net, she doesn't understand them at all. Fukuda, however, tells her that up until now, the growth he's shown is unbelievably fast. Fukuda might have been the one who found him by the sea in Futami and dragged him all the way to Tokyo, but a player who improves at the rate he does is rare. His development is unprecedented even in Esperion's history. He's exceeded all of their expectations. Noriko then says that she sees before asking if that means that he is having fun doing it. This question completely leaves Fukuda in awe, but Noriko keeps going off as she says that she doesn't really get him. She doesn't know if coming to this club flipped some switch in him, but he hasn't called them once since he came here. She looks mad while explaining that his personality is too extreme, even though all she wants to ask is if he is having fun or not. Fukuda just tells her that she is an interesting person, telling her that the majority of mothers would often ask if their child will go pro. To that, Noriko just says that she wouldn't understand it anyway, like the stuff he said just now. Fukuda just laughs at that, but says that he will answer her question, saying that Noriko asked if Ashito was having fun. With that, he goes right into it, by saying that he thinks that Ashito is having fun doing it. But even then, he is sure the type of fun that they saw him have in Ehime has been gradually disappearing. Noriko looks nervous and asks him what he means, and Fukuda tells her that the fun in J-Youth and the fun in school football clubs are different in the end, telling Noriko that if she saw Ashito now, in his case, if he had chosen to play high school football, he would have been able to laugh from the bottom of his heart more. But with that insane statement, we then switch to Kurebayashi and the other players. Takasugi tells him that they need to create a huge lead early in the Funabashi match so Taira can get subbed in. He continues and says that he knows what Kurebayashi means, that bringing personal feelings into a match is questionable. However, Kurebayashi just asks him if he truly understands. He tells Takasugi that this isn't a world where you can just convince someone who wants to retire to keep going for those around him. At the very least, that won't cut it in Esperion. Kiriki, on the side, says that he shares the same opinion as Kurebayashi. This makes Akiyama scream at him, but he later says that since it's Taira, it would be cruel to just ignore him, and he doesn't think trying to create a huge lead early in the match is a bad idea. The defensive line is newly constructed, so before Tripone and Futahara can get going, knocking them out by getting an early lead is an effective tactic. With that said, we move to Takasugi once again, who says that Akutsu asked if they were serious about winning, saying that he is wrong, and that they are also determined to win. Their feelings for Taira will be the catalyst. They are winning with more strength than usual. We then see Kurebayashi starting to smile, saying that winning for the sake of their comrades is what they are asking for. Against Funabashi Academy, their youth team will be trying to do that and calls it interesting. Takasugi looks shocked and asks him what he means. Kurebayashi tells him that Funabashi and Aomori Seran are like the embodiment of high school football. They have the advantage when it comes to fighting for the sake of their comrades. He admits that when they faced them last year, their intensity because of it was scary, to be honest, and hearing that coming from Kurebayashi really leaves them in confusion as Akiyama asks him if Kurebayashi, of all people, found it scary. Kurebayashi tells him that it's the type of conviction that they, in youth, can't understand after all, especially Funabashi. This year, they've built the team around Tripone. It then looks like it's Kiriki who tells him that he isn't following what he is saying. But Kurebayashi then says anyway, and changes the topic as he tells them that he is in, explaining that he is looking forward to it and that it will be the type of match that he can't taste as a pro. Just then, he looks down, and there he spots Hana is just standing by the road. Hana then looks at her phone, and Noriko sends her a message. She apologizes for having her bring her all the way here, telling her that it seems that her talk with Fukuda will take a while longer. She then asks if Fukuda isn't her older brother, and asks why Hana doesn't just come inside. Hana, however, tells her that she has decided to stay away from the clubhouse, and that she will wait out there instead. After she has sent it, we can see how relieved she looks as she breathes out. We then head back to Fukuda, who asks Noriko if she is fine time-wise. Noriko tells him that she can still talk for a bit, but asks for them to go back to the topic earlier. She says that Fukuda brought Ashito to Tokyo. He said that Ashito would probably be laughing more if he had chosen high school football, and asked what he really meant by that. Fukuda looks a bit hesitant, but says that he heard that Ashito was originally a selfish forward before he met his teammates in Futami, and had fun playing football for the sake of his comrades. Because of that, Fukuda believes that it's the essence of high school football, hence that path would have suited Ashito's personality from before. Noriko is then silent before asking Fukuda if the fun in J-Youth is different. Fukuda looks serious as he says that J-Youth is where one must go pro and nothing else. It prioritizes the individual above everything. The conviction of playing for the sake of your comrades doesn't exist in the structure of J-Youth. As Ashito entered Esperion, there was that feeling that part of him was getting corrected. He's improving rapidly, but from time to time. After that, Noriko asks him if Ashito is unstable right now. She continues and says that he's always had that part of him. When he gets fully absorbed in something, it's like he becomes a different person, or the look in his eyes changes. Not taking her calls from Ehime might be a form of resolve for him, but she asks if this isn't just football at most. She is worried that he might go too far, explaining that it's why she came to check up on him today, and asking Fukuda if that's odd. Ashito just still looks serious as he tells her that he understands. He continues and tells her that with those thoughts, would she maybe like to try speaking to him in person, saying that the phone call he made earlier was to get him to come here. Ashito, however, just looks mad, wondering what is going on with Fukuda and what type of visitor he could have. He knows that this isn't what he should be doing now, not when there's hardly any time to prepare for Funabashi. As he continues to go, he is suddenly surprised as he sees Hana right in front of him, who also gets shocked. But then, behind her, we see Noriko, who calls out to him, and Ashito can't even believe his eyes. Noriko looks mad and says that she can finally see him. Ashito is then just silent as he looks at Hana on the side. Hana says that she only came here to guide Noriko, and that it's great that he and Noriko have finally seen each other. With that, she is about to leave, but Noriko stops her and asks her why she needs to go home now. She tells Hana that she is also acting weird and that she seemed panicked when she asked Hana to guide her to where Ashito was. With all of that in mind, Noriko asks her if she is fighting with him. But Ashito joins the conversation first as he tells Noriko that they aren't fighting. He then tells her that, leaving that aside, he told Shun that he didn't need moral support or anything, asking her if it didn't cost a lot of money to come here. Noriko tells him that she mainly came here to cheer for him, but also wants to consult him about Shun, and hearing that really leaves Ashito confused. Noriko then explains that it seems that there's also a J-club in their hometown, Ehime. Their youth team scouted Shun and let him join midway. Ashito screams right out as he hears that. Noriko continues and says that she hardly understands what's happening. It seems there's been no precedent for it. We then move back to Ashito, who says that Shun retired from football in the 3rd grade of middle school. He was so much better than him, but because of the asthma, he couldn't. Noriko tells him that it's why she doesn't understand it, explaining that a bunch of things happened, and someone involved came to explain a bunch of things. Ashito then thinks back to him telling Shun that he would also be working hard on his behalf, before now saying that he is playing football again, and at a J-club as well. All of that combined just leaves him speechless, but after some time, he tells Noriko that he understands. Noriko is a bit shocked, but tells him that she thought that he would look happier. Ashito in his head thinks that he just heard such a huge surprise, but she is right. He should be happier, but even then, he tells her that once the Funabashi match is over, he will call Shun himself. We then move back to his head, where he very well knows that at this point, he can't think of anything but the match anymore. Ashito then starts to leave, but Fukuda calls out to him. He says that his mom came all the way here from Ehime, tells Ashito that he doesn't have to worry about curfew today, and asks if he doesn't take his time talking with her. This makes Ashito wait up before telling them that he has this incredible sensation that he feels so close to grasping. In the next match against Funabashi, he knows very well that he can be complete in attack and defense. Because of that, he is sure that if he relaxes even one bit or gets pampered, then it will end up slipping away. Ashito turns around and tells them that if he doesn't grasp this sensation now, then he doesn't know whether he will ever get the chance to again. He looks right into his mother's eyes and tells her that she doesn't have to cheer for him now. He explains that he is still half-baked in youth. He doesn't even know whether he will become a regular or not yet. He can't do anything about having her see him like this. Ashito tells her that he wanted her to see him when he had already gone pro instead. With that, he screams that he is fine and that he is definitely going pro. And then, after that, he can make her life comfortable, telling her that he will definitely do that for her, so she doesn't need to talk to him at this point. After saying that, Ashito has finally realized that he shouldn't be doing something like this right now, and tries to end it by saying that he is going to go now. But then someone speaks up. It's Hana, who asks him what he means by something like this. She explains that Noriko came all the way to Tokyo out of worry for him, and he can't even spare her time to talk. Noriko then looks at Hana and calls out her name, but we then move to Ashito, who seems to be getting a bit mad. He asks Hana to tell him what's there to worry about. Ashito continues as he tells her that he is truly at his peak right now. He just wants to take Funabashi, their strongest opponent yet, while he still has this sensation. Yet out of that worry, Hana is telling him to dampen this feeling. Someone who's telling him stuff like that is just needlessly meddling, but before he can finish that sentence, he holds himself back. Ashito then goes silent, so Hana speaks up. She tells Ashito that she is just fan number 1, so if he thinks that she is nosy or annoying, he is free to cut her off. She is just an outsider anyway, and also, she, to the contrary, is reflecting on being a hindrance to him. Because of that, she declares that she won't do it anymore. But even then, Ashito shouldn't do the same thing to Noriko, and she looks super fierce as she tells Ashito that. This seems to make him realize, and he then apologizes to Noriko. He tells her that it was wrong, and that it's not what he meant. He looks at her, and says that after the Funabashi match, they should talk, and he has a bright smile as he says that. It then looks like he starts to wave her goodbye, and thanks her, telling her that he will show her a good performance. But once again, before he can leave, Hana speaks up. She says that even she is worried about how he is right now. Ashito waits up and listens. Meanwhile, Hana, in her head, thinks that she doesn't say it, but there's no use, as she screams at Ashito and tells him that when she looks at him, he looks overly consumed by football, telling him that it's like when her brother was in Spain. This makes Ashito turn around and look at her super curiously, but Hana already has her hand. In front of her mouth, she then takes her hand away and tells Ashito that she understands that he is in good form. She understands that he is about to grasp something, but if he isn't able to grasp it, then she would want him to step away from it from time to time. Hana continues while telling Ashito that it's only football after all. That's the only thing that he shouldn't forget. But before she can finish that sentence, Ashito cuts her off. He looks super intense as he tells her that he doesn't understand what she has been saying since earlier at all. This seems to make her sad, but not long after, Ashito just walks away. While he is walking, we can see him burning up even more, but when he looks up, he can see Kurebayashi right in front of him. Kurebayashi smiles at him and asks if he was able to find something that was worth cutting off his surroundings. He asks Ashito if he can truly grasp that something in the Funabashi match, saying that he might make a breakthrough. Kurebayashi then finally reveals that it was that strength that led him to the world stage. It then looks like Ashito just walks right past him, but with that, we see the text saying that it was the date of the match against Funabashi. We see some headlines before that. One of them says that Traponi received an offer from J1 Yokohama, not to mention that we see Futahara, who got an offer from J1 Tosu. We then move to the pitch, and it says that it is expected to be a close contest. We then move to the benches where we see Noriko on her phone. She reads an article saying that first-year fullback Ashito, who has scored a goal in 2 matches in a row, is also one to look out for. She doesn't seem to mind that, however, as she is thankful that they came early and got some good seats. We then move a bit lower down, where we see Henri, Miyako, and someone who I think is Koba, who I have no idea who it is, but she is on the wiki page. Henri tells them that since this match was postponed due to poor weather, it didn't overlap with their match, and that Miyako could come and watch it. Miyako says that she doesn't know whether Tachibana will get subbed in though. Koba on the right tells them that the national players are back after all. Miyako then looks at Henri and tells her that she has it nice since Ashito is a starter. This seems to obviously catch Noriko's attention a bit. Meanwhile, Henri seems to get mad and asks why Miyako only said ashito. Miyako just laughs, but Henri gets more and more mad, so Miyako tells her to calm down and sit down. With that, we then move to Noriko, who wonders if Hana isn't here yet. After that, we move to some reporters. They say that many first years will unfortunately be filling in due to match fatigue, but they look alright, and they're pretty vocal in warm-ups, asking the others if they don't seem rather fired up, which we later see them doing for sure in the next panel. With that, we then head to Ashito, who waits up. He thinks that the match captain will be Takasugi. We then move a bit back and see Fukuda telling them all that it should be Kobayakawa based on seniority, but Kobayakawa nominated him, and he accepted it as well, asking Takasugi if he has got it. Takasugi then right away tells him that he understands. With that, he then walks out and turns to the players. He tells them that because of Taira's case, their determination has been strengthened. The emotion that they feel for him isn't anything weak. This is the first time he has seen everyone show that level of concentration in practice. With that, he believes that this is the most fiery that they have ever been. He explains that they will be immediately attacking from kickoff. He believes the fact that this will also be Kurebayashi's final match in youth is also a sign, with Takasugi then starting to scream, saying that the super offensive football that's the goal of Esperion, of Fukuda, they can play it today, and that they will complete it. We then see the other players screaming and agreeing before we then head back to Takasugi, who says that, hence, while it was difficult to execute that way of attacking because they haven't made it succeed since junior youth, they thoroughly practiced it. Takasugi looks intense as he says that they are doing it immediately after kickoff, so they will be moving high up, but even then, they can't forget about defending properly, telling them to attack while keeping defense in mind. We then cut to Kiriki, who looks at Akutsu and says that they're counting on him, telling Akutsu that they will definitely follow his minute instructions and line control. Akutsu just laughs as he hears that and tells him, alright, but with that, we see the entire defensive line being super fired up, and Ashito, who might be looking more fired up than any of them, but not long after, Takasugi once again screams that with their iron solidarity, they are capable of anything and tells them to go. Takasugi then looks at Kuribayashi. He thinks back to their talk about winning for the sake of your comrades, and with that, Takasugi thinks that their solidarity is real. Not just Funabashi, but they don't feel like losing to any team in the country. After that, we see everyone talking and hyping each other up. Meanwhile, Ashito is sitting on the bench with his eyes closed, and he notes that it's quiet. He thinks back to Hana and Noriko, and knows that whenever something like that happened, if it were him up until now, then he wouldn't be able to concentrate on the match. However, this time it's different, as he can't think of anything else, not Noriko or Hana, as he is 100% focused on the match. He knows that he will be complete in attack and defense, and that he is going to secure his spot with it, for this team that's going to be moving up high, and he has to be conscious of defense first. It's their responsibility as the defensive unit. Ashito then thinks about Trapone before saying that, getting a clean sheet and being involved in attack, he can absolutely do it. And with that, the players start to walk out. With that, we also see Hana, who has just arrived with Noriko. But before she can even sit down, her eyes already meet with Henri's, but she decides to look away in an instant, before then wishing Ashito good luck. And with that, we also cut back to Ashito, who has a burning aura that is coming out of his eyes. And with that, the kickoff between Funabashi and Esperion starts. We head right to Ashito, who thinks that he has watched their film over and over again. Even if it's his first time playing against them, he already knows who they all are and how they play. With that, he knows that it's Trapone and Futara. Getting the ball to them is Funabashi's football, so as long as they don't get it, then they should be good. After that, we see the ball being in the air and Ashito screams to Otomo to get the loose ball, but he gets interrupted by Futahara, who screams right out towards Otomo as he is also rushing at the ball. This seems to really leave Otomo a bit scared, and sadly, Futahara manages to get the ball. Haruta, who is another Esperion fan, says that Futahara is super fast, even with that build of his. Henri and Miyako also note that he has top speed, but that it's his acceleration that is insane, despite his powerful build, to also have legs that give him a burst of speed on the first step, admitting that he reminds them of Hulk. We then see Kuribayashi, who screams out that Trapone has already moved. Haruto is amazed that he is already close to the goal and wonders when he will get there. Ashito, in his head, admits that he's even faster than what he saw on the film, talking about Futahara, I would assume, but it would also go for Trapone. Takasugi, who is a bit up, sees this and thinks that they wanted to go at them with that style from the start, but Funabashi got the ball first, but even then, this is all within expectations. After that, we see Takasugi screaming out and tells them all to calm down. He tells them that first they defend and to move as planned to win it back. With that, it seems like it's Kiriki and Matsunaga who starts to head towards it. But we leave them, and instead goes to Trapone, who sees Akutsu behind him. He thinks that they were on the national team together and calls him a splendid center back. He continues and thinks that he is someone who doesn't fall down. When they collide with him is rare in their generation. Trapone very well knows that he will be a nuisance if he's man-marking him through. As they are running side by side, he knows that there seems to be a set distance. Appreciated, they seem to be playing a zone defense. With that in mind, we see Trapone dashing behind himself, while Akutsu looks to be trying to follow him. Sadly, we then move to Tokitu, who tells Futahara to go for it now and to get it to Trapone. With that, Futahara does just that as he tries to send the ball to Trapone. But just then, Akutsu speaks up and screams at them to close him down. Not long after, we see both Yuma and also Ashito being right in him. Ashito on his head thinks that he already knew before he said it and that he was already moving. With that, he then bumps right into Trapone, which lets Yuma come in and passes away the ball. But sadly, it looks like the pass is heading right to Tokitu. He gets the ball and screams at the players that it's still their ball and for them to calm down and reorganize. But then right away we see Togashi, as well as Kobayakawa being right on him. Tokitu is super amazed by that As he says that they are so fast, Miyako from the bench explains that they read and erase the spaces that Funabashi wanted to use, asking if their link-up isn't amazing, which Anri on the right says that it is, admitting that Ashito and Togashi, they were able to respond right away. Leaving them, we then see Otomo and Futahara. Futahara says that they are pretty amazing, and with that, he dashes right back again and starts to run, which manages to shake Otomo off, and he is now free. But that's not to worry, as we already see Ashito, whose eyes are manic as he looks at this. He then starts to think about this crazy overview of the pitch. After that, we see Tokitu passing the ball to Futahara, and Akutsu then right away tells the left flank to go for it. But he then starts to look extremely shocked as he sees that Ashito is already right by Futahara. Futahara then, in his head, kind of curses Ashito out. He thinks that Ashito came while cutting off his space to dribble. He knows that he has no choice but to turn and receive it, and then rotate to beat Ashito. But then Ashito screams out Kiriki's name, and then right after that, we see him lurking right by Futahara. Ashito very well knows that they can't let Futahara turn, and that they are stopping him here. Kiriki shares that thought as he thinks that they need to corner him, which both of them manage to do flawlessly, as Kiriki then gets the ball and kicks it away towards Akiyama, who catches it. This makes the Esperion bench super hyped, and it also looks like Triponi starts to get a bit interested in this as well. Meanwhile, Ashito is just standing still on the pitch in total awe. Leaving him, we move to Tokitu, who in his head thinks that they heard that this team was hastily built with first years, but that doesn't matter to him. Tanaka thinks that they can't figure out who's a first year and who isn't anymore, and Araki notes that Esperion is such a high-level team. After that, we move to the Funabashi bench. Here, we see someone telling the manager of Funabashi, who is also known as Natsume, that they need bones to break this down, it seems. Natsume is then silent before saying that it's the case for the defense, but he is more interested in their movements, explaining that they've been getting pressured, but two of Esperion's players up front hardly dropped back at all. We then see a small panel of Kurebayashi, who does seem to also be pretty intrigued by what is happening. But sadly, we then move to Ashito, who in his head tells it to keep it coming, and that it is repelling everything back. He knows that they are going to defend thoroughly, then they will attack in that shape as planned. Once they score there, getting a huge lead won't seem far-fetched anymore, and he smiles as he thinks that they will show how it's done. Anyway, we then move to Kiriki, who passes the ball to Matsunaga. Matsunaga manages to slip past Araki. He then looks at Kuribayashi and thinks that he should pass him now. But sadly, we then see Sami, who comes in and slides tackle away the ball. Matsunaga is in total awe of a sliding tackle here. Thinking that it was risky, he did it with no hesitation. He continues to think that high schoolers and their crude playstyle are the same as ever. They're fine with making those kinds of plays that are unthinkable for them. Youth players, and it's hard to get a read on them. We then cut back to Natsume, who says that it was a nice slide tackle. The guy to his left says that Sami immediately came flying and tells Natsume that it's their turn now. Natsume just skips over that, as he instead says that if it got to Kuribayashi just now, it would have been dangerous. The coach is amazed, but Natsume tells him that it's intuition and that it smelled considerably dangerous, explaining that it felt like a bad premonition. He wants the opening goal no matter what, before Esperion flips their switch. With that, we then see that the ball went to Yasuda, but while that happens, we see Kobayakawa, Togashi, Akutsu, and Ashito, all thinking that they absolutely can't let Tripone and Futahara get the ball, as they know that they have to solidify the front so those two don't get free. But just after that, it seems like Ashito notes something. It's not only him either, as Anri explains that Tripone and Futahara went to the flanks. This makes the defensive line have to send both Ashito and Kobayaka to deal with them. After that, we saw Nozomi. He noted that when Tripone and Futahara saw that the middle was solidified, they moved over to the flanks as planned. Fukuda tells him that he is right. Kobayakawa, who's originally on the left, is on the right, and a first year is on the left. They're immediately exploiting their weakness, admitting that they are something else. But even then, he knows that Natsume didn't move, which means that Tripone and Futahara came to that tactical decision on their own and executed it, ending it by saying that they are a good team. Miyako on the bench explains that Funabashi has started to move the ball considerably more smoothly, and that this is pretty dangerous now. But with that, we move to the GOAT Ashito, who thinks that they are stuck. He knows that they have to contain both of them somehow. That's all the more reason why their slightest movements feel like they're manipulating them. But even then, they are playing a zone defense, and they have to maintain a set distance. But as Ashito then looks up, he can see Futahara, who just smiles right at him before not long after looking away and seeming to have noticed something. which we for sure see that he has, as he then dashes back in an instant. Ashito was sadly a bit behind on that, and Anri notes that it will be bad if Futahara gets the ball. We then see Futahara just laughing as he is running. Meanwhile, Ashito, in his head, thinks that he is absurdly fast. After that, we see Yasuda, who wants to pass to Futahara, but he looks at Akutsu. He knows that Akutsu is at a good spot. If he forces a pass here, there's a good chance that he will react to it and pin Futahara with the first year coming from behind. With that, Yasuda then passing the ball, which leaves Futahara shocked, telling Yasuda that he was fine and that he could have just given it to him. We then cut back to Ashito, who is still running and can't believe that Futahara just stopped so suddenly, and with that, he runs right into him, making both of them fall over. Then, in an instant, the referee blows the whistle, and the crowd wonders what happened and asks if Funabashi will get a free kick there. But we then see Ashito on the ground, who holds his nose and says that it hurts. Futahara, however, just gets up and says that it's fine and that free kicks work out. We then move back to Ashito. In his head, he thinks about how fast Futahara is and that he has never seen someone this fast with that build. Despite all the research he did with Togashi, the real thing is completely different and calls him a monster. But not long after, Akutsu goes to Ashito, and they have a long stare battle before Akutsu asks Ashito if a propeller plane can stop a tank by tackling it. Akutsu then walks away while saying that it must be tough being so stupid. But even then, what Akutsu told Ashito seems to have left him with something to think about as he says propeller plane over and over again. We then see Keisuke taking the free kick, but it went wide, so Esperion was safe. The match then resumes, and Akutsu goes to Togashi and Kobayakawa. He tells them that going with the zone while they are using the flanks is bad, and that they are changing it up. He looks determined as he says that they will man-mark them. With that, he then asks if he can mark Tripone. Togashi then thinks about him watching the tape with Ashito, and he then tells Akutsu that he can, saying that he has thoroughly studied him and that he will seal him. Kobayakawa then asks what they should do about Futahara, and if they should have Matsunaga drop back. But Akutsu is about to say that he will do it when suddenly he gets interrupted. It's by none other than Ashito, who tells them that he will do it, and he looks super ready. Ashito continues and tells them that Futahara is his and for them to please handle him. Kobayakawa just asks if he wasn't just beaten by him, but even then Ashito asks to just get one more time. Looking super determined as he tells them that he will stop him, Akutsu then looks at him and says that if he beats him even once, then he needs to ask to get subbed off right away, and he then walks away. With that, we hear Ashito's thoughts. He thinks that if he were a fullback who couldn't man-mark, completeness in attack and defense would just remain a dream within a dream. Because of that, he will also man-mark, and he will make it his own now. Ashito starts to think about Futahara's and Akutsu's comments about a propeller plan stopping a tank. Ashito then closes his eyes as he looks from a bird's eye view at Futahara. But sadly, we leave him for a bit as we see Natsume saying that they have to score before Esperion flips their switch, thinking that if they don't get the opening goal, then this will be a tough fight for all of them, and that Tripone and Futahara have to bring them down now. We then finally see some more of Otomo, who thinks that even though this is his first premier start, Futahara shook him off twice, and he has yet to show a decent play. But he means, isn't that against the rules? Those aren't the movements of a high school student. He's so explosive that he gets to his top speed in just 3 strides, explaining that his body is like Hulk's as well, thinking that he will hardly be effective even if he tackles him. But when he says that, it seems like something clicks for him. Not long after, it seems like his eyes meet with Ashito, who, in his head, thinks that he is going to do it. A propeller plan will stop a tank in its tracks, and on top of that, he will do it by man-marking him. After that, we go over to the bench. Noriko says that she hardly gets it, but explains that they seem to be getting pressured, and that it feels like the other team has an extra player or two. But Hana then looks at Ashito and says that he's fine, explaining that his eyes are still alive, which is so cold. Anyway, we then get right into the game again, where Matsunaga is heading for a loose ball, but then out of nowhere, Futahara comes by and slams into him. This sends Matsunaga down to the ground and leaves Futahara with the ball. Asari from the bench explains that Futahara's power is insane to be able to send Matsunaga flying. Kuroda on the side says that he thought that they would switch to man-marking, and Matsunaga would be in charge of him. But given what just happened, who can really stop Futahara directly? But all of them then start to look shocked as they spot Ashito, who goes to run before him. Moving to the Funabashi bench, we see the other coach telling Natsume that it seems like Esperion has switched to man-marking. He explains that this is great, and that Futahara has the skinny fullback on him. If he beats that first year as he did earlier, then the first year will break, and he tells Futahara to do it. But with that, we then move to them, where Ashito looks a bit nervous. Meanwhile, Futahara sounds like he's just singing. Not long after that, Futahara turns around and passes the ball to Tokitu, who receives it. He looks at Tripone, who is getting man-marked by Togashi, who isn't outclassed size-wise, and because of that, they are going to play through Futahara. Just then, we see that it's exactly what happens as Futahara screams for the ball, but Ashito seems to be following him closely, as he knows that first he has to focus on Futahara's movement alone, stick to him closely, and follow him around. He looks directly at Futahara and thinks that he isn't able to shake Ashito off, and even if he attempts to body him, then it isn't going to work either, as we see Futahara trying to take his hand on Ashito, who then dashes to the side and avoids it. Because of all of that, Ashito explains that they are not playing rugby. He doesn't have to receive that at all. He has to be where he wants to go and deny it. After all, he is a propeller plane, keeping watch of a tank from the sky, which won't get away. But after that, it really does look like he signals something to Otomo with his eyes. But before we can see any more of that, we see Tokitu, who knows that Futahara is getting marked much harder and that it's hard to pass to him. While he tries to figure out what to do, we move to Fukuda, who explains that man-marking is fundamentally rough and tenacious. You have to be a pest by any means necessary. It's an example of a play from the roots of the sport, wondering if this is how Ashito will take him on. But we then see Benzen behind him, who says that there's no need to be stylish or anything like that, as after all, it's useless if he can't stop Futahara. He continues and says that countering him through basic tenacious man-marking is good and all, but will that be enough to stop Futahara? However, we don't have to wait long to find out, as we see Futahara dashing to the right in an instant. Anri asks if Ashito got beaten, and Miyako on the side explains that no matter how much he sticks to him, Futahara's sprint is J-League level. We then cut to Futahara, who asks for Tokitu to pass it, which he sure does, and we see the ball coming closer and closer to Futahara, but as he looks ahead of himself, he suddenly gets super shocked as he spots Otomo in front of himself. He wonders when he got here, and wonders if this isn't bad, and if Otomo is in a really bad spot. Futahara knows that he can just dodge him if he's going to tackle, but he is surprised that he isn't coming from there. But just as he says that, we can hear Ashito from behind, who screams at Otomo to go for it. With that, we see Otomo running ahead in an instant, as Futahara now has Ashito behind him and Otomo in front of him, and with that, Otomo is then able to pretty easily take away the ball from Futahara. But we then get into the most interesting thing as we head into Ashito's mind. He thinks that if he covers Futahara alone, he will stick to him by predicting how he moves, by not scanning how everyone else is moving on the field. Focusing on him alone allows him to extend the range where he can predict him. Then, while he persistently follows him, he can then confirm where his teammates are. He makes eye contact and gives small instructions to gradually limit Futahara's routes to ultimately entrap him and win back the ball. On top of that, Futahara would predictably try to shake him off, but that becomes a spot where they can trap him. Also, Otomo can read his intentions with eye contact alone, comparing him to a maneuverable small tank. Because of that, a propeller plane and a small tank were able to stop a heavy tank as he used his surroundings while marking him to corner him, explaining that this is his man marking. We then leave Ashito and instead head over to Akutsu, who thinks that if he can do it, then do it from the start, thinking that a propeller plane with a radar, whether it's man marking or anything, you are helpless if you don't use those around you, saying that it must be tough needing to get told to because of his stupidity. Not long after that, we spot Sammy, who got the cleared ball. Keisuke tells him to hold it, telling him that they have a complete block and for him not to force a pass. But Sammy doesn't seem to care as he just passes the ball anyway. But somehow we see Tripone, who managed to get the ball with his back to the goal. Togashi, who is behind him, thinks that it's fine and that he won't be able to turn and that he will drive him out. But it doesn't go as he planned, as Tripone managed to turn around in an instant and shoot the ball. Togashi is then left totally amazed, but luckily, the forced shot went straight to the keeper and he even caught it. By the way, it sounds like it's some sort of commentator saying it, as they then continue with saying that their series of attacks was stopped by mostly first years. They've splendidly shut out that Funabashi Academy. We then quickly see Natsume, who explains that this is bad, and he sure is spot on as we see Akiyama, who throws the ball right at Kurobayashi, who traps it flawlessly, and he looks super dope as he says that finally it got here, and Natsume still just looks at this and wonders if it flipped right here. We then see Takasugi shouting that it's their time to go, and they all agree to that as they get super hyped. Even Nagano from the bench stands up and screams at them. Meanwhile, Taira is just left in total shock as he sees Kurobayashi running with the ball. We cut to Anri, who explains that it's the first time Kurebayashi got the ball in this match. Miyako, on the side, questions how their attack will unfold, which we will jump into right now, as Kurebayashi is going forward at an insane pace. Tokitu screams at his team to always have 2 people on Kurebayashi and for them to corner him up to the halfway line. On top of that, they need to solidify the center. Asari on the bench says that Funabashi's adjustments are fast. Takashima adds on that a team that just attacks can't get third in the Premier League. Their position on the table means both their defense and offense are first class. With that, we then cut to both Yasuda and Mitsuki as they are heading to Kurebayashi. However, Kurebayashi seems to just take one look at Mitsuki before completely destroying his ankles, and if that wasn't good enough, then he does just the same thing to Yasuda right after. The crowd seems to get furious by that, as they say that even with 2 on him, they can't even touch the ball at all. Mitsuki, in his own head, admits that there's no way that Kurebayashi can be human. We also get into Yasuda's head, who says that as long as they target where the ball will go, there's no way he can score a goal alone, even if he's Kurebayashi, thinking that they will shut him out. But we then see Takasugi coming on his left and calling out for a pass, which Kurebayashi, of course, makes. Then, in a nanosecond, the Funabashi goalkeeper Sora screams at them that they need to solidify the center, explaining that Esperion's best players are all central, and that they will be fine as long as they deny them there. Anyway, we then see the ball which Takasugi had. It then gets passed to Yuma, who later passes it towards the incoming Kiriki. This seems to leave the coach super confused. He thinks that it's fine, and that they are erasing their past courses while building the block, and that they are defending while leaving no gaps. But it isn't him who seems to be a bit lost, as we also head to Tokitu, who in his head wonders what they are doing, thinking that their positioning isn't fixed, or rather, there's no set distance between them. This just shows how much Esperion is hesitating, and that their block on the center won't crumble. But I'm not sure if I can agree with that, as we then see Takasugi, who thinks that it's time. So with that, he starts to run up on the field. Kiriki spots this right away and sends him a through ball, which Takasugi avoids. Tokitu has no clue as to what they are trying to pull, and he then screams to the team not to rush and to make sure to challenge and cover thoroughly. But later on, we see Kobayakawa coming into the picture, and it seems like he wants to pass Yuma. But just then, Keisuke comes in his way. Nagano, on the bench, wonders if Kobayakawa really messed up. Meanwhile, we have Taira on his left, who is just sitting there watching in complete silence. We then move to Takasugi, who admits that this is difficult, explaining that it has nothing to do with how many years have passed since Fukuda explained his ideal. It's an attacking style that's been urged on them since their youth. We then head back 5 years, and we obviously see all of them being much younger. We see Takasugi failing with the ball, and Nagano, on the side, says that it's another mistake link-up. Yoshituni tells them that they have to be extremely in sync, or it's impossible. We see that Takasugi looks a bit nervous, and Fukuda catches onto it, and says that he looks uneasy, and asks him to go ahead and say what he is thinking. Takasugi then tells him that it's too difficult. They have to further subdivide their concept of football, and all of them have to be completely in sync. On top of that, Fukuda looks intense, but Takasugi continues, as he says that he understands that he is aiming for a high standard, but to be honest, he can't think of this as a type of football that a student can pull off. He is not confident that they, in junior youth, can do it either. After that, we cut back to Fukuda, who now has a bright smile and tells him that he is truly earnest and that he really said that up front. Fukuda then tells them all that he knows that this is demanding, but their generation is an assembly of good players, no matter how you look at it. Maybe he ended up feeling too greedy. After that, Taira goes to Takasugi and says that even if it's impossible for now, it will be amazing if they were to pull it off, saying that he thinks that their batch can accomplish anything, no matter how high the ideal is. Akiyama joins in and agrees, saying that they will end up thinking that they will be able to do it eventually, rather than quitting at it, and that he has always thought everyone here is amazing since they were kids. He then turns to someone called Makimura and asks if he isn't right, and Makimura agrees. Takasugi then starts to look relieved as he tells them that they are right, and knows that with all of them, they can do it. With that said, we now head into real time, where we see Takasugi looking at Keisuke with the ball, but he can't seem to let it slide, so he runs to him at full speed and slide tackles the ball away. Yuma sees this and compliments him and tells him to continue where they left off. Takasugi then starts to scan the field in an instant as he looks around, and as Taira sees all of this going on, he looks really just in shock. We then head into Takasugi's thoughts. He thinks that because of Taira, their determination has been strengthened, admitting that this is the first time that he has seen everyone show that level of concentration in practice. He knows that it's now more than ever that they can pull it off and that they will make it theirs, telling Taira in his head that they are going to show it to him. They are going to make it succeed, and they will show him that even if you stumble now, you can materialize it eventually through improvement, asking Taira if that isn't how they arrived at it after all. With that said, we then see Taira again, who looks at Fukuda, who is completely locked in, and it seems like he starts to feel nervous. But after that, we then move to Akira, who wonders what they are going to do, wondering if it will be the flank or the center, as they keep linking up in spaces that are unclear and that their positioning is strange. Tokitu agrees and thinks that they have too few players at the center if they're trying to break past them and can't stop wondering about what it is that they are aiming for. But just then, we once again sees Fukuda screaming at them to do it now. With that, Takasugi passes the ball to Kiriki, who passes it on to Otomo. Otomo then looks for Kuribayashi, but he is being man-marked heavily. But because of that, it seems like he cuts into the center more. And with that, Yuma then runs to where Kuribayashi was, and Otomo sends him a pass. But unfortunately, it seems like the pass just went too far. But fear not, as we see Takasugi being along and running to it. Sora has no clue to what is happening. He wonders how Takasugi managed to get free, and that the defense got divided, but just how is questionable. But leaving that, we see Takasugi, who shoots the ball right towards the goal, and magically we then see that the ball actually went into the goal, which seems to leave them all in awe. Even the players on the bench scream out that they scored. But sadly, everything then gets crushed in a nanosecond, as the referee signals that it was offside, which now leaves them all heartbroken instead. Meanwhile, Noriko just asks Hana what offside is, but anyway, it seems like Takasugi was the one who took it the hardest. Fukuda explains that he thought that they were barely in. Osiek adds that it would have been the ideal opening goal. It would be great if they weren't discouraged from this. After some time, Taira then speaks up and calls it amazing. He almost screams as he says that they made the shape succeed and that everyone's amazing. With that, we move into their thoughts as Kiriki says that it all perfectly fell into place. Yuma adds on that it was offside, but the style that they haven't pulled off in a match once almost led to a goal. Lastly, it's Kobayakawa, who, in his head, calls it unbelievable and says that they were able to do something this difficult at the youth level. But with that, we move to Takasugi, who lets it all out as he screams at them that the next one will count, explaining that they will score the next one. In his head, he is dead set that they are going to do it, and that everyone's amazing, and that they are all doing something outrageous. Hearing Takasugi's words seems to leave all of them super fired up, and that leaves the Funabashi players in awe. But after that, the match is back on. We see Kiriki having the ball before he passes it to Kuribayashi. Akira screams at the players to solidify the center and to keep the minimum on the flanks. But even with his words, Kuribayashi manages to get a pass past Sami and towards Yuma. The coaches of Funabashi are extremely pissed off, saying that they made a block in the middle and that they are also erasing their spaces to link up. Yet how are they moving the ball this much? After that, Yuma passes the ball right to Otomo, who gets it flawlessly. Meanwhile, that goes on, and we can hear that all of the Funabashi players are wondering the same thing, whether it will go through the middle, the right flank, or the left, and that those three are the only ways to get to the goal, and that it all should be obvious. We then move to Tokitu, who also knows that, and that they have made a proper block. But how is it that the Esperion players are still able to just go through them like this? We then see Kiriki taking the ball from Kobayakawa, who got it somehow, and as Fukuda looks at this, he seems to be proud of them. Not long after that, the ball heads to Yuma, and he looks back and sees all of the other players' happy faces. Ashito also looks at all of this happening, and he calls it amazing. However, Takasugi instead is just worried about one thing, as in his head, he asks Taira whether he is watching or not. Anyway, back to the action. As Yuma still has the ball, Sora thinks that he got the ball in the middle and that they need to watch out. With that, he screams at the team not to let him turn, but as that goes on, we see Kuribayashi, who starts to sprint. The players see this, and they say that they will go and get him. But as Keisuke runs to him, he thinks that it's not just Kuribayashi, asking how they are able to make diagonal runs, and that it causes confusion on who should mark whom for a moment. And just like Keisuke said, if that wasn't enough, we also see Kobayakawa, who comes running to the ball. But while that happens, we then see Kuribayashi, who turns around and goes away from it. This shocks Anri as she says that he came to the flank and went back centrally, but Miyako then sees that as Kobayakawa got to the ball, he immediately sent it to Kuribayashi. But it's far from over, as both Yasuda and Yoshitaka come running at Kuribayashi and say that they will stop him. But Kuribayashi then just lets the ball roll right past him, which leaves them completely stunned. But later, we see that it's Takasugi who comes running towards the ball, and they all scream out that he's free. Everyone's eyes are now glued to what is going on in front of the goal. But Takasugi yet again just asks if Taira is watching. He thinks that something that he thought was impossible to realize, something that he thought would remain unattainable forever, is getting accomplished together with trusted teammates, for him who loved Esperion's football to that extent. Asking Taira if that doesn't make his heart dance, Takasugi thinks that he is probably thinking that he wants to enter this circle once more. After that, we move to the Funabashi bench, where it has finally clicked for Natsume. He says that they aren't moving within the 3-lane concept, and that instead, this is 5 lanes, and he looks completely stunned as he says that. We then see the GOAT, Kuribayashi, who screams at Takasugi to score the goal, which we then finally see that he goes for as he shoots the ball right into the goal. It then seems like we head right into a flashback, where Fukuda tells them that it's 5 lanes this match. Ashito looks completely lost, but Fukuda tells them that it's an ideal attacking style that he urged Takasugi and the rest of the players, who were in Esperion since their junior youth in particular. It's 5 lanes. It's unfortunate, but they haven't succeeded once in executing it in a match yet. With that, he tells them that he will go over it once more. He explains that the football pitch is divided into 3 areas, the center and the 2 flanks on the left and right. The most important among those 3, because it's obviously the easiest to produce goals from, is the center. The one who dominates this area is the one who dominates the match. The opponent also understands this fact, so they put their numbers there to defend. On the other hand, there are fewer numbers on the flanks because it's more difficult to produce goals from there. Hence, defending the center first and foremost is the inviolable rule. Fukuda continues as he says that football is built on these 3 areas, and he then asks if all of this is obvious so far, which it seems like it kind of is, but also not at the same time. Anyway, he tells them that when he was playing in Spain, this was something he noticed. Why does everyone believe that there are only 3 lanes? He explains that in between the center and the flanks are the half spaces, asking if you can divide the pitch into 5 areas, asking if there aren't innumerable revolutionary ways to attack, and saying that if you use these half spaces. After that, he starts to explain it by drawing. However, it's a bit hard for me to formulate it, so I will just read what he is saying. He explains that to receive a pass at the center in front of the goal, this is how the shape turns out. The receiver can't see the passer and the goal at the same time. In the center, where defense is tough, one does their best to turn and try to see both the passer and the goal. Basically, one's field of vision is extremely limited. That's the center space. On the other hand, if you're in the half space, it's like this. If your body is turned towards the inside, you can play while seeing the passer, the opponents, and the goal. Everything is visible, explaining that your options increase as well. If you're on the flank, you can only move in these 5 directions, obviously, but how about when in the half space? You can then move freely in all 8 directions, like the center. It's the space in front of the goal, where you have the best field of vision, and where you can move the most freely, saying that this is the valuable area, which is called the half space. Fukuda then spots Ashito, who looks like a question mark, and he asks Ashito if he has something to say. Ashito then musters up some courage and just asks if all of this isn't just obvious. With that, the other players seem to get a bit serious, but Ashito tells them not to go as far as to name it the half spaces. It's not like he hasn't played while keeping such an appealing area in mind while playing. He has always played while using it since it creates goals. But while he is talking, Nozomi speaks up and tells him that he is wrong. He says that what's important is to go as far as to label it the half space to make you more conscious of it. Ashito looks really shocked, but Nozomi says that you must clearly delineate the area that you are somehow using in order to use it consciously with all 11 players. You were made conscious that football has 5 areas and not just 3, just now. Otomo, in his head, thinks that they are trying to bring themselves into the half spaces. That's the revolutionary style then. With that, we head back to Fukuda, who tells them that he will explain the rules to construct a 5-line attack. The premise when creating triangles is that when 3 form a triangle, first, the player closest to you must not be in the same line. Second, the 2 who are farthest from each other must always stay in the same line. Third, players must maintain the appropriate distance between them, and the players must be in the closest lane possible. However, all of them just look absolutely blown away when Fukuda then asks them if they have got it. It feels like he senses that they have no clue, so he continues and tells them that if your teammate, who you're constructing a triangle, moves to your own lane, then you must move away from your lane as soon as possible. The same goes for the other player, since the two who are farthest from each other must be on the same line. We then finally see him yet again, and he says that, in short, their positioning is decided by your teammates who are close to you. While following these conditions, you must move the ball fast, decide who you're forming a triangle with in each moment, and be able to move freely within the intricately delineated 5 lanes. When all 11 do it, keeping the 3 rules as the foundation and taking the initiative in positioning to get to the opponent's goal, that'll be the first time it succeeds, ending it by telling them that all in all, that is the 5-lane attack, and Otomo and Ashito both look completely stunned. Now, I did think that Fukuda was done, but it seems like he wasn't, as he tells them that while playing for Sabadell, he thought that it would have been the best if all 11 did this to score a goal, wondering if he can create a Japanese team that can go against the world with it. But at Bayern, Guardiola ended up realizing the idea before he could. With that, he tells them that, anyway, the players in his generation couldn't do it, but if it's their generation and the next generation, then they will eventually make it work. Maybe they can realize this dream, like football for him is what he thinks. After that, we head right back to the match, where we see both coaches just jumping up, and obviously, we get a single panel of Fukuda, where he looks ecstatic. All players then run to celebrate with each other, before he runs off to the bench and celebrates with all of the bench players. He then gets to Taira's face and asks him if he saw that, explaining that they completely broke them down with 5 lanes and that they made the 5-lane attack succeed. Kuribayashi then joins in, as he says that they can still get better and that they should make the next one succeed and make the 5-lane attack fully theirs. As the players then run back to the pitch, we can see Taira, who just looks at them with a smile, before he starts to envision a whole stadium behind them and speaks out as he says that they are all truly amazing. We then finally learn the name of the other Funabashi coach, as Natsume calls him Maru and tells him to give the instruction to have Tokitu drop so they have a 5 back. He calls it unbelievable and says that it's difficult to even have pros in Europe shape the concept of 5 lanes. But to do it with high schoolers, and to make it succeed even, the players have the technique, but his influence as a coach to make them realize it is splendid. Natsume looks at Fukuda as he says that he doesn't see a match as one match alone, wondering if he is always looking towards the world, and ending it by calling him incredible. We then cut to Futahara, who tells Tripone that they are strong. He wonders how a link-up that they haven't seen before has suddenly broken them down, admitting that it will be tough if they don't figure out how they did it to them. But Tripone right away tells him that it's Bayern. He continues and tells Futahara that it's likely Guardiola's 5 lanes, and as he then walks off, he calls it wonderful. With that, the game is then back on, and we see Maru telling them to switch to the formation they told them to, and to endure and keep them out. Then, in his head, he thinks that if it's really the 5 lanes that Natsume said, mistakes will inevitably occur for such a difficult style of football, and that the team should endure it until then. We then move back to the action as we see the ball heading right to Takasugi. Meanwhile, Hana, on the bench, gets up and tells them to go. She explains that they're really holding onto the ball after just scoring, screaming at them to get one more goal, and that they can do it so early on the clock. But while the other Esperion players are passing around, we then move to Ashito, who calls it amazing, and admits that they're really playing with 5 lanes, on top of what they're also confident in scoring against Funabashi right now, and that there's no hesitation about that. Wondering if everyone is moving together according to the intricate 5-lane concept, and Funabashi can't get the ball at all. But even then, he looks mad as he says that he wants to join in too, because after all, when it appeared that everyone on Esperion was involved in scoring the goal earlier, Ashito's presence seemed to disappear. Right after that, we move back to yet another flashback, where Takasugi tells them about the 5-lane concept that has been told to them in the past. He then says Ashito's, Togashi's, and Otomo's names, and that it's probably difficult for all 3 of them to adapt right away. They can't take it on unless they completely understand it. Because of that, they have to also give very detailed instructions. They have to move as one piece accordingly. Matsunaga comes by and says that it especially goes for Ashito, explaining that it is even more so for him since his technique is shaky. We then see Kiriki, who tells them that Kobayakawa at right back will primarily move up. They want Ashito to be more conscious of defense. This made him a bit mad, but even then, he knew that his technique couldn't keep up with them. But he wondered if everyone's heart wasn't dancing after seeing the way the goal was scored earlier. He knows that he wants to be part of the 5 lanes as well. We then head back to the players, but something feels off. Even Noriko sees this as she points out that the momentum suddenly stopped. Koba also adds that there are more back passes now. With that, we see Takasugi, who can be seen visibly struggling. He knows that they have already changed their backline and that they expected this, but they adjusted fast. Otomo also wonders if this isn't too fast, asking if they moved instinctively and if they wanted to keep the 5-lane attack going. The text then says that the 5-lane positional theory is exceedingly advantageous when the opponent has a 4-back. The reason is that the half space in a 4-back is between where the center back and other backs are. It creates a slight hesitation on who should be covering the player occupying it. But with a 5-back, each player is assigned their respective lane so they can defend with confidence. Hence, a 5-back is a good countermeasure against the 5 lanes. Takasugi then, in his head, admits that Funabashi's defense has always been first class. If they're defending with the much safer 5-back, their solidity will go beyond their imagination. One mistake in the difficult 5-lane attack, and they'll pick them off immediately. They will immediately get countered. But just as he thinks that he can, he then hears someone calling for Ashito. He looks back and sees that it's Funabashi, who tells him to move up. He explains that if they're spreading themselves with a 5-back, the fullback's movement becomes essential to shake them off. He continues as he says that they can't acquire the 5 lanes in any case if they're scared of getting countered. This is especially the time to move up, and everyone should be resolved. He then once again looks back at Ashito and screams at him that it's his turn. Hearing that makes him into a completely different being as he looks manic. With that, he starts to head forward while having Fukuda watching him closely on the left. Not to mention that we also have Togashi. He just laughs. He thinks that it was well said by Funabashi, and that moving up means that center backs need to move up higher as well. With that, he admits that he is itching to be part of the 5-lane attack. Then, in an instant, the ball comes to him from Funabashi. Tokitu pays close attention to this, however, as he notes that their left back and center back moved up. Sora, on his right, says that Esperion moved up too much, no matter how you look at it, saying that this is favorable for them and that they can attack all at once when they make a mistake. After that, Ashito calls out to Togashi, and both of their fiery eyes meet each other as Togashi then passes him the ball. Ashito then right away starts to try and scan the entire field. He sees this. He, Funabashi and Kirki are forming a triangle, so he passes the ball to one of them. We then move to Yuma, who is on the side and sees this. He thinks that Ashito's technique isn't the best, so he will be a few seconds slower in trapping compared to the rest. But they can't help it, and he has to get closer to him and cover for him. Ashito right away spots him, as he thinks that Yuma is right now inside the half space with him, and that he moved in for him. With that in mind, Ashito sends a super disgusting pass towards Yuma, which is just perfect, and it makes him sprint towards it, leaving the Funabashi players in total awe. Funabashi, who sees this, says that the 5-lane style suits Ashito. Losing seconds because of technique is nothing when he has an ability that compensates for it. We then move back to the ball, which sadly went out, and the ball was struck a bit too hard. But after that, Tokitu screams at Sammy. He asks him what he was doing and says that he should have been marking Yuma. Sammy, however, tells him that before that, Esperion as a whole was moving the ball quickly in tight spaces. If they're moving the ball that accurately, you'll start making 1 or 2 mistakes, no matter how closely you defend. While they are talking, they can hear Ashito screaming at Yuma and apologizing. He told him that he should have sent it closer to his feet, but Yuma just gives him a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Ashito has a bright smile as he tells him that they will do it next time. With that said, we head back to the Funabashi players, where Yoshitaka says that they have a 5-back, so they definitely have enough numbers. Someone then says that it's his fault for making a mistake talking about Sammy, and to stop making excuses, and to properly defend instead. But while they are talking about that, we can see Tokitu, who looks extremely close at Ashito. Ashito, as he is going back, is just trembling with excitement, as he says that 5 lanes is the best. After that, we cut to Fukuda, and Nozomi goes to him and tells him that there are 15 minutes left in the first half. Fukuda just tells him that they will keep pushing and keep moving both fullbacks up, and that they will hammer in a second goal within the first half with everyone high up, and with that, the game is back on. We see the Esperion players passing around the ball like crazy. Meanwhile, the Funabashi players are super out of breath and just in shock by their pace. Tanaka notes that it's frustrating, but that it's how Sammy said it. They already have a 5-back, yet how are they still moving it this much? Saying that they are unbelievably accurate, Akira adds on that he doesn't think how they are defending is wrong. They did make it harder for them to attack earlier, but even then, something is off. Lastly, we then have Tokitu, who looks right at Ashito and knows that Esperion responded with one of the center backs. He thinks that even that fullback is moving up again. We then move back to Tanaka, who tells Sammy to look out for Ashito, and that he is also a first year and not to let him beat Sammy. But will it actually work against Ashito? That is the question, as he looks super locked in and sees the 5 lanes. He calls it the best. And it's like Fukuda said, the idea of dividing the field like this is truly amazing. Right after that, Kiriki passes the ball to Ashito. While the ball goes to him, he notes that when he was still thinking in 3 lanes, where he'd receive and send passes was mostly dull, but it's way different with 5 lanes. Ashito then passes the ball to Kurebayashi, and while he does that, he starts to run up, and in his head, tells both Kurebayashi and Kiriki to hold it in the center, which it seems like they managed to do as they passed with each other before. Kiriki then sends a long pass to Ashito, who gets it. In his head, he knows that everything that he needs to do has all gotten much clearer for everyone. Even Matsunaga starts to laugh as he sees this, and compliments him before Ashito then passes the ball to Kurebayashi, who sends it to Yuma, but even then he has a bright smile as he thinks that they are doing it with everyone. He knows that they can immediately construct triangles anywhere. Everyone is moving to where they want them to go, much better than before, explaining that it's a football that is constantly changing and that everyone is always getting into the best position. With that, we head to the Funabashi bench. Maru says that they're also dominating the half space. Natsume adds on that a player is constantly there as an effect. By being in the half lane, they can secure a field of vision to accurately spread the ball to make their defense crumble bit by bit. Winning back the ball outside of them making a mistake is an undertaking that's next to impossible. But as Ashito then gets the ball, he seems to get a bit shocked. Maru asks him if he saw that. He tells him that it's true that Esperion's regulars leave no openings, but they're using a few first years today, noting that Ashito is always slow in trapping the ball. He continues and explains that he will be getting the ball lots and lots, and that he will definitely make a mistake. But we then get back to Natsumi, who tells him that he is wrong, and that instead, he is spreading the ball splendidly. He continues and says that it's true that his technique is barely passable, but he wonders how he is playing such difficult football. He knows that it's him now that they mention it, explaining that their 5 back has been getting pressured for some reason ever since he moved up. We then move to Kurebayashi, who looks at Ashito with a big smile and once again admits that the delay because of technique doesn't matter for Ashito, as he has his eyes. He is in his own class when it comes to finding where he should be in Esperion. With that reaction time brought about by his bird's eye view, he is invaluable for playing the difficult 5-lane football. On top of that, everyone will move to the appropriate spot based on the 5-lane theory unceasingly. So inside his head, images of the pitch in the ideal bird's eye view that is usually difficult to imagine are constantly flowing in. Noting that he is probably a fish in water right now, Kurebayashi continues as he says that having both fullbacks move up is a good countermeasure against a 5-back. And since that fullback has an overhead view, Funabashi's hands are tied. He then compliments Ashito on moving up before asking if they shall score a goal next. We then move to a quick panel of Hana, who watches this from the bench, and she looks stunned. Ashito also looks pretty stunned as he says that during this first half. The foundation for completion, he will manage to grasp it with this hand. He will securely grasp it, and that is so insanely cold. We then quickly cut back to Hana once again, who just says his name quietly before we leave her, as Kurebayashi calls out for the ball from Yuma. Just as he does that, both he and Ashito start to look super locked in. Ashito then starts to run as far left as he can, and Kurebayashi sends him a pass while telling him to go. Everyone's eyes are then glued to Ashito on the left wing, while Sammy is trying his best to follow him. But even then, the Funabashi players know that there are enough Esperion players in the middle. Takasugi, who is in the middle, even screams at him to send it at any time, while Natsume looks to be just crushed by all of this. However, just then, something strange happens as Ashito keeps on running and says that he will grasp it. He cuts inside and tries to get past Sammy, but Sammy isn't gone for long, as he is then right by Ashito once again. But luckily, Ashito managed to get himself enough time to find a place where he could send a shot at, so he fires the ball right at the goal. It looks like it's heading in a flawless direction, but unfortunately, Sora, the goalkeeper, jumps up and grabs the ball in the last second. With that, all of the Funabashi players turn around in a nanosecond and start to run at Esperion's goal. Tripone looks back and screams at Sammy to pass the ball, which he later does. While that goes on, we also see that Fukuda screams at the players to get back, while they all try to do as quickly as they possibly can. But even with them trying their best, Tripone is just way too fast as he is speeding away from them. Otomo, who is falling way behind him, can't even begin to understand how fast he is. But as he then looks around, he sees that it's not just Tripone, but the entire Funabashi team, which is burning up with a dark aura. Akiyama, from the goals, screams at the players to tackle him if they have to. he tells Togashi to slow him down and to reduce Triponi's speed somehow. Togashi then looks Tripone right in his eyes before going in his way and trying to slow him down, but it ends with Tripone just breaking his ankles and getting behind him. Just then, however, we see Funabashi being on Triponi's right side. Akutsu screams at him to keep blocking his course and not to let him run further, which works as instead Tripone then passes the ball, and it goes to Futahara, who is already getting into shooting position. Luckily, Akutsu runs and manages to slide tackle it away. The loose ball then goes to the goal, which both Akiyama and Tokitu are running to get a hold of. In the end, it's Akiyama who gets to the ball first and catches it in his arms, but he does look completely out of breath while doing so. It's not just him either, as Togashi and Otomo look done already. Meanwhile, our boy Ashito looks still pretty immersed in the game, and he can't seem to believe it. He thinks that Funabashi did a counter in an instant. But while he is in his head, we move to Natsumi, who calls it a relief, admitting that this team isn't Bayern. Instead, it's a youth team, a team that's full of high schoolers and still maturing. We then cut to the Esperion coaches, where Benzin admits that it was a fearsome counter and that Akiyama defended it and saved them. With that, the first half is over for the time being, but he then calls out to Fukuda, who just looks out on the field super lost. We then see that his eyes are locked onto Ashito. We then see Otomo, who looks super scared, but Togashi calls out to him and tells him to stop being dumbfounded and to let's head to the tent. But while walking there, they can see the Funabashi players, who are all looking extremely fired up and all having smiles on them. After that, the players have gone to the tent, and Nozomi wonders if they should stop with what they are doing. He thinks that it seems that the counter has revived Funabashi and that their players seem shaken, but while he looks over at Fukuda, he can see him just holding his head and looking to be confused about something. We then see Matsunaga, who thinks that getting the ball to Tripone has flipped Funabashi's switch. He hasn't seen a counter that fast before. Otomo, on the side, explains that he is shaking, admitting that they were moving the ball while carrying that kind of risk. We also have Yuma, who looks really serious and says that they're still vulnerable to making mistakes with 5 lanes. If they win the ball at a bad time, will they eat another counter like that? We then can't forget about Ashito, who thinks that it all started with them catching his cross, and he looks pretty down, but after that Takasugi speaks up and calls out to them. He tells them that it starts here, telling Ashito not to let it bother him. Them winning the ball while they're attacking happens, and on top of that, their first years are amazing and all of them are playing very well. He continues and tells them that if they are losing to the fear that the ball might get stolen, then their football is incomplete, and he sounds serious as he instead tells them to conquer it. Kiriki then adds on to that as he asks them if anyone is scared, explaining that they scored a goal with that splendid style and that they realized a goal that they have had for several years. Because of that, there should be nothing but elation. He then gets super fiery and tells them that he wants the second half to start as soon as possible. Matsunaga joins in and screams, asking who is scared. Kobayakawa also adds on that they are right. While carrying that risk, they will win, and they are playing that kind of football today, and with that done, all of them scream out. After that, Ashito is in his mind as he explains that he can't lose. He admits that their counter was amazing, but that they have seen it now. He and everyone will be able to react fast now. If they do so, then they can stop them wherever, even if it's Tripone. While he thinks that we hear Togashi, he starts to scream that they are not getting as far next time, and that they are not penetrating. Otomo adds on that they will be even more precise with the positioning of their 5 lanes. Hearing all of that makes Nozomi smile, but when he looks over at Fukuda, he still has the same expression. This makes Nozomi worried as he wonders what it is that has gotten into him. But we leave that for now and see Funabashi going to Ashito. He asks him why he didn't send across right away, telling him that he didn't need to cut inside and that Kobayakawa was open on the far side, asking why he didn't pass there right away. Both of them just look at each other for a moment before Ashito tells him that he is right and that he didn't see him. If that wasn't enough, we also see Fukuda, who goes right to Ashito. He stares intensely at Ashito, but before speaking up, he thinks about how wild and excited he looked during the match. This makes Ashito confused as he asks him what it is, since he has just been standing there silently. But Fukuda can't get anything out as he just thinks about his past encounters with Ashito, before finally telling him to make sure to get back on defense when they are being countered. Mentioning that he was a bit late earlier, Ashito then, right away screams that he will for sure do so. We then leave them, and we only see Fukuda and Nozomi. Both of them are sitting down while Fukuda then tells Nozomi that he is taking on too much. Calm down and get back to focusing on defense more. You are a fullback, so play your role thoroughly. Those are the things that he wanted to tell Ashito, but that he just couldn't. This really shocks Nozomi, and he asks him why he couldn't. Fukuda explains that all of them would get in the way of the current ashito. He couldn't say any of them. He continues as he wonders how far ashito with a broken limiter can go, and how he wanted to see it badly, and now he can't imagine how the second half will turn out. We then see the players walking back out to the second half, while they are walking out. Otomo asks Togashi if he also saw it, explaining that when the first half ended, he was sure the Funabashi players were smiling. He asks if that means that they have got their confidence back after their counter, but they haven't even scored a goal yet. They stopped them and asked if it wasn't too soon for them to be smiling. Togashi just tells him that he sure is excessively self-conscious and that it's not a big deal for them, but even then he does explain that he is curious. That's not what he saw from them. Instead, he did feel their confidence, but what he felt more than that was something else. The text then tells us to rewind for a bit and have a look at Funabashi's state during their halftime. As they are walking back, we see Sora saying that it sure is fun. Yasuda adds on that it's not what you should be saying right now. Akira joins in and says that he heard from Maru during the water break that it was 5 lanes and calls it amazing. Back to Yasuda, who says that people who are seriously trying to go pro sure are different, explaining that there are plenty who have been working at it since they were kids, but when excellent ones are gathered, they see incredible stuff. Tokitu agrees and says that football played for the purpose of going pro is pretty different from them, admitting that it's a satisfying match, and it's great that they were able to play against Esperion at this point, and that they are all fighting together. He then turns to Tripone and asks if he feels the same thing. But after that, we see 2 old guys watching the game, and someone asks if that isn't someone with a different skin color on their team, talking about Tripone, which is so disgusting. The other old man tries to get him to calm down, but this rude old man just keeps on going. He then says some more stuff, but it's just awful to keep talking about it, and Sammy feels the same way, as we can see him getting more and more mad. Tripone then tells him to cut it out. He asks him if he has forgotten what happened 4 years ago and to think of Coach. Natsume's feeling, but luckily, we then see Futahara, who goes right to where the old guy is standing. He looks him right in his eyes and tells him that they are Japanese. Both Tripone and Sammy are Japanese, but it's just their dad who's from overseas. Futahara then tries to put the attention on him and says that they should remember him instead. We then see more of the players coming by and telling them that they can't watch from here and that they need to go over to that side instead. They then start to look intense while telling them to please watch their football, and with that, the old guys leave. Tokitu then goes to Tripone and puts his hand on his shoulder. We also see Natsumi, who looks at this before looking away. After some time, he goes to them and calls out to the 3rd years and tells them that they have a good look on their faces, explaining that Esperion is an opponent that can fully bring out all their abilities. He tells them that as retirement from football life is approaching fast for many of them, being able to play with that look on their face is wonderful. He then turns to Sammy and Keisuke and asks what they are hoping for in the second half. Sammy tells him that he wants to win. He wants them to have momentum going into the Senshuken. Keisuke adds on that they are first years, so they want to make the most of their chances to play in league matches. Natsumi then goes over to Tripone and asks for his answer. Tripone doesn't seem to waste a single second as he tells him that he wants to win with them. He continues and says that he wants to crush Esperion, a gathering of those playing to go pro. He was able to make it to the national team because he was able to play football with them for 6 years in middle school and high school. All he stood out for years ago was for his size and his skin color, explaining that within the 180 club members, how do they get selected as one of the 11? They worked desperately every day while covered in mud. He couldn't think of going pro or anything that came ahead. They were living from day to day, trying to protect the position they finally got. Akira then asks him what this is all of a sudden, and Tanaka just laughs and says that it really did feel that way. Meanwhile, Tokitu in his head agrees, thinking that it was all that was going through their heads to survive among 180 people. That's how it was. We then move back to Tripone, who explains that during that time, they kept fighting, and before they knew it, they had all become brothers in arms. With the few remaining official matches, he wants to win them all with them. That's what he is hoping for. Natsume then calls out his name. He says that he is actually the one who has the best look on his face today, asking him what's making him smile so much. Tripone is just surprised by himself and asks if he is really smiling before admitting that Esperion is too incredible today, explaining that if they crush them in the second half, at this point in time, when high school football is about to end, that means the team can still keep growing, and that would make him extremely happy. Hearing that, Natsume tells them very well, telling them that with how they all are currently, they can definitely execute it, saying that he will provide them with the winning tactic. After that, we move to Noriko, who says that the players are coming out and that the second half is starting. Just then, someone calls out to Hana. She turns around and sees that it's Anri. Anri asks her if they can watch together. Hana asks her why, and asks what will happen to Miyako and Koba. However, we then see Kaneko sitting there, and Anri explains that she let her have the seat from the first half. Anri then spots Noriko and asks her if she is possibly Ashito's mother and admits that there is a resemblance. Noriko tells her that she is spot on and that they rarely get told that they resemble each other before asking Anri if she is Ashito's friend, and she tells her that they are classmates. It's then a long and awkward silence between them before Anri asks Hana why she is looking so down, explaining that Ashito's performance is splendid and that Esperion is playing such difficult football, and on top of that, he is keeping up. Breaking Funabashi's 5 back is without a doubt because of his participation in the attack. At the rate he's going, he might truly make it to the world stage, adding that her heart won't stop beating fast. She continues and tells Hana that if she came here to cheer for him, then she should cheer for him properly and that it's rude to the players. With that in mind, Hana just then apologizes. With that said, we actually move to Ashito. He looks at Kuribayashi and remembers him asking why he didn't pass to Kobayakawa. This makes Ashito wonder if he really didn't see him. He knows that it's true that he already knows Kobayakawa got free on the far side several times today. They probably could have scored easily if he passed there, so why didn't he do it? Wondering if he may have gotten flustered. Suddenly, just then, a ton of their faces start to look super shocked, and we then learn that both Futahara and Tripone changed places, and wonder just what crazy new tactic this is. But with that, the game is then back in action, and Ashito can't believe that they switched places, wondering what is going on. But as he is heading to Ashito, he then calls out to Tokitu. With that, Tokitu passes the ball to Tripone, who then sends it towards Sami, who comes sprinting. We then cut to Henri, who notes that one might think that Futahara and Tripone are both just physical type players, but they have differences. With that, we then see Futahara as he is running, and he is shouting that he has freedom. We then cut to Kuroda on the side, who notes that Futara is overpowering. He uses his physicality and speed to break through and score goals. His abilities and play are more individualistic. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tripone is different. However, we don't hear what he is about to say yet, as Tripone calls for the ball back from Sami. Ashito obviously sees this, and isn't going to just sit back and watch, so he rushes to take away the ball, but he quickly gets surprised, as Tripone lets the ball go past his legs, and instead towards Tokitu, who then comes dashing forward. Ashito can't believe what is going on, but he then thinks back to when he watched the films together with Togashi, thinking that Tripone constantly uses those around him. He's not a forward who relies on his power. Ashito had gotten used to marking Futahara, and he couldn't seem to switch gears right away. We then cut back to Anri, who says that Esperion seems to be in confusion, noting that Futahara, who switched from the left, is up high and hardly drops back. On the other hand, Tripone assertively drops back, so the ball ends up moving towards Futahara's flank. The switch between forwards happened, but more numbers are being committed to Futahara's flank. After that, we head to Otomo, who thinks that Futahara's strong foot is his right, while Tripone's foot is left, which means the chances of them cutting inside have increased. They are flustered because they have to change how they deal with them from the first half, explaining that if a right-footed player were on the right flank, they would be likely to move up deeper vertically and deliver crosses. On the other hand, if they were on the left flank as they currently are, they would be more likely to cut inside. We then see Akiyama, who screams at the team to endure, telling them that this is like a surprise attack and that they will be able to deal with it once they get used to it, but that they can't lose their mark on Tripone and Futahara. It then seems like Ashito is struggling a bit as he gets blocked by both Sami and Tripone. This makes Akutsu scream at him and tell him not to lose his mark on Tripone and to watch properly. But he doesn't mind that as he then just sees Kuribayashi, and he then once again thinks back to why he didn't pass to Kobayakawa. He begins to wonder if he's being flustered right now. We then leave him for a quick second as we see Tokitu wondering if they should go with Futahara or Tripone. But while he thinks about that, we once again spot Ashito, who looks really fired up and immersed in the play as he then gets his overview of the field and watches Tripone. We then see Tokitu, who passes to Tripone, and then, in an instant, Ashito screams out Akutsu's name. With that, he gets right into action as he plays together with Ashito, and he manages to come in and head away the ball from Tripone to then get it to Ashito, and it looks like a bunch of them were a bit caught off guard by that play. Meanwhile, Ashito can finally breathe out as he calls it a relief that he was able to see it properly. Funabashi also seems to be watching this closely, but decides to stay silent for some time. Instead, we hear more from Ashito, who thinks that it was the same during the first half. While he can see everyone on the field, he decided to narrow his focus to Fukuhara alone. He can use his eyes differently depending on the situation, looking super determined as he explains that he is now calm. He then thinks back and realizes that it's not that he couldn't see Kobayakawa, but instead that he chose not to look around him. He instead cut inside and felt that he could shoot it from that course, and there was a high chance that he could score. He chose another option with his eyes instead. With that in mind, he now says that he will break through himself. He will not lose to the fear of receiving their counter, and he will absolutely score the next time. Ashito starts to look a bit crazy while saying that he is going to prove it starting now. After that, we finally hear some more from Funabashi, who says that it seems like Ashito will show him a play that exceeds his imagination, ending it by telling Ashito that he will go along with him. We then get right into it as Funabashi asks him for the pass, which Ashito gives him right away, but after that, it seems to come to a bit of a stalemate. We hear from Noriko on the bench, who explains that even though Ashito won the ball and started running, it's like his teammates are moving sluggishly. We then see Benzen, who screams at them that everyone would have flipped the switch if this were still the first half, but only a few are running now. Fukuda, on the side, tells him that the reason is clear, explaining that it's because they saw Funabashi's counter. It's naturally different for them now, psychologically, compared to when they executed 5 lanes. Benzen then asks Fukuda how that is possible, since they were so overwhelming before halftime. But Fukuda tells him that this doesn't necessarily mean that they're overly affected by fear. Instead, they are thinking of the risk of the counter. Slowing down a bit is also a tactic. It isn't a wrong decision by them for their part. But they're not aligned with Ashito, who wants to flip the switch, with the first half still in half. After that, Fukuda tells them to call up Baba, and that he will sub for Matsunaga. Nozomi adds on by explaining that the experience Baba has can indeed be more tactically flexible. Anyway, leaving that, we go into the game again and towards Ashito, who thinks that he wanted to go right now, but everyone's thinking of the defense, and that he can't help it if that's the case. But just then, something flies into him as he screams at Funabashi to return the ball once. With that, Funabashi passes him, and Ashito right away thinks that there are still other players who will flip the switch with him. He knows that despite seeing Funabashi counter, he wonders how many there are who are still going to run ahead, even if it's reckless. He then thinks about Takasugi, Kiriki, Yuma, and lastly, Funabashi. After that, we can see that the ball made it back to the keeper. Kaneko calls it a shame, and even though it was a nice interception of the pass to Tripone, we then see that the ball goes to Akutsu, who does look towards Kobayakawa, but suddenly, he can hear Ashito screaming out to him. Akutsu passes him, and Keisuke, who sees this, wonders if they are going to start passing it between the defenders, but that's far from what happens as Ashito looks super locked in as he then sends a long pass up towards Funabashi, who traps it. With that, he screams at them all to go. Benzen, on the side, also looks ecstatic as he complements the pass to attack them while they were relaxed and notes that he sent it through Funabashi's gap. However, Funabashi seems to be having some trouble, so Kiriki then calls out his name and asks for a pass. Tokitu sees this and explains that he is ready by the halfway line, that he can see his surroundings well, and that they should watch out for a pass. Just then, Kobayakawa comes by and asks for a pass, but Fukuhara comes right in front of him and blocks him off. Kiriki is a bit annoyed by that, as he knows that the pass to him would have been the best. But not long after, we see that both Takasugi and Yuma are around him and ask for a pass. Meanwhile, Sora tells the team not to panic, explaining that only a few from Esperion moved up. Even 5-lane football shouldn't be effective with few numbers, and for them to shut them out now, something strange happens as Kiriki made a return to the flank towards none other than the absolute GOAT, Ashito, who comes running to it. Sammy goes to try and stop him. However, Ashito quickly moves to the right side and gets around. Tachibana, from the bench, looks super happy as he explains that Ashito ran diagonally. The spectators note that even though Esperion has few numbers up front, what does the fullback plan on doing by cutting inside? We then see Tokitu, who tells the team not to get dragged by him and instead watch out for the players around him. But we quickly see that Funabashi is the one running parallel with Ashito. Akira sees both of them coming and wonders if Funabashi will break through at the end, admitting that he's dangerous in front of the goal anyway, and that it's better to put numbers on him. But he does seem extremely shaken by all of this, while Ashito is super fired up and once again screams at the team to go, as he then passes the ball to Takasugi. Then, in his head, Ashito thinks that he thought that he had gotten stronger with 5-lane football, saying that as long as his teammates understand his intentions, then nothing else matters. Conversely, despite how few there are, as long as his teammates understand his intentions, they can definitely arrive at the goal. Ashito continues, as he thanks the four of them for going along with this recklessness, thanking them for flipping the switch with a first year like him. We then move back to the game, where Funabashi now asks for a pass from Takasugi, which he gets. Sora starts to panic as he sees this, and tells the team to cut him off, but surprisingly, the ball doesn't even go to Funabashi, as he lets it roll over to Ashito. Both of them then look super immersed in the game as they say that it's here. With that, the ball gets into the hands of Ashito, who tells himself to grasp it, telling himself not to let this sensation slip by a second time. It then looks like he's almost about to drown in water while thinking that he can almost grasp it, and that it's super close now. We then see the bench players being super hyped that Ashito received it at a good spot, not to mention that we see both Takasugi and Yuma going into the middle and being in the perfect position. Ashito sees them and knows that it's just there, but then, for some reason, he decides to head back and instead cuts inside. Henri notes that he brought it inside instead of crossing right away, but with that, he is also in the perfect shooting place. Ashito is then about to fire it off when, out of nowhere, both Tokitu and Sammy go to him and completely drag him away. Ashito looks pissed as he knows that he just had to swing his right leg, but there is nothing that he can do now, as Tokitu sends a long pass to Tripone, who starts to run towards Esperion's goal. Luckily, we do see that Akutsu is there in front of him. While he is trying to guard Tripone, he knows that he can't recklessly tackle him. Instead, he just has to slow him down. We then hear from Akiyama behind him, who tells him that his distance right now is fantastic. But just then, Futahara comes on Tripone's right side, and Tripone passes him. But fear not, as we see a running Togashi, who comes and runs to Futahara just in time, and Kaneko, on the side, notes that they are reacting to this counter faster. The Funabashi players don't seem to freak out, however, and say that it doesn't matter, and that Futahara and Tripone will never lose the ball, telling all of them to believe in them. With that, we see Futahara once again, who now looks at Togashi, and not long after that, he returns the ball to Tripone, who still only has Akutsu in his way. Miyako sees the pass and says that it was a bit off, and that Tripone will get it with no trouble. Sadly, we then saw Ashito, who was so close to stealing away the ball, but in the end, it was impossible against Tripone. The crowd seems sad, and says that he ran to win back the ball, and that he lost by a goal. Even Ashito is extremely mad as he says that he was there, and that he could almost grasp it. But he then knows that it's time to change gears. He will get himself back, and he won't be troubling the team anymore. With that in his mind, he thinks that he will corner him with Otomo, and that he can either head it or wait for it to drop. It then looks like the ball, which flew into the air, is going to Ashito first, but we later see Tripone, who takes up his leg to meet with the ball before Ashito can, and he then swings the ball down before he then starts to run off with it, which rightfully leaves Ashito stunned as he can't believe how that just happened. Kaneko seems nervous as she notes that Tripone charged the center and that another Funabashi player is there as well. Meanwhile, the bench players are just telling the others to do their best. But later, we see that Tripone sends a long pass to Futahara on the flank. They then start to wonder if Futahara is going to shoot, but instead, he crosses the ball to what looks like Keisuke, but that would be strange as Akutsu is already on him. Because of that, they wonder if it's Tripone, which we can later see that it is. However, he does have Ashito in front of him. This time, Ashito is determined to win back the ball that he lost, and he is a defender after all. He thinks that it's a relief, and that he will clear it. But suddenly, Tripone starts to speak from behind Ashito. He asks if he read that a cross would arrive here, before calling it wonderful. Leaving that aside, we see something absolutely heartbreaking as Ashito's foot was so close. But in the end, due to Tripone's size, he was once again able to extend his leg further and send the ball right at the goal, and Ashito is in complete shock. Meanwhile, we then head to the ball, which we see Akiyama trying to save, but it looks like he crashes into the goalpost, and it seems like it hurts. With that said, we also then see that the ball went into the goal. After that, we see the text, which talks about Tripone. It says that currently, there exists a player relied upon by the national team, but he also has foreign feet. He was brought in to compensate for the physicality of the team with his strong build, but he isn't simply strong, fast, or resilient, because he knows how much his body is capable of. He plays by using extraordinary movement and extraordinary ideas. With his elegance, he topples the conventional wisdom of defenders. With that said, we then see all of the Funabashi players being ecstatic as they all celebrate Tripone's goal. Everyone looks completely stunned. even Otomo, who says Trepone's name. He explains that, including the Senpai's matches, they have seen a lot of amazing players since they entered Esperion, but without a doubt, he's the strongest opponent among them all. We then see Akutsu, who goes to Ashito and grabs him by his shirt, but Ashito is just super confused and asks what just happened, saying that he stopped him, or rather, that he should have stopped him. Akutsu just looks mad, but we then hear the referee's whistle, and we see Takasugi running to Akiyama. The medic explains that he collided with the post when he went after the ball. He explains that he can't move his left hand from the impact and that there's a chance it might be fractured. Akiyama, however, tries to tell them that he is fine and that he will keep going, explaining that they can't use a sub for this. The medic just looks at him and asks him if he isn't possibly saying that for Taira, right? He continues and says that there are 3 substitutions, including Baba subbing out the keeper, which would leave 1 left, so he doesn't want to reduce Taira's chances of getting subbed in, asking Akiyama if he is seriously making light of this match, and if he thinks that it would make Taira happy. Akiyama then looks really troubled for a while before we later see that he is getting subbed out. Both Ashito and Fukuda just look at this really in shock, but Nozomi then breaks the silence as he says that Trepone is amazing. He explains that he is a different type of forward compared to Yoshitune. His turning shot in the first half as well, how he uses his body defies imagination, and it seems he'll be a breath of fresh air for the national team. Despite being from Kanto, none of their scouts picked up on him, but that's when Fukuda adds on and says that it was at Natsumi's place where he developed tremendously, and this is a splendid team that works as one unit. They weren't shaken by their continuous attacks with 5 lanes. They kept going all out by believing in Trepone and Futahara. They are the embodiment of the splendid bonds found in high school football. By what means were they able to build a team that's as well put together as this? Continuing, he says that he is also curious since Trepone was an average player in middle school. After that, we see Akiyama, who is getting sent out on a stretcher before moving to Trepone, who, in his head, knows that the current him would be unthinkable if it weren't for Funabashi, explaining that the day 4 years ago is what changed his destiny. With that, we arrive at 4 years ago and the Funabashi Academy Middle School. We see one of the coaches telling Trepone not to rely on his strength when shooting because he is in front of the goal. He needs to control it, and he tells him that it's always the same thing. He continues and tells him that, despite how hard they work to get him the ball, Trepone just wastes it and tells him to think about his teammates and how they feel. Trepone, however, is just silent, so the coach asks him if he isn't a scholarship student. He tells him that his tuition is waived for 6 years for middle school and high school. Despite not having any accomplishments in junior high school, he got it because of the recommendation by Natsumi on the high school team, but it will be tougher for him at the rate that he is going. He might even lose his scholarship. This makes Trepone say that it's the only thing that he can't let happen, and he then apologizes and tells the coach that he will do his best and asks them to please forgive him. We then spot one of the players on the side who wonders why he puts up that wall around him. One of them explains that he heard that he came here alone from the Chiba countryside, so he tried talking to him a bunch, but he doesn't want to get along, wondering if it might be because they are reserves. But we later move to Trepone, who thinks that at that point in time, he was just larger, probably a bit stronger, and only stood out for his skin color, admitting that he was merely a reserve player. But after that, we see that he got a phone call from his brother Sammy. Sammy told him that someone had allowed him to participate in Funabashi Middle School's training, and that they had said that he could also go there if he received a scholarship. Sammy tells him that it would be a waste if he just got to a public school here. If he wants to play football in a powerhouse, then it has to be Funabashi, telling Trepone that it's a week from tomorrow and that he wonders if he can play there if he does his best to appeal. Trepone is kind of cold, as he just tells him good luck, while in his head he thinks that he truly was just a nobody until that day. He was nothing but a single player before that particular day. We then see that it's been a week since the trainers have participated in practices, and someone says that Sammy is good. He explains that his technique is questionable, but that he does have speed and stamina. One of the coaches then calls out to Trepone and tells him that his brother might get selected as a scholarship student. But suddenly something mind-blowing happens as we see Natsumi coming there. All of the players are amazed since he's always shown in the nationals. Natsumi just sits down and explains that he wishes to observe as well, explaining that they will be on the high school team eventually, so he has to assess them. One of the coaches goes to him and explains that Trepone's brother has been the most prominent one so far. But Natsumi doesn't seem to really care about that, as he just turns to Trepone and tells him that it seems that he hasn't moved up from the reserves yet. Trepone apologizes and says that Natsumi selected him, yet he has made little progress. Natsumi looks right at him and says that he has seen the film of the freshman cup matches, admitting that he is still playing football alone as he has been. Telling him that he doesn't trust his teammates, Tripone looks at the ground before saying that he hardly understands such notions. Natsumi then calls it a shame, telling Tripone that he has an overwhelming advantage in front of the goal compared to others since he can make time. Tripone is confused about what he means by time, but Natsumi tells him that it's a blessing being able to make that time born from his beautiful body, which he fell in love with at first sight. But if he can't understand the importance of teammates, then that's as far as he goes. He then turns to the other coach and tells him that they will announce the contents of the final test. With that, the coach screams out to the players. He tells them that there will be a practice match between a local team and the reserves, in which the trainees will be subbed in, telling them that they will decide the scholarship students based on their performance, and that they should all do their best. We then skip a bit and see Sammy telling Tripone that he will definitely pass, asking if Tripone isn't also on the reserve team, and admitting that it has been a while since they last played together, so this makes him happy. Tripone just asks him if he will go to a local public school if he doesn't get accepted. Sammy tells him that it's true, and that if that's the case, then he will stop playing football and look for a part-time job in high school, looking really sad as he says that this is his first and last chance. Just then, their teammate comes running and tells Tripone to get back, that he is a starter for the match, and that he needs to get ready. They tell him that they are about to start and ask if he wants to join them. Tripone thinks about Natsume's words, but even then, he tells them that he is good and that he will do it alone. This obviously makes them a bit mad, but they say that he should just do what he wants, and we last see Tripone wishing Sammy good luck. With that, we see both the teammates and Tripone going away, but we then see the local team coming by. They see Sammy and say that their opponent has a player with a different skin color on their team, and we can right away hear Tripone as well as the others hearing that. The local players seem to go towards Sammy, asking if he is playing in today's match, and just calling him a foreigner. They continue and ask if he doesn't want to talk, and someone says that he probably doesn't know Japanese. It then looks like Sammy rightfully starts to get mad. The other kids continue and say that private schools sure are nice. They have money to get foreigners. They thought they were getting looked down on since they're only playing against reserves today, but they're actually playing a foreigner. We then see Tripone, who screams at Sammy to get to him. The local players are shocked to see that they have another one with a different color. Meanwhile, Sammy then goes to Tripone. Tripone, in his head, says that it's good, telling Sammy to bear it and that they are used to getting this treatment. We then see both of them getting laughed at on the bus, not to mention looked down upon by another football team. Tripone thinks that no one will come to help them anyway. The local player then continues and asks if Tripone is the older brother, asking if he won't injure him, but then his annoying piece of shit says that he feels like a last boss and asks if it's fine for him to exterminate him. This makes Sammy go right to the attack as he pushes the players down to the ground. Now, say what you want, but Sammy is the real GOAT right here, and honestly, if I were him, then I would have done a lot worse, but Sammy is definitely in the right. The other players then ask him what he is doing. Meanwhile, their own teammates tell him to stop it. Suddenly, the coach comes by and one of them screams that Tsunaga was pushed by Sammy, telling the coach that he is violent. The coach and Tripone then separate them, and Tripone looks really mad, but we then see Tokitu, who tells Tripone that he and Sammy should go the other way. He tells him that it seems like they laid hands on them, and that they can't cause the team trouble. Hearing that makes him furious as he tells him that he understands and tries to argue it, but Tokitu screams at him to just go already. We then hear the other coaches piping up, as they say that they have to talk to their coaches, and that injuring players before a match is not okay, but we later move from them, and instead see Sammy. Sammy begins to cry as he explains that it doesn't matter where he goes, it's always the same. He looks extremely sad as he says that he just wants to play football. He isn't good, so those bad things they said don't matter to him, no matter how much. But we then see him clenching his hands and explaining that he can't do anything about the color of his skin, saying that it's not related to football after all. He continues to just cry more and more before noting that people who say those things are dirty. We then see his teammates just watching this go down in silence. It then seems like the match is starting, and we see Sammy on the benches, sad, while Tripone looks extremely mad towards the players. Suddenly, it sounds like Funabashi got a free kick due to the other team's handball, and with that, we see Tokitu taking the ball up and giving it to Tripone. Tripone looks really confused, but Tokitu tells him that he should kick it. Tripone asks him why all of a sudden he should kick it. Tokitu just tells him that they can't forgive them, Yasuda adds, and asks if they should have backed up his brother and beaten them up as well. Akira tells Traponi that they seriously thought about it. Trapone seems to be super shocked by all of this. But we then see Tanaka, who says that they're footballers, and they will get revenge through football, telling Trapone that they are playing today's match for his sake, so he should score everything and clear his frustration. The other team then screams at them and tells them to hurry up, but Tokitu doesn't mind that, and instead asks Traponi if he put distance between them because he thought that they were like him. With that, Tokitu looks mad as he tells Trapone that if that's the case, then no one on this team would look down on a teammate. And hearing that, looks to flip some sort of switch for Trapone. Anyway, we then see the whistle blowing, and Trapone absolutely locks in as he sends the free kick. Sadly, it ends with the ball hitting the crossbar. However, the shot had so much power that all of the players on the local team are completely blown away by it. Following that, we see that the local team has the ball, but Yasuda goes to tackle him to get the ball, which later goes to Tokitu. Someone else then comes and absolutely slams into Tokitu, but even then, he somehow manages to send it to someone else who passes it on to Trapone. Tokitu sees this and screams at him to score. Meanwhile, the other players are super confused as they wonder what they are doing and why they want to give him the ball alone. However, we then leave all of them and head to Trapone, who replays what Tokitu told him earlier. He also thinks about the coach telling him to think about the feelings of his teammates who work hard to get him the ball. With that, Trapone thinks that he has never valued this ball that comes from behind, but now he is set on not missing and he mustn't make this ball miss. He looks at the goal and sees the course. He knows that with his shot power, if he can put enough force on it that they can't take it, it will then go in. However, he then tells himself no, explaining that he has kept missing until now when he did that, and now especially he doesn't want to waste it. But he then thinks about Natsume, who told him that he has an overwhelming amount of time, explaining that it's born from his beautiful body and calling it a blessing. With that, something really seems to click with him. Natsume from the bench sees this and thinks that Trapone finally loosened up, saying that there is no need to rush and force a shot as his body's mobility is in a domain that average players can't reach. The more leeway you have in front of the goal, the more choices you can discover, once again saying that he has such a wonderful body. We then see that both he and Trapone at the same time think that he should bend it, which he then does as he shoots the ball, and it goes into the goal flawlessly, leaving all of them completely stunned. We then move back to Natsumi, who tells him to take his time learning how to use that body in Funabashi. Moving on, we get to the Funabashi players, who all rush to congratulate him, but it then seems like we skip the match and see that the match ended with 4 goals to Funabashi. The coach from the local team explains that it's their complete defeat, but asks if they had to make Trapone shoot and score all of the goals, asking if they are making fools of them. Continuing as he says that it's true that they are a powerhouse, but he still can't forgive them for showing off that way. Telling them that their kids completely lost confidence and asks them what they will do about this, Natsume comes by and says that they did go all out, but on the other hand he wants to ask him something. He tells him that before the start of the match, there was a fight so they didn't play the person involved, but asks why they allowed their player to play as it is. The other coach asks if it wasn't their player that suddenly got violent, but Natsumi asks him if he heard the cause of it and he says that he did, and that they teased him for his skin color, but ending it by saying that they are just kids, looking smug as he says that he would like him to not equate it to when an adult says it. This rightfully makes Natsume mad as he asks him what he is teaching those kids, telling the coach that he protect players from people like him and that he should feel ashamed as an educator, which leaves them all completely stunned. But with that, we move to real time, where Trapone looks super cool as he in his head thinks that he will exhaust everything for this team. It's not for his sake alone, but because he is doing it for his teammates and because he is doing it for his coach. We then see Ashito, who says that up until now, they're the strongest they have met, and that's why he doesn't want to lose. But with that, we also get right into another flashback, where Natsume says that Trapone once said this. He said that it's not just football, baseball, rugby, athletics, and way more. Players with the same circumstances as him are increasing, those who, since they were children, have been fighting against hateful words. He thinks that there are also those who gave up on their dreams because of its harshness. But they are not foreigners, as Japan is all that they have known since they were born. Natsume then told him that if he performs and receives attention in high school football, or even on the national team, then it will be a message to many people. Even ignorant people will know that players like him are around. Trapone agrees with him and explains that he wants people from a similar background to feel it. Once you find a dream that you would devote your whole life to next, you will find the best teammates. But with that, we are once again back in the game. Ashito is running at Trapone as he says that he should have stopped him, but that he somehow didn't. We then see them fighting for the ball again, but Tripone uses his body to slam Ashito into the ground. Seeing this makes both Hana and Anri scream out for him. Meanwhile, Ashito looks completely out of it. Luckily, we have Takasugi, who manages to snatch away the ball and screams that they should now attack. But before he can even finish his sentence, all of them start to look stunned as they can see how incredibly slow Esperion is moving. Nozomi, on the side, thinks that 5-lane football is difficult to execute. Doing it requires a lot mentally. That conceded goal was a painful one. It's one that struck the players psychologically. We then spot Fukuda beside him, who looks pissed as he then speaks out and says that they got them with that goal and that they were targeting Ashito alone from the start. Nozomi looks shocked and asks him what he means. Fukuda just tells him to have Taira get ready and that he is subbing in for Ashito. With that, we then move to Natsumi's head. He explains that Ashito, despite being a first year, is a wonderful fullback, but he's still slightly immature. They immediately noticed that he wouldn't choose to cross when in front of the goal, and that he would then, instead, always cut inside. Before the first half ended, if he had sent a cross to the right back, without a doubt they would have conceded, but he didn't do that. He instead chose to cut inside and do a low-accuracy shot-like pass, noting that he doesn't understand, but that he seems to be fixated on something, which we very well know is Ashito's thoughts of grasping the complete sense of attack and defense here. And Natsumi thinks that for that objective, his fixation leads to a shot-like pass because he didn't cross it. It wouldn't have been odd if a direct shot there had led to a goal. We then cut back to the halftime break. Natsume told them that in front of the goal, Ashito will never choose to immediately cross, telling them to trap him as soon as he cuts inside. Then, Tripone and Futahara are changing positions at the start of the second half, and they need to keep starting players on Futahara's side. In other words, keep attacking while Ashito's flank is open. If they do so, he will lead them to believe that he will be open up front. When their attack starts, their key man will be the right back Kobayakawa. They need to prioritize cutting him off above all else. Once Esperion can't use their versatile right back, then they will start to use Ashito, ending it by saying that they are counting on what comes next and looking at both Tripone and Futahara. We then move back to the game where Futahara sends a shot that gets blocked by Akutsu. Ashito then heads to the ball, but Tripone dashes in before him and steals it away, which then once again makes Ashito super frustrated. We then once again see Natsume, who thinks that Ashito is getting worse, saying that if his cross was more accurate, or if he could do plays that exceeded their tactics, then he could have overcome this, even with his ego. And then Fukuda would have won this game, but he ends it by calling it a shame and saying that it wasn't today. With that, we see Ashito drowning deeper and deeper as he says that he hates it. He hates that the sensation is disappearing, and he then spots Tripone is inside the water and admits that it's scary, as we then see him once again in the game getting slammed away by Tripone. Ashito then thinks that the football knowledge that he has built up from scratch since he entered Esperion doesn't work against world-class physicality. It's not only him who is struggling either, as we see more players looking really lost. But that's when Noriko from the bench screams out his name, but Hana stands up and explains that it's not Ashito, telling him that he can't and that he needs to calm down. And then, as she looks at Ashito, she can then once again see her brother. But we move on to Ashito, who admits that he wants to run away and to escape. We even see his legs trembling, but then, for some reason, he starts to think about Hana, and not even he himself can understand why, as he questions why he is recalling this now. But we then see that Esperion is getting pressed in front of the goal. The people from the bench are screaming at them to hurry and clear it away. But we move back to Ashito, who once again asks himself why he is recalling Hana right now. He asks himself if he is stupid and if he should not pamper himself. We then spot Tokitu with the ball, and as he shoots his shot, we see Ashito jumping up and blocking it with his head, which looks super cool. Everyone then starts to rush towards the ball. Meanwhile, Ashito thinks that he is playing football and that he doesn't need anything but football. He starts to look manic as he explains that he doesn't need anything like this, referring to Hana. We then spot both Nozomi and Fukuda looking shocked, and Nozomi asks if Ashito's movements aren't getting rougher, like he's charging recklessly into opponents or he's moving desperately. As Fukuda hears that he can feel his own leg starting to sting, he knows that this is bad. After that, we see that Takasugi got the ball, and Kaneko explained that he was going for the counter, but just then, out of nowhere, we saw Sammy coming in his way and getting away with the ball. He and their own entire team scream at Tripone to score another goal, which we see is possible as the ball is heading right to him. But even then, we see both Ashito and Akutsu right ahead of him. Akutsu screams at Ashito not to charge at him, and to instead deny the shot course. However, his words are useless right now, as Ashito looks almost possessed as he is running right towards Tripone with no sign of slowing down. But we then see him looking a bit sad as he explains that he can't think of any way to stop him, but he can't run away from him. He looks at Tripone's monstrous left leg, and he knows that even if he has to forcibly do it, he needs to extend his own leg. But we then once again move to Fukuda, whose leg is starting to feel it once again, and he then looks super worried as he screams at Ashito to stop and to not tackle him. We even see his mother looking at this as he is getting closer, but as he continues to move closer, he can suddenly hear Hana again, telling Ashito that right now he is overly consumed by football, explaining that he is like his brother when he was in Spain. With that, we see a flashback to Fukuda, who's crying and having his leg in some kind of medical thing. All of this combined makes Ashito tremble. Hana then continues in his mind as she tells him that everyone on the field is doing their best, so there will be times when he isn't able to grasp it, even if he wants to. She tells him that running away is fine, and that it's just football after all, and we can then see her with a big smile on her face. This seems to make Ashito hesitant, as he then thinks back to some of his favorite memories, and all of that makes him stop in his tracks. This leaves Fukuda super surprised, but happy, I can assume. But it's far from over yet, as he still has Tripone right in front of him, who's getting into shooting position before he then fires this insane shot towards the goal. Just then, Ashito snaps back to reality and wonders what he was dazed about. But instantly, he can see the course that the ball will go in, and he starts to panic. Knowing that he has to stop it somehow, he decides to take his hand in front of the ball and knock it aside, which doesn't even leave him in awe, but also everyone on the pitch. After that, we can see the Funabashi players right away calling for handball, and the referee runs forward as he blows the whistle before then giving Ashito a red card. Seeing this leaves him in shock as he falls to the ground. He starts to have trouble breathing as he looks at his hand, which is shaking. From the bench, we see, firstly, Noriko, who looks sad, which is then followed by Anri, who also looks sad, but they don't compare to Hana, who we can see crying. Then, while Ashito is on the ground, he can hear Akutsu coming to him from behind as he tells him to hurry up and go. Ashito looks back super afraid, but Akutsu tells him that even he should know the red card rule at least, and that he is immediately thrown out. On top of that, Taira's subbing in, and he should disappear before the penalty is taken, and with that, we see Ashito just leaving the pitch looking completely out of it. He also walks past Kuribayashi, who just looks ahead. We then skip to Tripone, who is taking the penalty, and he manages to score, which leaves Funabashi in the lead with 1 goal. All of the Funabashi players go to celebrate, while the Esperion players look on. Akutsu then asks them if this is the time to be hanging their heads, explaining that it's only a 1-goal lead, not to mention that Taira is coming in at fullback, and for them to hurry and reorganize to turn this around, saying that there's still time left. But as they then look over at Taira, they can see him shaking his head, and Akutsu looks super lost by that. Taira, in his head, calls out to them all. He says that they have to score a goal. A fullback can't sub in when they are trying to come back with 10 people, knowing that it's not him in this situation, and that everyone should understand that, which it seems like they do, as all of them look really sad and heartbroken. Nozomi then walks over to Fukuda and explains that the water break is almost done, and that it's time for their sub, calling out to him and saying that it shouldn't be Taira. Fukuda seems hesitant, but after that, he tells them that they will have 3 defenders, and for them to take out Otomo for the last sub, and instead, they should sub in Osiek. Osiek looks lost, but Taira then pats him on his back and gets him to go out. With that, Otomo heads off to the benches, and he walks past. Ashito is too stunned to speak, so he just puts his hand on his shoulder. All of the other bench players also see this and say his name. We then head to Akutsu, who is clenching his teeth as he looks at Taira, who is with Otomo. He then thinks about Ashito, and explains that he alone ruined this match. But at the same time, he thinks about all of his good plays, and he starts to realize that if he was about to ruin it, then he should have said something, admitting that it's frustrating. But before Tripone got him, Ashito was passable, and he was also improving throughout the match. He was unstable, but he also thought about how far he could go, and thought that it was better to lead him alone. Not to mention that at the end of the day, Ashito was the only one that they got telling himself to calm down. He looks fired up, as he knows that a goal conceded by this team is a goal that he conceded, and that he won't let it end like this. Akutsu then looks ahead, and once again sees them all looking sad, so he calls out to them, but Kuribayashi interrupts as he calls it a fantastic match. He explains that he is moved by how great Tripone and Funabashi has gotten, saying that they're a collective rather than individuals. It's a notion that them who have nothing but the goal to go pro can't understand. wondering if he will be able to face opponents that hold such sincerity again. With that, he thinks that this is what Fukuda wanted to show him. Kurebayashi continues as he says that his body is hot, telling them all to come on and for them to take them down. With that, he looks super intense and asks them if there is anyone with any fight left in them. He looks at the players, but he seems to be quickly disappointed. He calls out to Akutsu and says that it seems like it's just them, asking if they should play with the two of them. Kurebayashi then looks really smug, as he says that he doesn't understand, saying that this incredible match has only kept developing in ways that he can't predict, so why do they all have pitiful looks on their faces? He then goes forward to Takasugi and tells him that it's him. He is the one who instigated everyone, asking him if he has lost the will to fight because they are down to 10 men. This makes Takasugi extremely mad as he just says Kurebayashi's name. Kurebayashi doesn't stand back as he tells him that his feelings only went this far when he incited everyone, explaining that in the end, all everyone feels for Taira is just regret. This really seems to send shocks into Takasugi's body. But just then, Kiriki speaks up and says that he is also in, admitting that he won't simply let them screw them over. After that, it's Yuma who says that he is of course also in. Osiek adds on that nobody wants to let this last match with Taira end with a loss. Kobayakawa agrees but explains that they are down to 10 men and that they can't fight as planned anymore, and asks how they should do it. But we then see Fukuda coming forward as he tells them that they will bet on the few chances that they have. Fukuda tells them that Funabashi's performance has been incredible and that they'll dominate this match even more now that they are down to 10 men. But a match is a living thing. Their time will definitely come. At that time, they will spring a surprise attack on them. Hearing that leaves all of the Esperion players really confused, but Fukuda asks them if they can do it. With that, we see Takasugi, who looks at Taira, and with that, he gets fired up as he says that they will, and for them to please let them do it. But sadly, we then move to Ashito, who is just sitting with his head facing right into the ground. Not long after, the game is back on, and Miyako sounds really shocked that Esperion has decided to go for a 3-back. Not only that, but Esperion is pressing hard as we see a bunch of them rushing right to the ball. Even the spectators can't believe it, as they say that despite the risk of getting scored on if they mess up once, they're continuously pressing for the remaining 15 minutes to win back the ball. With that, we see Kobayakawa rushing at Futahara, who has the ball. He is super close to getting the ball, but Futahara goes to the right just in time, or that's what he thought. As to his right, there's Kiriki, who rushes and manages to send away the ball. Matsunaga screams at them that it's a loose ball and that they need to get it. But unfortunately, we see Tokitu being the one who gets it first. In the end, that doesn't matter as Takasugi charges in and heads the ball away. The ball does actually go out and Funabashi gets a throw in, but it was worth it, as Takasugi on the field looks extremely infused into the game. We then hear a bit from Kaneko, who says that it's scary, on top of having the disadvantage in numbers to high pressure. Funabashi is free if they beat even one of them, but Esperion isn't going to let it happen. As we see Kurebayashi running in front of the ball and knocking it aside, he falls down but screams at them to get it. Funabashi goes for it, but just then, Osiek comes and slides tackles it away. The spectators are really in pure shock by this, as they say that this is rare and that Esperion usually plays a clever game, but they might be one goal behind. But for them to play so crudely is truly insane. While that goes on, we can see Taira, who is watching this go down, and he thinks back to when they were younger. He sees more and more visions from their younger days when they were playing and laughing a ton, and after that, he just looks down at the ground. But it's not just him either, as we see Akutsu running. After that, we move to a flashback to him telling Taira to stop dragging him. Taira just tells him that it's fine, and tells the others that this is Akutsu, and that he is the selection passer. Takasugi says that it's Taira's roommate, right? Taira, however, just asks them if they saw his defense in practice, and that he was amazing. He tells them that he's unapproachable, so they shouldn't ignore him, asking if they aren't going to eat okonomiyaki, and that they should bring him along. Kiriki just looks at him and says that it's fine if Taira says so. Taira then asks Akutsu if it isn't great in Esperion, telling him that he might have bad personality, but that they are all about ability here. Akutsu just gets mad at him, but Taira smiles at him and says that he will fit right in and for both of them to do their best. We then move back to the match where Akutsu is running with full force ahead, and he gets the ball. But even then, Kuroda thinks that Funabashi is coming back for it. After that, the text tells us that it's the 85th minute. Funabashi, who kept attacking Esperion with their momentum, couldn't get past Esperion's risky press. Their formation started to slacken slightly. With that, Kurebayashi then screams towards Akutsu. We then see that Akutsu passes the ball backwards and towards the goalkeeper. Miyako can't believe why, as they won it in a good spot and wonders what they are doing. But right after that, Kuribayashi starts to sprint with all that he possibly can. With that, we cut to Fukuda, who calls out for Ashito. He says that he might be unable to raise his head, but at least he should watch this worthwhile play. We then see Ashito slowly lifting up his head while looking destroyed. We then see the Funabashi players, who are stunned. They say that Kuribayashi dropped all the way back alone to get the ball. They wonder why no one else is dropping back and if this is their last power play. We then move to Futahara, who starts to run forward. He thinks that if it's a power play, they could have just let the center back get it. But anyway, he thinks that he should go, but before he can get too far, we spot Tripone on his side, and he tells him to drop back and that he will go instead. And with that, we see the two most insane players going at each other. We start off with Kuribayashi making some insane dribbles, which lets him get behind Tripone, who tried to stop him. Kuroda from the bench can't believe that Kuribayashi took Tripone on without having anyone behind him, which, to be honest, is a true aura move. But even then, we see that Tripone has managed to close the distance already, as he is basically right by Kuribayashi. Kuribayashi then tries to separate himself a bit from Tripone, but it's truly a close battle. Ashito from the bench looks at this, and his eyes widen in an instant. Thinking that Kuribayashi passed the halfway line, we then see Takasugi, who screams at them to flip the switch. This is followed by Kaneko, who explains that Esperion used Kuribayashi as the trigger and left Kobayakawa alone on the halfway lane. With that, everyone is running forward. We get into Kuribayashi's head as he thinks that Kiriki is on the outside lane and that Yuma is on the half lane, and because of that, the three of them form a triangle. We see Kuribayashi passing to Kiriki, who gets pressed right away, and because of that, he sends the ball further to Kuribayashi, who comes running. Maru screams at the team not to get carelessly dragged out and that they opened a course for Kuribayashi. Sora also screams at them to stop him and that he is dangerous. We sure see it is true as he absolutely bodies Tokitu, but as he gets to Yasuda, he thinks that this is the limit, but he knows that this is enough and that he doesn't want to break through individually. Anyway, Kuribayashi then passes Yuma, who sends it towards Takasugi, but we spot Tripone, who comes running. He speaks up and tells Kuribayashi that to take on 5 lanes with 10 people is truly wonderful, and with that, both of them have the biggest grins and smiles that I have ever seen. This really seems to leave Ashito puzzled as he explains that they are laughing. With that in mind, he knows for a fact that those two are both transcendent, which is such a cold word. Anyway, moving on to Osiek, who tells Takasugi to shoot the ball. It's not him, but the entire bench. However, Takasugi, in his head, thinks that he can't turn. He can feel Funabashi's pressure behind him. They manage to get this far, and they only need one more step. With that, something clicks for him as he dashes backwards before moving back and sending a cross forward. That cross is going towards Akutsu, who is running up on the right flank. Everyone screams his name as he is battling with Futahara for the ball. Both of them then jump for it, and Akutsu screams at Futahara to get out of the way, and then in the next panel, we see him heading the ball right towards the ground. We see Ashito's eyes glued to the ball, and that's for a good reason, as the ball bounces on the ground before it, then heads into the goal. Not to mention how we see Akutsu legit burning up, as he also looks extremely dope. We move back to Ashito, who is still mind-blown. But he notes that, within the 22 people who fought with all that they had, 3 people were able to become transcendent. Ashito then reaches his hand out towards them, but it gets drowned in water, and he explains that today, he thought that he got there. He then clenches his fist as he starts to look mad before screaming out with all that he can. After some time, we then see that the match is finished, and it ended with a draw between the two teams, but it was a truly good game, as we can see how insanely exhausted the players are. With that, we move to the bench. Noriko explains that she hardly knows anything about football, but she says that players have several people who support them or people around them who worry about them. Explaining that from the look in Ashito's eyes, he seems to have forgotten that, she continues, and says that there might be strength in being able to go forward, even after one forgets about them. But she tells Ashito that it isn't his strength, and that he isn't able to be that way, and that she, more than anyone, knows this very well. We then see Hana, who is beside her. We see her crying her eyes out. Noriko holds her and says that she was concerned about him and thanks her, telling her that she also loves Ashito, and Hana, still with tears in her eyes, says that she is right. Noriko then thanks her and says that it's more than enough, but we also spot Anri on the side with a really bittersweet expression. We then change scene and see Fukuda and Natsume shaking hands. Natsume asks if he was in Kokudukan High School, explaining that they went up against each other a lot and asking if he remembers him, to which Fukuda tells him that he does. Natsume tells him that he hasn't changed since then, and that he is a genius even as a coach. But even then, there's one thing he wants him to know. Natsume tells him that young growing players are truly fragile. They're not like how he was back then. But he continues and says that he was able to make a great team with his ability, and that they all believe and follow him now, ending it by telling Fukuda that he hopes that he answers to their belief in him. After some time, we leave the pitch, and we see Togashi slamming his hands into the wall. He asks the others where Ashito is. Takeshima tells him that he's deeply affected, and that he went back alone earlier. Tachibana tells him that Ashito might have messed up, but criticizing him would be wrong, but just then, Togashi cuts him off and asks who is going to criticize him. He says that Ashito fought but got thrown out. They were able to last so long because of him. Otomo adds on that they were really useless against those monsters. They just got in the way, and they were truly pathetic. Togashi then leaves. Meanwhile, Otomo sits on the ground and asks where their senpais are. Kuroda tells him that they went back to the clubhouse earlier, explaining that they might try to convince Taira again. We then follow Togashi, who is cursing over and over again. He says that he needs to train, but as he is walking, he suddenly stops as he spots Anri, who is crying her eyes out. He asks her what is going on and why she is crying, but Anri just continues to cry even more after that. The text then says that both teams gave all they had in this match, and everyone had their respective shocks. We then move on to the clubhouse, where we see everyone being there. Taira then opens the door and tells them that his withdrawal letter has been processed. Everyone is silent, so Akutsu speaks up and asks them what they are all doing. He asks them if they weren't going to try and convince him again or something, asking what kind of gathering this is, once again asking if it's just to send him off with their miserable mugs, and calls out to Takasugi. But just then, Taira calls out to Akutsu. He tells him that when everyone scored the goal through 5 lanes, he saw an image of Esperion going against the world, but sadly, he wasn't part of it. Even when he was about to be subbed in, it had nothing to do with playing position. He knew that he couldn't do anything to help, not to mention that everyone sensed it as well. Because of that, no one has to stop him, as everyone already understands. Taira then puts his hand on Takasugi and tells him that it's enough and thanks him before apologizing to them all. With all of that, the text says that the Funabashi clash had given everyone their perspective. After that, we see Akutsu asking Yuma where Ashito's room is. With that said, we spot Ashito in his room and he looks absolutely crushed. But then, out of nowhere, Akutsu opens the door and tells him to get up. With that, Ashito immediately locks in as he tells him, "Sure." We then skip to them on a grass field, and Akutsu grabs hold of Ashito's shirt before dropping him down onto the ground. He gets above him and tells him that he couldn't stand him ever since they met. He thought a bit of nudging would get him to quit, but he kept staying like a zombie over and over again, and now this is the final result. Akutsu gets uncomfortably close to Ashito's ear as he tells him that he ruined Taira's future as a football player. Hearing that makes Ashito clench the grass. However, Akutsu continues and tells him that he is a disappointing person and that he was right in the end. Akutsu then grabs him and throws him, telling him that a talentless person like him went through all that worthless effort and got himself involved in all of this. He looks at Ashito struggling on the ground and calls it shallow. He then thinks back to Takasugi's words before the match and explains that they are all so shallow. But he does admit once again that he was wondering just how far he could go in the match. After that, Akutsu sends a kick right above Ashito's head. He then tells him that it seems even someone like him, who's defiant every time, doesn't have the energy today and looks right at him as he calls him pathetic. He is then about to walk away, but Ashito tells him that Akutsu will only be right today. He tells him that he never even realized that Taira did that to help him keep moving forward, but that's why it makes this incredibly frustrating. Ashito then looks up and right at Akutsu as he tells him that he has also hated him ever since they met. This seems to shock Akutsu, but Ashito continues and says that against Trapone and Funabashi today, if he were him, then he could have put up a fight. With that incredible strength, he could have protected the goal and the team. All of a sudden, he was under the misunderstanding that he had that kind of strength too, and that he was truly pathetic. But after that, he screamed out to him, asking for Akutsu to please teach him defense. This leaves Akutsu completely mind-blown. Ashito, however, continues and asks him to please teach him the kind of strength he has that protects the team all the way from scratch. Hearing that makes Akutsu think back to, firstly, Kurobayashi, but also Fukuda telling him to teach Ashito. But the only thing that is then going on inside Akutsu's brain is him calling it shallow. But just then, we spot Taira, who comes by and asks for Akutsu to from him as well, please teach him properly. Both Akutsu and Ashito looks confused. Taira explains that he heard from Yuma and that he was pretty panicked coming here. Ashito then calls out his name right away before it looks like he is about to cry. Taira goes forward to him and tells Ashito that he thought of giving this to him. He then hands him his headband. Taira tells Ashito that his hair looks troublesome and that he used this hairband in matches and that he can use it if he likes. Ashito looks really shocked by this. Meanwhile, Taira smiles at him and tells him not to worry and that he cleaned it properly. But he tells Ashito that he felt like he had to give this to him and that he will leave the rest to him. And with that, he gives him the headband in his hand. Taira then turns to Akutsu and tells him that there was one last thing that he hasn't said to him. He tells him that he thinks that he can become a player even better than Funabashi. This really leaves him in awe. But Taira says that it doesn't sound much coming from him. But from time to time, his radiance exceeds even his. Akutsu is silent before asking him what he is saying. Taira then looks right at him as he tells him to go pro. But after that, he says that he was just kidding. He explains that it's not something people do by getting told by someone else. It doesn't matter whether he go pro or not, but he then puts his hands on his shoulders and tells him to take care of this year's team. We do get a close-up of Taira's face, and he looks destroyed, which is then also followed by Ashito, and also a bit of Akutsu. Moving on, we see Fukuda sitting on a bench by some shrine, and he thinks back to Ashito while he was sitting with his head down. But then, out of nowhere, we see Noriko, who comes by and calls out to him. She apologizes for coming all of a sudden, but explains that she heard from Hana that he comes here alone after matches. Fukuda, on the other hand, just seems really lost. Because of that, Noriko continues and says that she will be going back tomorrow morning, and she wants to talk with him for a bit. Fukuda asks her if she isn't going to talk to Ashito. Noriko then thinks for a small bit, before admitting that this is the second time that she has gone to see his match, and this is the second time he has gotten thrown out, saying that it's a bit awkward, so she thought that she would just go home. Fukuda can't believe it, and asks if she means that she isn't going to talk to him at all, but Noriko is firm with it. That's why Fukuda gets up and bows to her. He apologizes for the worry that she had, and that it manifested in a bad way. He explains that he also knew that he was in an unstable mental condition while overly absorbed in football, but he wanted to see how far he could go so badly. He prioritized his own ego over being a coach, and because of that, he has to apologize to her. Noriko lets out a little smile as she tells him that he is a weird coach after all, and that normally you don't say that stuff to parents. Fukuda tells her that it's because he was the one who dragged him all the way here from Ehime. After that, it's Noriko's time to bow to Fukuda as she tells him to please take care of Ashito. She once again says that she doesn't understand football and that she won't ever be able to do it. But he never showed that serious expression when he was in Ehime, asking how difficult it is to go pro and how seriously he is thinking about it. She was able to see both of them today. It didn't go well. As a parent, being able to see that was also good. It's filled with hardships, and it's filled with rejection. Seeing this is enough. When he was in Ehime, she was unable to provide a stage for him to take on his life with such earnestness, but Fukuda managed to broaden his world. With that, she thanks Fukuda so much. She continues and tells him to keep going as he has and to have confidence in what he does too. She then waves him goodbye and explains that she is going home to Ehime, and with that, she leaves. We then change scenes and instead see Akutsu. He walks into Takasugi and asks him what he is doing, but Takasugi tells him that he has to talk to him. He tells Akutsu that he was right about all of it. Akutsu just asks him if he came to just talk about that. He then continues and tells Takasugi that he really had no thoughts about it when he proposed that they create a huge lead so Taira can get subbed in. On the contrary, he had expectations for a team that could say those kinds of words like a manga. And if he exceeded his imagination and realized it, he would have surely been moved. He might have actually wanted to see that more, but if he just said it without thinking of Funabashi's strength because of some shallow mood, then that's unforgivable. He looks dead at Takasugi and says that the worst outcome proved to be right, but even then, if he hadn't allowed them to score a goal, then they might have been able to create a huge lead before Tripone got going, and Taira might have been subbed in because a goal this team concedes is a goal that he conceded, and hearing that leaves Takasugi looking pretty shocked. After that, he tells Akutsu that he and Funabashi are several steps ahead of them, since long ago they have always clearly watched over the team more than they have. Akutsu cuts in and asks him what this is about. He then walks past him and tells him that if he is going to mutter while crying, then he will sock him without reservation, explaining that they only got a point today and that they have to get it back. He then remembers Taira telling him to take care of the team. That makes him fired up as he screams at Takasugi to hurry up and inspire the team, asking if that isn't his role. Takasugi says that he is right. He wanted to be that presence. He would convey his words and feelings to everyone and encourage them. That's what he wanted to be for Esperion, surely, since way back. Akutsu catches on to his words and asks what he means by earlier. Takasugi looks with a confident look at Akutsu as he explains that when he left earlier, he proposed something to everyone. He even called Akiyama, who went to the hospital to get the consensus of all the second years. Everyone was in agreement. After talking with Akutsu, he plans on conveying it to Fukuda as well, but that doesn't seem to be necessary, as we see Fukuda, who comes by to see them. They are both surprised to see him, but Fukuda calls it perfect and explains that they probably have the same idea. He tells them that Yoshitune, who's getting promoted, will probably be practicing with the senior team more and more. He'll likely be staying with the senior team longer than staying in youth for matches. With this in mind, it has to be now. Takasugi tells him that he is right. Meanwhile, Akutsu is really confused and asks them what it is, but he doesn't get what this is about. Takasugi then calls his name and says that all the second years are in complete agreement. They all want him to take the role and serve as captain officially. Akutsu looks like he can't believe it at all, and Fukuda explains that adding to that, Takasugi will support him as vice captain. That will be their setup for the next match. Fukuda looks extremely intense as he says that with these members, they will show that they are the strongest youth team yet. With that, we move to the day after the Funabashi match and onto the early morning. Here we see a teacher opening the door to the school when he spots Ashito by the gate. He tells him that he is rather early, and Ashito just tells him good morning. We then see his phone where Noriko told him that she is going home on a flight at Haneda, telling him that he sucks, but to keep giving it his best. Ashito looks at it as he then smiles. Moving on from that, we move to the Esperion clubhouse. Someone apologizes for calling Kurebayashi in here so early in the morning. He thought the time before senior team practice would be good, asking if he was still sleepy from the Funabashi game. Kurebayashi just has a rather stone face as usual as he tells the man that he told him over the phone last night that there was something important to discuss and that he was the one who said that the earlier they talked, the better. We then learn that he is called Jun and is the head of youth development. Kurebayashi then starts to sip on his coffee and asks what the important topic is. After that, he also spots Fukuda, who is there as well. Jun tells Kurebayashi, "Good job." Over the promised 3 months of returning to youth, being under Fukuda and Gwaruja, as expected, the team won the Youth Cup and had remained undefeated in the Premier League thanks to him, telling Kurebayashi that he was superb. Kurebayashi asks if he can return to the senior team now and asks what the important topic is once again. Jun then tells him that they should seal his professional contract and hands him an envelope. Kurebayashi looks extremely stunned, but Jun tells him that he has to talk with his guardians as well. Fukuda, on the side, then congratulates him. Kurebayashi, however, is silent and asks if this is the right timing. We then leave them for a bit and see the others going to school. They spot Ashito and see that he's pretty early and that usually he barely makes it in time. Takashima asks him how he is, but we then see Ashito just munching on some bread with a smile. With that, we head back to Kurebayashi. Jun tells him that up until now, he has been registered with both the youth club and the senior team. He has been playing on the senior team as an amateur, but this is a C contract. The annual salary has an upper limit of 5 million yen, and it's a genuine pro contract, explaining that he will be pro on the day that he signs it. Kurebayashi still just looks at it before telling them that he is puzzled as to why they are giving it to him at this time, but clarifying that he is happy nonetheless, saying that at 16 he is finally going pro. Fukuda then speaks up and tells him to go and look inside it. Kurebayashi tells him that he won't understand the complicated stuff, but as he opens it, he sees something absolutely crazy. It reads that the contract is valid until the player's 18th birthday. Kurebayashi asks them what this means. Fukuda gets serious and tells him that Gwaruja is going to actively play him next season. He will be learning how to be a pro under him with a lot of attention on himself. Naturally, this isn't easy. The level of play in the J-League will be much higher and his market value will grow as well. He might not be able to perform well either, so wholeheartedly, he should give it all that he has got, even if he hits a wall. While experiencing the strength and splendor of the J-League, they want him to develop to the utmost. We then see a panel of him with a bunch of spotlights behind him, which looks super dope. Kurebayashi tells him, of course, but until 18 years old, Kurebayashi isn't even able to cut off his sentence as Fukuda tells him to go overseas after that. Hearing that lights up Kurebayashi's eyes. Jun then comes in and says that, actually, at this point in time, there have been many European clubs that have inquired about him. They weren't from well-known leagues though. Since this is the case, They have a hunch that he will become a bigger deal once he starts performing well in the J-League. Once he is a legal adult, he can transfer internationally and accept offers from anywhere on a free, explaining that it's the intent behind that contract. Kurebayashi is having trouble finding out what to say, but he then gathers himself and says that, of course, he wants to go overseas and take it on. But with such a contract that's only favorable to him, the club will receive nothing from the transfer fee. Asking if it's okay for him to be happy about this, Jun thanks him for loving the club as much as he does before telling him that, in regard to money, they have training compensation, so it's fine. Training compensation is an arrangement where the player's home youth club receives compensation whenever a transfer is made, while they're still aged 23 or younger. Fukuda then cuts in and says that above all else, this is for the club, this is for Japan, and that Esperion is pushing his back, telling Kurebayashi that they want him to carve open a path. Kurebayashi looks really shocked and like he can't take all of this in, but Fukuda tells him that he has been acknowledged by the club by receiving a contract like this. He's super. If he is able to go to Europe directly at age 18 and successfully make the step up, then that would truly be tremendous. However, they don't want it to end with just one super player. They want to make sending players like that into the world the norm. That's what they want the club and the country to be. Fukuda tells Kurebayashi that if he succeeds, then he will create a path for players after him, assuring Kurebayashi that he will prove that the current batch in Esperion youth is the best. They want to polish their incredible talent in youth and in the J-League, then send them into the world as soon as possible. They want to make them succeed for the sake of those who will come after him, telling him straight up that they are betting on him first. Kurebayashi then speaks up and says that they will show him and everyone the world. He thanks them but asks Fukuda about his dream of making Esperion the pinnacle of club football. Fukuda, however, looks serious as he tells him that his ambition is what comes after, but he does admit that, having said that, Kurebayashi can't stumble in the J-League and that they are all counting on him, telling him that they don't know where he will end up years from now, but that for the sake of leading them, he should go. With that, we then cut to Ashito, and the teacher comes back out and asks him what is going on, telling him that the lessons are about to start and asking if he is waiting for someone. Just then, Ashito spots someone and rises up in an instant. We see that it's Hana, and he starts to go right towards her. As he walks towards her, he bows down and apologizes. After that, both of them get silent before Ashito tells her that it's all and starts to walk away, but Hana calls out to him. Ashito just keeps on walking, so she calls out a bit louder this time, but the same thing happens. This leads to her having to throw herself right at him, which was pretty funny. As both of them hit the ground, Ashito asks her why she had to do that and says that he was done. Hana tells him not to just end it on his own, screaming at him that she has something for him as well. With that, she goes right into her bag and searches for something. She finds it and gives him his meal plan. With that done, we see her finally breathing out as she says, "Finally." She tells him that he was finally able to hand it to him, and after that, both of them just sit there a bit silently before Hana says that it's been some time since they properly talked and asks Ashito if he has been starting to wear a hairband with him. Ashito looks at it and instantly gets a bit sad. With that, we then move 2 days later, and toward the Esperion clubhouse, we see Kurebayashi getting interviewed. They all congratulate him on his pro contract at 16, explaining that he is immediately practicing with the regulars of the senior team and that he will be starting in tomorrow's J1 match, which is pretty sick. They continue and tell him that he has secured himself the spot as the future ace of Esperion and ask him how he feels. The man to his right apologizes to everyone and says that even if they fire off one question after the other, they should go one by one. While that goes on, we can see Kurebayashi, who looks down at his phone. He sees a text from Nagano, which says that he went to Taira's room and it's suddenly empty, explaining that it seems that he has vacated it and left with his stuff while they weren't around. Nagano tells them that he wanted to send him off at least and asks if they have heard anything from him, but we then see Kurebayashi, who just looks sad. But later, we actually see Taira, who is watching Kurebayashi's live broadcast. He has a bright smile on his face as he is watching it, and we then head into a flashback. Here, we finally learn what Taira told Kurebayashi at the Esperion vs Tokyo Vans game. He told him that he would quit football. Taira explains that he is the one that he wanted to tell the most. He explains that the pulled muscle on his right leg has become susceptible to it, but he decided this when it relapsed in the Kashiwa game. He thought it was hard to keep going at this point. Kurebayashi looks at him and tells him that it's tough that he will be quitting when they have been together since elementary, telling him that it shouldn't be impossible for him to go pro explaining that even if it's unlikely to get promoted in Esperion, the number of leagues in the country has been increasing. Taira just cuts him off and says that he is right, telling Funabashi that he respects the players who are waging their lives there, but in the end, his love for football only goes this far. He tells him that when he was a kid, football was so much fun. When he started to hold the dream of going pro, it became an object of fear. Mistakes were frightening. He was pitiful since he wasn't improving anymore. He didn't have any room to enjoy matches, as every moment felt like a test, explaining that somehow or another, the ball was scary. Everyone was under the same conditions, but everyone else. Even if they were at the point of throwing up, getting cornered or injured, they kept crawling and crawling, harboring not even the slightest bit of doubt in themselves about going pro. Talent in football isn't about having technique or physical ability. That's not it. It's about, to what degree do you love football? Taira continues and tells Funabashi to head towards the world, and that he is alright with this, having a really bittersweet smile on his face as he says that he can finally cheer him on from the bottom of his heart. Funabashi is silent for a second before telling him to stay until the Funabashi match, so that they can deal with Funabashi's teamwork, and, for everyone's sake, we then move back to see Taira watching the broadcast. Here, Funabashi says that he knows that he is carrying the expectations of many people, and that he will advance while carrying those hopes. Taira smiles as he hears that, and after that, he starts to walk off. But while walking, he starts to shed a couple of tears. He then waits up, and we can see that he starts to cry more and more. He thinks that he wanted to go pro, and that he has always wanted to since he was a kid, even in his dreams and his imagination. When he imagines himself having gone pro and being able to play football every day, how much joy would that have been? We then see this super crushing panel where it looks like he is truly sad, ending it by saying that he really loves football, which truly is just so sad. When people give up on their dreams, it really makes me feel so sad because I feel like dreams are the most precious and amazing things that we have. Anyway, back to Taira, who looks at the Esperion clubhouse as he then, while having tears in his eyes, bows down and thanks them so much. Sadly, we have to move past him as we see Akutsu sitting in his room alone. He watches the second empty bed left by Taira, but just then, we see Ashito, who comes into the room. He looks really determined before he then tells him to please have a football discussion together. And then, surprisingly, Akutsu tells him to come in, which was super kind of him. But with that, we also see the Premier League standings. We have Esperion at 38 points, Aomori at 37 points, and Funabashi at 35 points. Alright, so that was the Season 2 of Ao Ashi. I want to clarify that since this is before the anime, there is no way to know for certain whether this is what they will cover or not. But personally, I would bet my money on it since it basically follows the same structure as Season 1. Also, if you have another series that you would like for me to make videos like these on, then let me know down below. Anyway, have a great day.